Chapter 562, Road of Emperor. Chapter 562, Road of Emperor. The waitresses of Noblesse Pavilion were all beautiful and young girls. Currently, several of them were serving snacks and wine. As they filled the wine cups, they would respectfully kneel on the floor. Every position and movement they made was learned through rigorous training, and their smiling faces held just the right amount of bashful shyness. Within Skysplit Tower, as long as a martial artist had wealth, they could live like an emperor. Towards these things, Mook-gu was already long accustomed. But Lin Ming wasn't too interested. He sipped a cup of tea and waited until the waitress left before slowly asking, what would Xing Tian's strength be ranked at on the third floor? Mook-gu pondered this for a moment and said, I can't say exactly, but I can roughly estimate that he would rank somewhere in the middle. At most, he'd rank in the upper middle reaches. You should already be aware that the martial artists on the third floor are much older than those on the second floor. Although Xing Tian's talent was good, he didn't cultivate for as much time as others. Those on the third floor have nearly all surpassed the age limit for staying on the second, and they have no other choice but to go up. The total amount of people on the third floor is also very low. There are just a mere several hundred individuals. Just several hundred people. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, I recall that Skysplit Tower has a glory emblem called the 100-Wind Streak emblem. If the third floor only has several hundred individuals, then obtaining this emblem must be far too difficult. It had to be known that Xing Tian only had an 82-win streak. It was extremely difficult for a challenger to accumulate a high winning streak. It wasn't that a martial artist was too weak, but rather that no one would want to fight them. For instance, take someone as strong as Xing Tian. If someone knew that fighting him would clearly result in horrible defeat or even death, then who would dare to do so? Thus, Xing Tian hadn't had a match in over half a year. Skysplit Tower's second floor had several thousand martial artists. Xing Tian had stayed there for several years, but all he had was an 82-win streak. Then on the third floor that only had several hundred martial artists, it might take several years to gain a 20-win streak. How would someone ever win a 100-win streak glory emblem? As Mook-gu heard Lin Ming's question, his complexion changed. His voice was low and grim as he said, about that, the third floor has a special rule. On the third floor, if you defeat your opponent and gain a winning streak, then you will gain slaughter points, just like on the second floor. But what's different is that on the third floor, if you kill your opponent instead, you will instantly accumulate a 10-win streak. What? Lin Ming's heart chilled. This rule is completely encouraging martial artists to kill each other. Mook-gu let out a light breath and said, That's right. Skysplit Tower encourages us to kill each other. Do not forget, if you were to accumulate a 10-win streak, then you could obtain a slaughter point. But on the third floor, if you kill your opponent, not only would you obtain a 10-win streak, but you'd also obtain a corresponding number of slaughter points. Killing an opponent and not killing them. These are two completely different treatments. Therefore, on the third floor, martial artists will be beyond careful in challenging others. Normally, one won't do anything rashly because participating in a fight will often mean a life or death battle. In addition, the number of martial artists there is low, so this means that the martial arena is empty most of the time. This seems... Lin Ming frowned. It seemed that the high-level characters in Skysplit Tower were not any sort of good-hearted individuals. It was as if none of them wished to see a genius grow, but rather they hoped that all the geniuses would instead kill each other within Skysplit Tower. The several hundred martial artists that were on Skysplit Tower's third floor were all the most outstanding youthful elites of the entire Holy Demon Continent. In the future, the weakest among them would be a revolving core master, and the strongest would reach 3 or 4 stages of life destruction or a 5 or 6-star demon king. It wouldn't be strange for them to one day reach the quasi-emperor level. For such a massive crowd of monstrous geniuses, a single death was an enormous loss. Lin Ming said, None of those young heroic elites are stupid, since the higher-ups of Skysplit Tower obviously hope that they can kill each other. Why don't they leave instead of letting matters continue like this? Could it really be that they want to continue to the end of their killing path? He understood if those on the first and second floors stayed. After all, they were nearly all cannon fodder. But none of those types of people existed on the third floor. Everyone on the third floor were peerless geniuses of their respective regions. For them to arrive at this point for their killing path, it meant their road had reached an extreme. Mukgu said, "Birds die for food, mortals perish for wealth, and martial artists fall from the sky for resources. There's no other way. A martial artist simply can't stop their greed from pushing them onwards. Simply put, the reason they go on stage, besides for gaining experience and testing themselves, is mainly for the slaughter points. They want to earn these points in order to use the resources here." Resources? What sort of valuable cultivation resources can there be on the third floor that cause so many martial artists to lose their minds with greed? The lowest of these geniuses come from peak fourth grade sections. Do they really lack resources? Lin Ming asked, puzzled. Of course they do not lack things like cultivation methods, pills, blood demon crystals, or true essence stones. But there are some things that one can only find in Skysplit Tower. For instance, that battle array disc that Brother Lin saw before is one kind, but also not one that's too important. Oh, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The battle array disc had given him great benefits. What other rare resources did Skysplit Tower have? Mukgu continued, "The third floor has some very strange things. If you have enough authority, you can even go up to the fourth floor where the High Lords cultivate. That floor is filled with wondrous mysteries. If you go there and are able to enjoy the resources there, then your benefits will be endless. On Skysplit Tower's third floor, there have been many martial artists that never had very great talent. This is exactly the reason that they come to Skysplit Tower. If they can fight their way through the Ashura battlefield here, then along with top resources, they can evolve, breaking out of their cocoons and being reborn into butterflies. An ordinary talent can become a saint-level talent, and a saint-level talent can become an emperor-level talent. Therefore, even if they all know that the chances of them dying within Skysplit Tower are high, they cannot resist the temptation and continue to stay here." Lin Ming's interest was piqued by Mukgu's words. "What are these strange things you talk about?" Mukgu said, "My knowledge of the specifics are limited. I've heard some rumors, but they've all been extremely bizarre. For instance, on the fourth floor where the High Lords cultivate, there is a mystical path called the Road of Emperor. It's said that if someone were to reach the very end of this road, then they would become an emperor-level powerhouse." What? Lin Ming was left speechless. Reaching the end of this road can allow one to become an emperor-level powerhouse. Is there really something so absurd in this world? It should be true. Both sides of this road are supposedly carved with reliefs of past ancient emperor-level powerhouses. There are countless mysteries and puzzles locked within, and as for what they are, I'm not too sure. I am far from having the authority to enter the road of Emperor. Mukgu's simple explanation caused Lin Ming's heart to shake in shock. He was stunned for a moment and then took out a plain-looking tome from his spatial ring. He had obtained this ancient-looking tome after killing Shui Man and examining his spatial ring. The contents of this tome were entirely rubbed images, and every single image was an emperor-level powerhouse of the holy demon continent that had existed up to tens of thousands of years ago. There were even drawings of top emperor-level talents. This included the Netherworld Great Emperor. Impressively, even the Demon Emperor was included among them. Mukgu's eyes jumped as he saw this bound tome of skins. Lin Ming didn't speak. He opened the tome. The lifelike rubbings of emperor-level powerhouses from tens of thousands of years ago appeared in front of Mukgu. As Mook Gu browsed through the pages, he became increasingly startled. Mook Ching also leaned over to look out of curiosity. Where did you get this? I found it in Shueman's spatial ring after I killed him. The portraits of these people should be robbed from those carved reliefs you mentioned. If I'm not wrong, then it's most likely the Road of Emperor. Mook Gu let out a long breath and closed the tome. He said, "You're right. The reliefs within the Road of Emperor are said to be extremely lifelike and contain numerous different concepts. Brother Lin's tome has characters from tens of thousands of years ago. How could a normal person possibly draw them? These images even perfectly encapsulate the arrogance and imposing dignity that they have, eyes that look down at the world with disdain. The contents of this tome should definitely be rubbings of the Road of Emperor's reliefs." Lin Ming nodded. He had two questions simmering inside him. First, just who was it that had carved these reliefs on the Road of Emperor's walls? Since these reliefs contained all sorts of mysteries and concepts, and they were even used to decorate this Road of Emperor, it was definitely not something that a common person would be able to do. Some reliefs were even from 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. Up until now, during this extremely long span of time when even the Demon Emperor and other supreme elders perished in the realm of the gods, just who could have such a long life and still be carving reliefs to this day? Secondly, just why would this tome be in Shueman's hands? Shueman couldn't be considered a king of the second floor. Arguably, he shouldn't have the qualifications to peek into the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming felt more and more that Skysplit Tower was filled with great mysteries. It definitely wasn't as simple as he thought it was. It was said that the Blood Slaughter Steps contained a mysterious force that was able to kill top powerhouses. Thus, Emperor-level powerhouses and life-destruction powerhouses did not dare to set foot within the Blood Slaughter Steps. Then, there were also the strange rules that governed the Blood Slaughter Steps. The 12 heavenly demon main cities were the 12 sources of infernal energy, and within these cities, the source of that infernal energy was a fathomless abyss. These abysses extended up from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of feet deep within the ground. It was unknown just how far they went. All in all, this allowed Lin Ming to understand just how vast the mysteries of the Blood Slaughter Steps were. Brother Lin, let me advise you that every martial artist usually stays on the second floor for as long as possible. This is because the pressure is just too great. I don't need to mention the numerous masters that are there, but Skysplit Tower also has a rule that every martial artist on the third floor must compete in a match every 2 months. Otherwise, they have to leave Skysplit Tower and leave Polaris City. Once they leave Polaris City, their heavenly demon tattoo will begin to fade over time, and they will have to restart from scratch if they wish to reform it. Lin Ming nodded. So if I go into closed-door seclusion for 1 year, I will have to compete in 6 matches. Yes, not just that, but every match is randomly assigned to you based upon your current level of strength. It is completely different from the second floor, where you seek your own opponents. So you have to be very careful in hiding your own strength. If you expose too many of your abilities, then the matches you will be given will be increasingly strong. I understand. Speaking with Brother Mook has really helped a lot. Brother Lin is too humble. We're both human, so we should help each other when we can. These little things are the best that I can do. If Brother Lin goes to the third floor, then you can find me there. As Mook Gu spoke, he put down a note with his address. This was the location of his residence there. Lin Ming glanced at it, then put it away. There are some minor matters that I must complete on the second floor. Afterwards, it shouldn't be too long before I go to the third floor. I'll have to trouble Brother Mook when I head up. Brother Lin is too polite. Feel free to look for me whenever. Chapter 563. The 8 Inner Hidden Gates. Chapter 563. The 8 Inner Hidden Gates. After Lin Ming bid Mook Gu farewell, he quickly soared over to the second floor city square. Because of Lin Ming's arrival, a pall of heavy silence immediately fell over the entire area. Many of the martial artists present now knew who Lin Ming was. As the king of the second floor, his arrival at the city square was like an emperor going out on a journey. Young hero Lin. From far away, the fat fae that Lin Ming was doing business with hurried over, his face covered with smiles. Does young hero Lin have any orders? Have you finished trading for the blood demon crystals? Lin Ming had left a great deal of treasures here for the fat fae vendor to exchange for high-grade blood demon crystals. I've exchanged less than a half. These past days I haven't been selling any of my own wares. I've only been helping to take care of yours. The fat fae vendor was doing everything he could to establish better relations with Lin Ming. He truly had tried his best these past days. All of the treasures that Lin Ming had left to him were scattered and very random. Although every object was valuable, it would be difficult to find a suitable buyer for every item in a short time. I won't treat you poorly. As for the previous agreement we made, I'll make sure that you receive the percentage promised. Haha, young hero Lin is too polite. Being able to sell treasures for you is my honor, the fat fae vendor said as he pulled out a case of blood demon crystals. The inside was packed with high-grade blood demon crystals. This is what I've gathered from the recent trades, as well as the exchange of medium-grade blood demon crystals. There should be a total of 400 high-grade blood demon crystals. Please count them. Lin Ming casually swept over them. The number was correct. He took 20 out and handed them to the fat fae vendor. Here, this is the agreed 5%. It would be best if you could completely trade everything within the month. That is, the fat fae looked at the 20 high-grade blood demon crystals in front of him and quietly gulped. Young hero Lin, you may rest assured that I will do everything in my power to complete your task in the shortest time possible. The fat fae slapped his chest in guarantee. Great. After this matter is complete, I will give you another reward. Lin Ming received all of the blood demon crystals and then walked away. After he returned to his practice area, Lin Ming first sat in meditation to relax his state of mind. Then he took out Xing Tian's spatial ring. Xing Tian's spatial ring was a top medium-grade earth step treasure. As Lin Ming probed it with his sense, he could tell that its interdimensional space was 3 to 4 times larger than Xueman's spatial ring. The space inside was also extremely stable. It would be able to function for another 3,000 to 4,000 years without collapsing. Great ring. Just this ring by itself is priceless. Lin Ming began to take everything out of the spatial ring. The first thing that caught his eye was a large box of high-grade blood demon crystals. Roughly estimating, there was around 500 to 600 of them. As for medium-grade blood demon crystals, there were several dozen large cases that were packed to the brim. A conservative estimate was in the tens of thousands. This was a great amount of wealth. The blood demon crystals were all separately placed into another spatial ring. This was followed by the pills, jade slips, treasures, and so on. Because Lin Ming wanted to find some of Sky Split Tower's secrets from Xing Tian's spatial ring, he carefully and patiently checked every jade slip for clues. But unfortunately, from start to end, he didn't find anything of value concerning Sky Split Tower. These jade slips recorded rare, demonic realm cultivation methods, but they weren't too useful to Lin Ming. Slightly disappointed, Lin Ming began to examine the pill bottles. With several dozen pill bottles, Lin Ming began to take the pills out one at a time. Most of them were high-level recovery medicines like the Divine Blood Pill. They weren't particularly special. But as Lin Ming was about to sweep aside the pill bottles, something caught his attention. He took a pill bottle and gently rolled it in his hand. This is to spell. Lin Ming was surprised to find that this seemingly ordinary engraved bottle was in fact cleverly concealing a small spell. Lin Ming had a deep understanding of spells. He studied the spell a bit, and his mouth curved up in a smile. How interesting. I wonder what's inside. Lin Ming slowly traced a finger down the bottle and carefully injected true essence within. After a while, a black, hazy aura began to appear over the originally pure, white bottle. Kacha? With a light sound, the bottle cracked in half. Immediately, a large metal box flew out of the bottle. For the half-fist-sized bottle to contain such a large metal box, this was of course the function of that spell. You've placed this in your own spatial ring, yet you've done everything you could to hide it. For you to be so cautious, what can it be? Lin Ming's curiosity was aroused. Whatever this was must be extremely important to Xing Tian. The metal box was a light blue-gray all over. As Lin Ming took it in his hands, he felt the cool texture of metal. Such a small box was actually no less than 100 genes. He twisted the box's lock, opened the lid, and saw a fine swathe of yellow silk inside. As he slowly unwrapped the yellow silk cloth, he finally saw what was inside. It was a bead the size of a pigeon. The body was jet black, and there were some faint patterns on the surface. It looked like black glass that was filled with impurities. Lin Ming took the bead in his hand and traced the cold surface with his fingers. A cold feeling seemed to spread from the surface and into his meridians. It made one feel as if they were connected to the black bead. What is this? Lin Ming could feel that there was something extraordinary about this bead. It seemed to contain some pure and unfathomable power. Looking at just how much importance Xing Tian placed on the bead, Lin Ming could guess how important it was. This must be a treasure, but I don't know how to use it. Lin Ming searched through the jade slips in Xing Tian's spatial ring and couldn't find anything related to this bead. Since looking at this bead wouldn't produce any more information, Lin Ming put it away. Through his conversation with Mook Gu, Lin Ming came to understand that Skysplit Tower's third floor was the final level for the tower challengers. Although he was confident in his ability, he didn't dare to act too rashly. In his battle with Xing Tian, Lin Ming used every skill in his repertoire besides the blood of the ancient phoenix. But Xing Tian's strength could only be arranged in the middle ranks of Skysplit Tower's third floor. This meant that there were a considerable number of people on the third floor that Lin Ming was not a match for. In this situation, Lin Ming couldn't recklessly provoke the powerhouses of the third floor. Right now, Lin Ming was only 18 years old. He had a great amount of time to grow, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. He was prepared to go into closed-door seclusion for a long period of time. It could be a few months, or it could even be a year. Lin Ming had just broken through to the middle Xiantian realm. If he wanted to step into the late Xiantian realm, it would be difficult. Not just that, but even if he did reach the late Xiantian realm, his strength wouldn't grow that much. However, Lin Ming had another plan. That was to practice the body transformation system. After reaching 100% tempering marrow, Lin Ming didn't have time to further progress in the chaotic virtues combat meridians. But now, he planned to calm his heart and practice the chaotic virtues combat meridians in an attempt to open the elusive 8 inner hidden gates. After tempering marrow was the 8 inner hidden gates, and above the 8 inner hidden gates was the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Once the realm of the god's body transformation system was cultivated to the extreme limit, one could reverse the universe and split apart creation. Of course, the price one had to pay for cultivating the body transformation system was horridly terrifying. This was also the reason why many martial artists within the realm of the gods chose the essence gathering system. As for the holy demon continent, even the geniuses of ancient times saw the body transformation system as weak and useless. It needed a massive investment of materials, and yet the return was so little. Over time, humanity's body transformation system was eliminated. These cultivation method legacies were also annihilated in the endless dust of history, disappearing without a trace. Lin Ming took out 100 blood demon crystals from his spatial ring at once. A blood demon crystal's advantage over a true essence stone was in its ability to enhance one's blood vitality. It could help refine the body and nourish the soul. The giant demon race's body transformation law formulas were dependent upon these blood demon crystals. On the same side, a blood demon crystal had a similar effect to a human's body transformation technique. I will rely on these high-grade blood demon crystals to cultivate the chaotic virtues combat meridians. I won't leave closed-door cultivation until I have passed the bottleneck. Lin Ming set firm his resolve. After swallowing several fasting pills, he let the true essence flood out from his marrow and then began to revolve it with the true primal chaos formula. Quickly, Lin Ming entered the ethereal, martial intent state, losing control of his consciousness. The true essence within his body began to revolve in a completely autonomous manner. It could be called the most perfect route. On the 4th floor of Skysplit Tower, within a magnificent and dimly lit hall, the sounds of heavy footsteps resounded as a black-cloaked, 12-foot-tall giant demon man walked towards the door. Xing Tian died. A voice suddenly sounded out from the hall. However, one could not see the figure of the one who spoke. The words echoed out, as if spoken by a phantom. I know. The giant demon's footsteps slowed. He, like many other giant demons, had blue skin, but his appearance wasn't as blocky or rough as other giant demons. Rather, he was very elegant and refined. He was an astoundingly handsome individual. Although we already noticed Lin Ming early on, we've underestimated him. I originally was thinking of allowing Xing Tian to handle him, but I never imagined that he would reverse the tables and kill Xing Tian instead. He is not some low-level trash. Even if he is an Emperor-level talent, he is also an upper-level Emperor talent. If he is allowed to freely grow, he might one day become a Divine Sea powerhouse in the future, and not just that, but an extremely strong Divine Sea powerhouse. The voice sounded out once more. Within the main hall, a distortion appeared in the air. Infernal energy began to gather together, slowly condensing into the drifting shade of a Goliath. There was another use of a battle array disc. Through 2 linked arrays, one could transmit a phantom image along with sounds in order to speak directly. If one wanted to use sound transmitting talismans to do the same, it would require a great deal of sound transmitting talismans to be used one after the other. It was unnecessarily troublesome. Him reaching the Divine Sea has nothing to do with my blood slaughter steps, the giant demon casually said. The blood slaughter steps were known as a restricted land for Divine Sea powerhouses, let alone the Divine Sea. Even a high-level life destruction powerhouse would not dare to set foot in this land. Otherwise, they would be killed by the strange curse that existed here. Whether Lin Ming reached the Divine Sea realm had nothing to do with them. That's true. But before he reaches the Divine Sea, he will become the 13th 10-winged heavenly demon. I don't want someone to rise up and take a share of our power, especially when they are a human. The voice slowly said after a deep silence. At this moment, within the dark hall, another floating phantom shined in the air. This floating phantom was that of a Fey man. He had a beard, making his originally handsome face appear a bit pessimistic. The Fey man faintly smiled and said, "This fellow called Lin Ming has gone into closed-door seclusion on the 2nd floor. He's quite the smart one." The Goliath High Lord thought for a moment and smiled. He said, when he goes through closed-door seclusion, he will inevitably meet a bottleneck if he doesn't experience true combat. It's impossible for him to stay there for too long. After he leaves, I will find someone to deal with him. Chapter 564, Nameless Divine Pill. Chapter 564, Nameless Divine Pill. To the High Lords of Skysplit Tower, Gaining another High Lord was not good news, but it wasn't something terrifying either. What they most wanted was to take these outstanding young elites and have them under their command in order to further consolidate their power within Skysplit Tower. The giant demon hesitated for a moment. Then he took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his spatial ring. With a flick of his hand, a flame ignited. In the dark hall, it seemed especially bright. On the third floor of Skysplit Tower, within a completely enclosed metal chamber, there was a sturdy-looking, black-clothed youth shadowboxing. Every punch he made was fast, and made a sound like a thunderclap, endlessly repeating. As the sturdy youth was practicing, a black-clothed woman suddenly broke into the chamber and said, "Boss, let us deal with Lin Ming." And the sturdy youth slowed down. "Lin Ming, the Lin Ming that killed Xing Tian?" "Yes." The sturdy youth didn't speak. He continued punching again. Every punch he made against the metal wall loudly reverberated in the room. The specially constructed profound gold room was completely sunken in by the sturdy youth's punches. "What do you think?" the black-clothed woman asked. The sturdy youth stopped. He rubbed his hands and said, "Xing Tian underestimated his opponent. But that's just the nature of things. Anybody who calls themselves the king of the second floor would underestimate their opponent if the one they fought was a child. I've already looked over a phantom copy of Lin Ming and Xing Tian's battle. I estimate that the strength that Lin Ming displayed at the time should already be nearing his limits. This strength is decent on the third floor. With Lin Ming's current age, that strength qualifies him as an unusually monstrous talent. But compared to us high-ranking heavenly demon 7 stars, he's just nothing at all." The sturdy youth suddenly kicked out. With a loud popping noise, the entire profound gold wall completely warped, with even the bottom lifting up from the force. It was like a door was opening under it. The black-clothed woman saw this scene and shook her head. She would have to find a metal alchemist to repair the wall again. Lin Ming is currently cultivating on the second floor. Once he comes to the third floor, according to the rules of Skysplit Tower, it's impossible for him to face a top powerhouse in his first few rounds. That is, he has a great deal of growing he can do before he actually reaches us heavenly demon 7 stars. So, yes, good luck to you. The sturdy youth rubbed his nose, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He laughed as he said aloud, "I only fear that he can't grow, and it would just be boring." In his practice room, Lin Ming naturally didn't know about all these events happening around him. With the support of the ethereal martial intent state, he had completely entered into an inspired state without even a shred of consciousness left. The true essence in his body was moving entirely on its own instincts. In this condition, Lin Ming's cultivation speed was extremely terrifying. Practice went on without a sense of time. In a flash of an eye, 3 months of closed-door seclusion passed. During this entire period, he only went out one time, and that was to put up Xing Tian's items that he didn't need, as well as bring back the massive amount of high-grade blood demon crystals from the Fei vendor. Even with the 5% consignment fee, Lin Ming had already brought back over 1,000 high-grade blood demon crystals from the Fei vendor. The resources required to practice the chaotic virtues combat meridians were simply too great. Even if Lin Ming used a high-grade blood demon crystal, it wasn't too long after he placed it in his hands that it would lose its luster and crack open, completely turning into a useless rock. Lin Ming would often use several pieces of high-grade blood demon crystals together. This caused his usage rate of high-grade blood demon crystals to be even higher. In 3 months, Lin Ming used up 1,200 some high-grade blood demon crystals. This was equal to tens of thousands of medium-grade blood demon crystals. In this process, the Fei vendor could have been said to have made a great contribution. From the very start, a great number of high-grade blood demon crystals were exchanged. But afterwards, as Lin Ming traded more and more, the amount of high-grade blood demon crystals became less and less. Even as the price crept up, they simply became very difficult to exchange for. Without the fat Fey vendor, exchanging all these crystals would have been a massive headache for Lin Ming. In the 3 months of seclusion, Lin Ming had given the 100,000 plus medium-grade blood demon crystals in Xing Tian's spatial ring to the Fei vendor. This was equal to over 1,000 high-grade blood demon crystals. Even Lin Ming found this a bit hard to handle. But what surprised Lin Ming was the fat Fey vendor's ability. As the high-grade blood demon crystals on the second floor grew scarcer, he attempted to contact others on the third floor in order to exchange for high-grade blood demon crystals. There were a great deal of high-grade blood demon crystals on the third floor. Their martial artists mostly used high-grade blood demon crystals. Medium-grade blood demon crystals were almost only used for daily expenses. This also caused high-grade blood demon crystals on the third floor to be more expensive. The conversion price there was 125:1. Lin Ming didn't care much about this. It was fine as long as he could trade for them. So, like this, another 2 months passed. Lin Ming had been in closed-door seclusion for a full 5 months. During these 5 months, Lin Ming consumed high-grade blood demon crystals while completely disregarding the cost. In addition, he also had the top-grade practice room with its rich infernal energy as well as the support of the ethereal martial intent. Lin Ming's practice speed could be described as astronomical. In the body transformation aspect, Lin Ming's talent wasn't originally considered too bad. After he fused with a drop of blood from a true dragon, his physique greatly improved. In addition to the repeated tempering that he underwent, his foundation was very solid. On this day, as Lin Ming was meditating on his stone bed, he opened his eyes. 5 months. With the ethereal martial intent, I cultivated for 5 months. This was all in order to lay down the foundation for opening the 8 inner hidden gates, but even so, I'm still far off from the starting point. Moreover, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Lin Ming's recent cultivation in the last month had become increasingly slow. Presumably, he wasn't too far from reaching a bottleneck. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, there was a very long path. One had to cultivate the first half of the chaotic virtues, combat meridians to the state of perfection. It was impossible to complete overnight. And even if everything was ready, he still needed top-quality materials and medicines in order to open the 8 inner hidden gates. The level of difficulty far surpassed that of tempering marrow. To look for this sort of heavenly material in the sky-spill continent, one needed a massive lucky chance. Thus, the road of body transformation that Lin Ming walked could be said to be filled with endless hurdles. Lin Ming hesitated for a long time. Then he whispered an incantation, and a fist-sized golden orb shot out from his dantian. This golden orb spun in the air several times, and a moment later it turned into a small golden stove. This was the cosmic melting furnace. Open! Lin Ming turned his right hand, and the lid flew off. A blue-colored pill flew out from the cosmic melting furnace and into his hand. Initially, when Abbot Whitebrow from Great Zen Temple had tried to forcefully open the cosmic melting furnace with the bright Buddha palm seal, there were red and blue lights that appeared. The red light was a glob of blood from the ancient giant demons. It was already swallowed by the magic cube. As for the blue light, it was the nameless divine pill now in Lin Ming's hand. This nameless divine pill was the size of a longan, and its entire body was covered in a layer of chilling cold. As Lin Ming took it in his hand, he could clearly feel the cold air passing into his meridians, icy to the point where it felt like it could freeze his soul. This ancient cold pressure seemed to contain the flowing time of tens of thousands of years. It was almost entirely similar to the Nirvana dragon root. Lin Ming was sure that this nameless divine pill was refined with a Nirvana dragon root. A Nirvana dragon root could itself help him complete 100% tempering marrow. Then, What effect would a pill refined with a nirvana dragon root have? Lin Ming carefully examined this pill all over, but he didn't yet dare to swallow it. He could feel the highly compressed bone-chilling energy within, which gave him an apprehensive feeling. Normally, a pill was much more overbearing than the materials used to make it. If one recklessly swallowed one, it was possible that their entire body would burst apart. Unfortunately, that old three-headed dog suffered a soul injury in the space storm and fell into a deep slumber. Otherwise, if he was here, he would be able to give me some advice. Lin Ming slightly frowned. Now that he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would have to go out and experience the third floor. But although Lin Ming was confident, he wasn't confident to the point where he looked down on the all-heroic young elites. With his strength, if he rashly went to the third floor, then he might experience some dangers there. Lin Ming hesitated and then said to himself, "When I absorbed the nirvana dragon root, I used the method of refining it with clear spring water. I infused the water with the medicinal efficacy and then immersed myself in the water, absorbing all of the essence into my body." That old dog Demonshine said that using this method was much better than swallowing the nirvana dragon root. This nameless divine pill was refined from a nirvana dragon root, so it shouldn't be wrong to use the same method to take it. The advantage of using water as the refinement method was that it could disperse the rich and potent medicine efficacy. This would cause the medicinal efficacy to be much more moderate and easier to absorb. Since Lin Ming made his decision, he no longer hesitated. Looking at it differently, even if this method was incorrect and he ended up wasting a massive amount of the blue pill's medicinal efficacy, he wouldn't feel too bad. His future path was still endlessly long. There would always be more opportunities awaiting him. At this moment, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and was also beset with dangers all around. This was the best time to use this blue-colored pill. If he didn't use it now for fear of wasting it, then all he would be doing is wasting time instead. To Lin Ming, time was the most precious of resources. All other resources could be found again. Only time could not be recovered. Lin Ming took out some solar origin spring water from his spatial ring. This solar origin spring water originated from the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm's general level smelting trial. The spring water itself contained a very rich and very pure heaven and earth origin energy without any hint of toxins or impurities. It was extremely precious. When Lin Ming was in the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, he drank this sort of water daily. After he left, he carried off a great amount. After years of constantly consuming this water, all he had left over were 2 large barrels. The alchemical device he would use was naturally the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming opened the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace. With a wave of his hand, a stream of solar origin spring water flew out from the barrel like a shining rainbow, falling into the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the nameless divine pill turned into a blue light that followed the stream of water into the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming stood at the edge of the cosmic melting furnace, looking in from above. As the nameless divine pill fell into the solar origin spring water, the water suddenly began to freeze over at a fast speed. In just several blinks, it formed into one large lump of ice. Chapter 565, Gate of Opening. Chapter 565, Gate of Opening. Here, it's turned to ice. Lin Ming was stunned. This was strange. Would he have to use the fallen star flame to heat it now? Using water as a refining medium for alchemical medicine was normal. For instance, one would use a flame to boil medicine. It was just that this nameless divine pill clearly had a chilling attribute. Would heating it with fire be appropriate? Lin Ming hesitated. But at this time, the ice lump within the cosmic melting furnace began to melt. That nameless divine pill seemed to spread slight blue permeations within the solar origin water. Wherever this light blue went, the iced-up solar origin water would begin to rapidly melt. However, after the ice melted, the cold energy didn't decrease. Rather, it became even more terrifying. Lin Ming only needed to glance at the cold spring water within the comic melting furnace to feel as if his entire body was freezing over. The melting ice should be, because that faint blue trace is fusing into the water, making it even colder. If this continues, Lin Ming's mind suddenly stirred. He moved his hand to take the nameless divine pill, using his soul force to move it. But in the short time that his soul force came into contact with the pill, it felt as if his soul were freezing. Looking at the nameless divine pill, the size of it had already decreased. Lin Ming didn't dare to allow the solar origin water to absorb the medicinal efficacy anymore. If it did, he wasn't sure that he would be able to withstand it. It had to be known that a normal pill was crafted using several types of main medicinal ingredients. The Nirvana dragon root was only a single material used in creating this pill, and there were other ingredients that Lin Ming wasn't too sure of. Who knew how scary the medicinal efficacy of this nameless divine pill could be? Lin Ming flicked his finger, wrapping an arc of electricity around the nameless divine pill, quickly enveloping it in a cocoon. As his fingers linked together, he also put out seals in order to prevent the nameless divine pill's medicinal efficacy from escaping. Then he took out a jade box from his spatial ring and carefully placed the nameless divine pill within. Seeing the cold blue spring water, Lin Ming could clearly feel a deathly chilling cold emanating from it. All of the muscles on his body began to involuntarily tremble. I'm only close to it, but my muscles are already trembling. If I jump in, won't my body freeze solid? Lin Ming's expression was solemn. He didn't know what sort of supreme elder had refined this nameless divine pill. What sort of other medicines did they combine with the Nirvana dragon root in order for this pill to be so ice cold? With high-level medicines, there were moderate medicines and overbearing medicines. The Nirvana dragon root was relatively temperate, but this nameless divine pill was extraordinarily overbearing. Lin Ming fiercely grit his teeth and jumped into the cosmic melting furnace. The cosmic melting furnace itself contained other dimensional spaces. Although the first layer looked very small from the outside, it was large enough to contain Lin Ming within. After approaching this chilling blue water, Lin Ming felt all of the hairs crawl on his body. He closed his eyes and adjusted himself to this best condition. Then, after circulating his protective true essence to the limit, he jumped into the cold waters. With true essence protecting his body, Lin Ming felt a bone-biting cold that was manageable. However, having this protective true essence around him was the same as completely isolating himself from the medicine around him. If he truly wanted to absorb the medicinal efficacy, then he would have to remove his bodily true essence and allow the medicine to seep in through his pores. Lin Ming took a deep breath. First, he removed the protective true essence around his right hand. Like this, Lin Ming's right hand and the chilling blue water came into contact. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if thousands of needles were digging deep into his right hand, causing a web of ache to spread within him. CSI. Lin Ming could only watch on as the skin on his right hand instantly turned a deep, cold white, and then began to tear open his blood, didn't even have time to leak out before it was frozen. The cold energy savagely rushed through Lin Ming's pores, freezing and cracking even his meridians. This hand of Lin Ming's was nearly frozen to death in an instant. This is pretty scary. Lin Ming's forehead dripped with sweat, and his face began to twist a bit with pain. But he still decisively unraveled the protective true essence on his left hand. CSI. Without any suspense, his left hand also suffered the same fate. Lin Ming silently watched, and then began to revolve the azure true essence in his body. After his left and right hands were frozen, they began to lose their vitality. The endless azure true essence was used to make up for it. These past years, Lin Ming had already accumulated an incomparably powerful blood vitality. With the addition of the reverse scale blood and the blood of the ancient phoenix, what Lin Ming was most confident in was not his powerful defensive ability, but rather the vast life force that existed within his body, his incomparable regenerative ability. As long as he had enough true essence, Lin Ming's meridians and body could unendingly repair themselves. This nameless divine pill should be refined for a life destruction or divine sea supreme elder. Not only is the medicinal efficacy oppressive, but with my strength, I'll barely be able to absorb it. I can only allow the medicinal efficacy to destroy my body, and then allow my vast life force and self-regenerative ability to save myself. I'll have to see whether my body is destroyed faster, or whether I can regenerate faster. Lin Ming sat cross-legged within the chilling blue waters. He only felt as if two barbed steel brushes were rubbing within his hands, and his frozen muscles nearly tearing apart. This extreme pain was enough for one to wish for death. A normal martial artist would faint from this pain, never wishing to wake up, rather dying than suffering this endless agony. Under this excruciating pain, Lin Ming forcefully entered into the ethereal martial intent state, firmly defending his consciousness. He was well aware that if he fainted, he would be in a very, very dangerous situation. It was similar to a mortal fainting in the snow. After waking, if they were lucky, then their hands and feet would be lightly frozen. If they were unlucky, then the cold would seep into their meridians, freezing their body before rupturing their meridians and icing all of their organs, eventually dying. Lin Ming began to meditate the true primal chaos formula cultivation method within his heart. Lin Ming slowly dragged the energy from the nameless divine pill into his body, gradually running it throughout his body. Wherever this tyrannically chilling energy went, it brutally destroyed. This sort of pain was enough to collapse the spiritual sea of a weak-willed martial artist, having them suffer endlessly as they slowly faded away. Even Lin Ming's face distorted from the agony, sweat tumbling down his body. After tempering marrow, a martial artist's skeleton became incomparably tenacious, and this time, the strength that was locked within a martial artist's body turned into their flesh. The function of the 8 inner hidden gates was to rebuild the body. A martial artist that cultivated the essence gathering system had true essence circulate through their meridians and dantian. It was a system separate from the mortal body, linking the body's 360 acupoints with heaven and earth origin energy. But when body transformation reached the realm of the 8 inner hidden gates, it used heaven and earth origin energy to temper the human body. This heaven and earth origin energy exactly entered the body through these 8 channels. These 8 channels were named the Gate of Healing, Gate of Life, Gate of Pain, Gate of Limit, Gate of View, Gate of Death, Gate of Wonder, and Gate of Opening. The first door that Lin Ming wanted to open was the Gate of Healing. This gate was located in the center of the 2 clavicles. The power of blood vitality would gather here before converging into the brain. It was the central junction point for one's blood vitality. After opening this door, not only would his power greatly rise, but his restorative ability and physical strength would greatly increase. However, if he wanted to completely open it, that was a tremendously difficult task. Lin Ming revolved true essence according to the true primal chaos formula. He gathered the nameless divine pill's energy into the heart of his clavicles. The ice-cold energy stabbed into here an inch at a time. It was like a steel needle was being freshly inserted. A normal martial artist in this state would already be half fainted with pain, let alone having the willpower to consciously guide the energy to open the 8 inner hidden gates. Bit by bit, without a sense of time, Lin Ming became numb to the pain. But at this moment, he felt all of the blood within his marrow rise up, as if it wanted to condense into a bead of blood. Lin Ming suddenly awakened from his ethereal state. He wanted to carefully sense this force, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. In regards to the gate of healing in his clavicles, he found that a light, hazy blue mist had appeared near it. Besides that, there hadn't been any other changes. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming looked at the solar origin spring water and sucked in a cold breath. The water had originally contained a light blue energy, but now it had been almost cleanly absorbed by him. All that was left over was some water that didn't have too much spiritual energy in it. Already absorbed. Lin Ming shook his head. He glanced over at the hourglass. Surprisingly, 32 hours had passed. Over a day. I used over a day to absorb a portion of the nameless divine pill's medicinal efficacy, but I'm still far from opening the gate of healing. Now, I can be considered as just having crossed the threshold for the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming jumped out from the cosmic melting furnace. As he glanced at his hands, he bitterly smiled. His 2 hands were already completely without feeling. If he were immortal then, his hands would have been considered useless. But to Lin Ming, this naturally wasn't a problem. He just needed 7 or 8 days of training to recover. Without control of his hands, Lin Ming examined his dantian. He was surprised to find that the true essence cyclone within his dantian had faintly grown. His middle sciention realm had consolidated even further. This nameless divine pill is truly a wonderfully strange medicine. Not only did it help me open the 8 inner hidden gates, but it also helped me temper my essence-gathering cultivation. This time, I clearly feel that my strength has grown. Lin Ming hadn't expected to open the gate of healing from the start. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, there was a massive leap. Everything was difficult at the start. How could it be so easily opened like that? It had to be mentioned that Lin Ming had spent a vast amount of time and effort in order to fully complete tempering marrow. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Suddenly, his imposing aura erupted. Heretical God Force. Open. Highly compressed true essence flushed out. Even the spells in the practice area shook. Divine Demon Thunder Soul, go. With a thought, the coiling dragon steel needle shot out from his body, directly shooting towards a wall. With a massive explosion, the metal wall supported by an array formation began to fiercely shake, a huge dent appearing in it. Again, Lin Ming commanded the coiling dragon steel needle to attack again. Bang, bang, bang. With this bombardment, the metal wall array formation fiercely trembled precariously. This top-grade practice area had already factored in that a martial artist would send out attacks, so the array formation laid down was extremely strong. But now, because of Lin Ming, it was on the verge of bursting apart. Lin Ming was silently counting the time in his heart, from the time he opened the heretical God Force to the time he exhausted his compressed true essence. Around an incense stick of time had passed. An incense stick of time. My heretical God Force can actually persist for an incense stick of time. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Chapter 566, Into the Third Floor. Chapter 566, Into the Third Floor. Kia. Lin Ming hadn't opened the gate of healing. It was just that there was a faint hazy blue mist near it. This was the way it was. Every time Lin Ming attacked, he could clearly feel the heaven and earth origin energy pass through this mist and into his clavicles, converging into his meridians and dispersing through his body. It was like an invisible origin energy vortex had appeared near the gate of healing. With a constant supply of origin energy, Lin Ming's long-term combat efficiency had greatly increased. This was also the reason that the heretical God Force could now last for an incense stick of time. From the point that Lin Ming began to rise, the heretical God Force had helped him countless times to reverse the flow of battle. However, the heretical God Force had a fatal flaw, and that was that it couldn't last for an extended period. After he used it, it would consume a great deal of his energy. This was the reason that Lin Ming didn't dare to easily open the heretical God Force in a fight, instead saving it as his final move. When Lin Ming first entered Sky Split Tower, his heretical god force could only last for several dozen breaths of time. Not just that, but once he opened it, he couldn't close it. After entering Skysplit Tower and practicing here for a long time, the heretical god force had taken another step further. Lin Ming could now momentarily open and close the heretical god force. After touching upon the threshold for the gate of healing, the duration of the heretical god force had also lengthened to an incense stick of time. It could be said that the practical usability of the heretical god force had been greatly enhanced after putting away the cosmic melting furnace. With his whole body exhausted and aching, Lin Ming fell into a wonderful sleep. It had been a long time since he was able to relax and sleep. During his stay so far in this top-grade practice area, he had even spent his sleep time cultivating. With this comfortable feeling, Lin Ming slept well, resting for an entire day and night. After waking up, he took a bath and switched into a new set of clothes, and then made a detour to the city square in order to pick up any new blood demon crystals that were traded in. It was time to go to the 3rd floor. Without knowing, Lin Ming had already stayed on the 2nd floor for over half a year of time. It had been nearly a year since he arrived at the Holy Demon Continent. 1 year. How were Miss Mu and Xingxuan doing? Was Divine Phoenix Island able to defend itself? How were his parents? How was his little sister? Lin Ming was filled with worries. This is the opening token for the transmission array to the 3rd floor. Please take it. Nearby, the 2nd floor's transmission array. A guard responsible for handling challengers said to Lin Ming as he respectfully handed the token to him. Thank you. Lin Ming received the token and placed it into the transmission array. A white light flashed around him. In the next instant, Lin Ming arrived at the 3rd floor. This was also the final floor for Skysplit Tower's challengers. Skysplit Tower was shaped like a cone. The further up it went, the smaller it was. The 3rd floor was barely half the size of the 2nd floor. As Lin Ming stepped forth from the transmission array, a young Fey girl was already waiting there. Young hero Lin? My name is Lin Lin. I have been waiting here for you for a long time. Starting from the 2nd floor, every new arriving challenger would have a reception with a servant. This person could introduce them to the practice areas or show them to the martial arena location in order to avoid trouble. That's me. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. The young girl named Lin Lin was surprised and then quickly covered her mouth as she chuckled. Martial artists that came to the 3rd floor were normally around 26 or 27 years of age. Not just that, but they were always extremely prideful and arrogant in their behavior, mostly disdaining to talk to such a low-level character like her. It was surprising to meet such a well-mannered and polite young man like Lin Ming. Young hero Lin, I can serve you for these next few days. Practice place, arena, city square, entertainment area. Where would you like to go? Practice place. Lin Ming replied without hesitation. After his conversation with Mook Gu, Lin Ming was interested in the practice areas on the 3rd floor. He especially wanted to know what resources were here that would cause so many outstanding young elites to rush to the 3rd floor like a pack of ducks. Please follow me. The 3rd floor was much lonelier than the 2nd floor. Walking through the roads here, it was rare to see a martial artist. Most of them were in closed-door seclusion. On Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, the pressure was great. The martial artists that made it here were not common within their generation. Every single person that practiced here was like a boat going against the current of the ocean. If they couldn't move forwards, then they would fall behind. And once they did, they would inevitably fall into the abyss without any chance of redemption. This great pressure spurred on every martial here. If they couldn't become an emperor, then they would become a ghost. The 3rd floor's practice area and city square bordered each other. When Lin Lin brought Lin Ming close to the 3rd floor's city square, he finally began to see more martial artists in his surroundings. It was similar to the 2nd floor. There were many martial artists that had set up a stall here. Lin Ming glanced over. Most of the martial artist cultivation were at the early Xiantian realm, and there were even some at the Hotian realm. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. These people are… Oh, they are employees of the challengers here. They are specifically responsible for setting up stalls and making sales. The challengers of the third floor just don't have time to idle around for business. The city square and practice area on the third floor prohibit fighting, so vendors here can do business without danger even if their cultivation is low. Lin Ming nodded. Truly, the third floor was different from the second floor. Here, every second counted. One had to seize every chance possible. Hiring someone to work for them and handle their affairs was the most reasonable approach. Lin Ming swept over several of the items on sale here and noticed that everything was much more expensive than on the second floor. But Lin Ming was already used to seeing such rare and valuable treasures, so he wasn't too interested in them. As he was about to exit the city square, Lin Ming suddenly felt someone's attention lock onto him. Lin Ming stopped his footsteps and turned around. Behind him, several dozen feet away, there was an imp sitting at a square table. He was swinging a folding fan in his hand, slyly smiling. Although his smiling expression appeared very amiable, Lin Ming actually had a feeling that he was being stared at by a viper. This person is strong. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his expression solemn. This person had completely restrained their aura within their body, giving off an unfathomably deep feeling. Skysplit Tower's third floor was truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Masters were simply everywhere here. Feeling potential hostility in this person's smiling expression, Lin Ming decided that he didn't want to cause unnecessary complications. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a true essence sound transmission sounded in his ears. "Stop right there." This order carried an imperious tone to it. Lin Ming frowned. As he turned again, he saw that the imp had closed his folding fan. The imp said, "Come, let's have a chat." The imp nodded at a stool across from him. He wanted Lin Ming to walk over and sit there. "What?" Lin Ming asked. Anybody who was commanded to walk over by someone they didn't know wouldn't be feeling too good about it. But at this moment, as Lin saw this imp, her expression changed. She hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, "So it's the heavenly demon 7 stars, Sir Kai Yang." This young girl greets Sir Kai Yang. Heavenly Demon 7 Stars. Lin Ming had already heard this title before. It seemed that the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars were famous on the third floor. So this imp was apparently one of the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars. No wonder he had been so arrogant. That was because he had the strength to back it up. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, but at this time, Lin's panicked, true essence sound transmission reached his ears. "Young hero Lin, don't look at Sir Kai Yang's friendly expression. In truth, he is a cruel and bloodthirsty individual. He uses extremely wicked and sadistic means. Young hero Lin, you should quickly go over. If you anger him, he will keep a grudge in his heart. It will be dangerous to you in the future." As Lin saw Lin Ming not responding, she became a bit impatient. She feared that he would somehow offend Kai Yang. She had a very good impression of Lin Ming, so she didn't want him to suffer a loss in the future because of this. Sure enough, as Kai Yang saw Lin Ming's indifferent look, he glowered. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, Kai Yang's amiable smile returned, and he took initiative to stand up instead. "If you don't want to come over, it's fine that I come over instead." Kai Yang slowly walked over to Lin Ming as he swung his fan. Lin was afraid. She had heard that Kai Yang was subject to wildly swinging moods. If he smiled, it was likely that he wanted to kill someone. She subconsciously stepped back. Then again, this was the city square. Fighting was prohibited here. No matter how great Kai Yang's courage was, he would not randomly kill someone here. This thought calmed her down somewhat. But she couldn't be blamed for shrinking back. On the third floor, it was normal for a challenger to kill a servant because they were displeased by something. Lin Ming's mind went on alert, though he remained calm and collected on the surface. He knew that when he arrived here, it was likely that he would meet someone who was aiming at him. When Kai Yang approached, Lin Ming cupped his fists together and said, "Can I help you?" This question that was neither humble nor arrogant caused the imp to smile. When he smiled, the wrinkly folds on his face bunched up even further, causing him to look even more disgusting. "Lin Ming. I am Lin Ming. I heard that you killed Xing Tian." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. "Yes. Are you thinking of taking revenge for him?" "Revenge? Hee, I don't have that much time to waste. But when you killed Xing Tian, you should have obtained his spatial ring." Lin Ming's mind went cold. This imp had come here for this? He nodded. It was impossible to hide something like this. Haha, the imp chuckled twice. Then he switched to a true essence sound transmission and said, "In Xing Tian's spatial ring, if I'm not wrong, there should be a black, glass-like bead around the size of a pigeon egg. It's covered in impurities and is cool to the touch, right?" Lin Ming remained silent. There really was this sort of bead within Xing Tian's spatial ring. It had been cleverly hidden within a normal-looking pill bottle by a spell. If he hadn't carefully looked through Xing Tian's ring, then he would have really missed it. Although Lin Ming didn't completely understand the function of this bead, he could tell from how Xing Tian had carefully treated it, in addition to a faint intuitive feeling he had, that this bead was something extraordinary. Seeing Lin Ming's silence, the imp smiled. In truth, he didn't need Lin Ming to reply. He could approximately guess that this bead had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. 1,000 blood demon crystals. I'll buy that from you. The imp tossed out a price tag. These 1,000 blood demon crystals were naturally high-grade blood demon crystals. It was equal to more than 100,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. "I'm sorry, but it's not for sale." Lin Ming flatly refused. He could earn blood demon crystals again, but this bead was most likely something that couldn't be bought. Naturally, Lin Ming wasn't do something so stupid as selling it. Kai Yang frowned. He didn't become angry, but instead coldly said, "Then how much do you want? Name a price." Lin Ming said, "I just said that I will not sell this bead." Kai Yang glowered. "So you would rather do things the hard way, huh?" Chapter 567. Concept of Thunder. Chapter 567. Concept of Thunder. Although Sky Split Tower took strength as the basis for all, the fact was that it was a place firmly established in rules. In particular, areas that banned fighting. Even a High Lord would not rashly violate these rules because they needed to maintain the reputation of Sky Split Tower. Since the city square forbid fighting, nobody dared to start doing so here. Lin Ming wasn't much impressed with Kai Yang's threat. 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. This is my final offer. You may be king on the second floor, but now that you've come to the third floor, you are nothing at all. I have plenty of methods to make you suffer here. Lin Ming smiled. How about this? I'll give you blood demon crystals, and you tell me just what this black glass bead is, okay? Good. Very good. Kai Yang glared at Lin Ming and snapped his fan together with a paw. You think that you can use it? How utterly naive. Even Xing Tian was unable to use it. Otherwise, why do you think he would keep something like that in his spatial ring? Lin Ming subtly looked at Kai Yang. I am not Xing Tian. I have to thank you. You've reminded me again just how valuable this black bead is. Kai Yang maliciously smiled. Since this is how it is, there is nothing left to say. I will make you regret your decision. One day, you will obediently deliver that bead into my hands. Kai Yang finished speaking and strode away. After Kai Yang left, Lin looked at Lin Ming with fear in her eyes. Sir Lin, it's fine. Bring me to the practice area. Lin Ming was expressionless. He decided to unravel the mystery behind this black bead as soon as possible. As a human, It was very normal for others to attempt to push him around. In a place like this, as long others didn't try to bully or provoke him, he didn't want to cause trouble. The young Fey girl hesitated for a moment before she told Lin Ming, Sir Lin, Sir Kai Yang is someone under High Lord Heian. High Lord Heian? He is one of the 12 High Lords. His background is the imp race. On the 3rd floor, there are a great number of people who take refuge under certain High Lords. Working under them has a great number of advantages. The young Fey girl spoke to hear before she was silent. In fact, speaking about something like this would easily bring about a great calamity on her head if it were discovered. The only reason she told Lin Ming this was because of the very favorable impression she had of him. Lin Ming heard the implication in these words. So this Kai Yang had a High Lord supporting him. No wonder he had mentioned that he had methods that would make life difficult for him. Thank you. Now please bring me to the practice area. That's right, this is for you. Lin Ming took out a bag of medium-grade blood demon crystals to form his spatial ring. There were around 60 to 70 inside. As Lin saw these blood demon crystals, she was dazed. Take it. It's not much to me. Lin Ming directly pressed the bag of blood demon crystals into Lin's hand. This is the 3rd floor's practice area. Lin Ming glanced at a black stone building in front of him. Relatively speaking, this building was very ordinary. It was several dozen feet high, but it wasn't too large. This is the registration office. The practice areas of the 3rd floor have different prices depending on their rank. Lin Ming nodded and pushed in the door. Entering. Within building, there were 2 middle-aged men playing chess. What surprised Lin Ming, however, was that one of these 2 men was a human. Within the Deacons of Skysplit Tower, it was rare to see pure humans. Come to choose a practice area? The middle-aged man looked up from his chess game. Yes. Do you want to practice cultivation methods? Or practice concepts and laws? Ooh. Lin Ming was stunned. There are practice areas that I can especially practice concepts and laws in. Skysplit Tower's practice areas are of a far greater variety than you can imagine and far more precious. It's just that your authority is too low, and you have no right to know of anything else. Here, look at this jade slip. The middle-aged man threw a jade slip at Lin Ming. As Lin Ming sank his consciousness within, he saw the information of the various practice places presented in front of him. The more he looked, the more he was startled. Putting aside those areas that he didn't have the qualifications to know of, just these were enough to shock him. The cultivation method practice area was a room several thousand feet deep into the source of infernal energy. There, the infernal energy was rich to a degree that normal martial artists could not resist it. Not just that, but there were several areas for practice in actual combat. Skysplit Tower had several killing arrays where one could face all sorts of energy form opponents. But these 2 were not the rarest. The rarest were the concept practice areas. Within Skysplit Tower, there were several strange lands where one could hone their sense of concepts by touching upon the source of that concept. For instance, if one entered a practice place for the concept of fire, they could touch upon the source of fire there. It was an incomparably mystical experience. I really wonder who it was that built Skysplit Tower, that it can even hold so many wonderful and odd places. Just what is listed on this jade slip is extremely precious, much less all the other practice resources that I don't have the qualifications to know of. I can see why so many outstanding heroic youths would risk their lives to stay on Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor. The resources here are simply too impressive. Every 2 months, I have to participate in a match. In a match here, it's often that someone will die. Not just that, but there are no weak opponents here. Under the pressure of living between life and death, it is easiest for a martial artist to make breakthroughs in boundaries. Much less this place also has unique ways to cultivate. With all these factors added together, the geniuses that come to the 3rd floor to gain experience can easily break through their limits. Here, an amazing talent can become a saint-level talent, and a saint-level talent can become an emperor-level talent. Lin Ming sighed. Sky Split Tower was truly heaven for outstanding elites, but at the same time, it was also a grave for those same outstanding elites. Those that could survive here could break through their cocoons and be reborn into butterflies. But those that failed to break through their limits would fall beyond redemption. This was really 1 foot in heaven and 1 foot in hell. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, the chess-playing middle-aged man put away the jade slip and lazily said, "Have you chosen?" "I have." Lin Ming looked at the middle-aged man, finding it a bit strange. There were very few humans within Sky Split Tower. It was rare to find even 1 or 2 deacons like this. It stood to reason that this alone should give birth to some warm feelings, but this middle-aged man obviously appeared impatient. He was even very cold when telling him about the different practice areas. "What have you chosen?" The middle-aged man took out a blank jade slip, preparing to register. "I choose a concept practice area. I want one with the concept of space or the concept of time." As Lin Ming mentioned the concept of space and the concept of time, the middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ming with surprise. The concepts of space and time were elusive and beyond difficult to reach. Normally, a human would not have the chance to come into contact with these concepts. Did this boy actually comprehend the concepts of space and time? Those don't exist. The middle-aged man refused. The concepts of space and time were not called elusive for nothing. It wasn't easy to show the mysteries of space and time. Even Sky Split Tower didn't have the resources to do this. Otherwise, even though the concepts of space and time wouldn't have spread throughout the entire 3rd floor, those extremely talented Fae elites would have already grasped these concepts. "What do you have?" "We have concepts for the 5 main elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. We have the concept of wind, the concept of thunder, and we also have some derivative concepts such as the concept of landscape, concept of ice clouds, concept of mist, and so on." The concept of landscape, concept of ice clouds, concept of mist. In the end, these concepts were simply variations of the 5 main elemental concepts. Although they could improve one's strength, their potential for growth was limited. Those concepts that could truly reach the peak were the most basic concepts that served as the foundation for all. This included the more advanced concepts, such as the concepts of space and time, concept of annihilation, concept of immortality. But as for these more mystical concepts, Sky Split Tower did not have them. Is my authority not enough? Xing Tian's concept of annihilation should have been learnt within Sky Split Tower, Lin Ming thought. "Have you chosen?" the middle-aged man impatiently asked. "I have. I choose the concept of thunder." Lin Ming did not choose the concept of fire, nor did he choose the concept of wind. Instead, he chose the concept of thunder. Prior to this, when Lin Ming entered into the divine phoenix mystic realm, he had already gained many understandings into the concept of fire. There was no need to mention the concept of wind. Lin Ming had studied that from the very start. It was only the concept of thunder that Lin Ming hadn't touched upon yet. In terms of comprehending the concept of thunder, Lin Ming could be said to have a major advantage. If he didn't go for this chance now, then that was simply wasting these great conditions. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals every 10 days. This is your token. The middle-aged man threw a token at Lin Ming, as well as a jade slip marking the location of the practice area. Lin Ming swept through it. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals was truly a high cost. On the 3rd floor, earning slaughter points was much more difficult than on the 2nd. This was because the martial artists here were also stronger. For a concept practice area, he had to use up a slaughter point every 10 days. If a martial artist only fought in a match every 2 months, then it was impossible to earn enough constant slaughter points. Lin Ming took the jade slip and left the registration office. After passing through a minor transmission array, Lin Ming arrived at his destination, the practice area for the concept of thunder. Lin Ming originally thought that the practice area for the concept of thunder would be similar to a hidden chamber, but as he entered, he was completely surprised. It was as if he had arrived at another world. This was an incomparably vast space. In the sky, there were massive floating boulders as well as small ones. These boulders also had vegetation growing on them. From afar, it seemed a bit ashen and gloomy. In the great sky, there were great curtains of light that extended past the horizon. These curtains were dozens of miles long, or even hundreds of miles long. They were unpredictable, mysterious, and like curving blue rivers in the sky, immensely gorgeous. As Lin Ming approached, he discovered that these blue rivers of light in the air were impressively condensed from thunder origin energy. This thunder origin energy condensed into blue rivers of light. Rather than turning into thunder, it evolved into thousands of rivers of light that contained countless deep and profound meanings. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Is this really Sky Split Tower? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask this question. From the size of Sky Split Tower, it was absolutely impossible for such a great space to exist within it. Thus, he had either entered into an array, or he had been sent outside of Sky Split Tower. Chapter 568, Self-Created Style. Chapter 568, Self-Created Style. Kia. Lin Ming was proficient in the realm of the gods' array formations. If this vast space was an illusory magic array, then although he might not be able to break it, he should still be able to discern whether it was real or not. But now as he looked around, he couldn't see any sign that this was truly an illusory magic array. This is a real space. Maybe I left Sky Split Tower. Or perhaps there is another possibility, and that is that this is a miniature world. It could have been sealed away by someone with vast supernatural powers and compressed within Sky Split Tower. Lin Ming gasped as he suddenly became aware of this possibility. When he passed through the transmission array, he hadn't felt any dizziness at all. This was enough proof that the transmission array from a moment ago only went a short distance. So, it was likely that he was still in Sky Split Tower. There was a miniature world sealed within Sky Split Tower. Although his spatial ring could also be considered another sort of miniature world, that sort of world was extremely unstable. It could only last for a few 100,000 years, and not just that, but it couldn't contain living beings either. It was a completely different concept from this stable space in front of him. For there to be such a stable space sealed within Sky Split Tower that also contained the principles of laws and concepts, what sort of immense force was this? Lin Ming discovered that Sky Split Tower was filled with more and more mysteries, as if there were some earth-shaking secret behind it. Of course, this was not something he could even touch at his level. Thus he could only sigh at the thought. Now, comprehending the power of laws was the most important. As he slowly floated towards these blue rivers of light, he sank his sense within. Lin Ming could clearly feel the deep inherent fundamentals of thunder contained within. The blue river of light was completely made of thunder origin energy, but there was not a single arc of electricity. It could be said that this was the most original source of thunder in its most primitive state. A concept was a rule. In this world, nothing could be separated from these rules. From the passing of years, the changes of stars, from when a seed grew to a tree, from a mortal's life and death, everything, every change was inseparable from these governing rules. A drop of water, a grain of sand, everything contained the power of laws. Something that seemed simple was not always simple. As long as one unraveled the basis of these simplicities, all complexities could be reduced. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the side of the river of blue lights, entering into meditation. His consciousness was completely integrated into the river and into the power of thunder. The heretical god seed began to tremble and the countless threads of thunder origin energy began to flow into Lin Ming's body from his acupoints. Slowly, Lin Ming's body was completely immersed in the river of blue light. He came into direct contact with the thunder origin energy, letting the vast energy inundate him. Lin Ming completely opened wide his body, opening his meridians and acupoints. He even opened up the gate of healing that he had traced as far as possible, letting the thunder origin energy savagely flow through his limbs and bones. With the existence of the heretical god seed, the violent thunder origin energy did not hurt Lin Ming at all. There was not a martial artist that would dare to do this. Not even a martial artist that had reached an 8th grade or even 9th grade thunder fusion compatibility could do this. Thunder origin energy was infamous for its savage and brutal nature. If one wished to enter this river of blue light, they would have to protect their body with true essence. Otherwise, their fragile organs and meridians wouldn't be able to withstand the baptism of thunder energy. As for releasing their protective true essence and coming into direct contact with the thunder origin energy, just who could do this in order to feel the mysteries within? Only Lin Ming could totally throw himself into this sea of thunder origin energy and use this method to comprehend the concept of thunder. Like this, Lin Ming floated in the river of blue lights, time passing without mind, not knowing morning or night, or how many days had passed. Lin Ming stayed like this for dozens of days, letting everything around him fall away. It was like he had become a wisp of thunder origin energy, soaring between the heavens and earth, fusing into the vast ocean of origin energy. This is yin yang. Lin Ming silently spoke these words. Originally, thunder origin energy was divided into yin and yang, negative and positive. Yin and yang both restrained and supported each other. When negative thunder origin energy collided with positive thunder origin energy, it would create a bolt of lightning. The so-called electric current was nothing more than yin and yang thunder origin energy flowing along each other. Lin Ming could feel the heretical god seed within his body vibrate. As he opened his eyes, his pupils flashed with the light of thunder, like a bolt of lightning in the pitch-dark sky. The power of yin and yang, that is the source of the power of thunder. Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear. As the violet electricity spirit bamboo came out, the surrounding thunder origin began to stir, forming a faint purple vortex. The 10,000-year violet electricity spirit bamboo was originally a spiritual plant bred within an environment of thunder origin energy. Here, it was no different than a flood dragon in the sea. The entire shaft of the purple comet spear began to issue out keening cries of excitement. Lin Ming's heart bloomed with fighting spirit. Energy flooded his body. He needed to release it. Go! Lin Ming suddenly thrust his spear out, but at this time, the energy that wrapped around the purple comet spear was no longer blood-drinking seals, but the radiant light of thunder. The concept of thunder had perfectly fused into this spear strike. Slaughter, with all of his will and potential concentrated on the purple comet spear, the heretical god seed within Lin Ming's body began to howl in glory. The divine demon thunder soul shot out, blending into the purple comet spear. At that moment, it was like Lin Ming had become the embodiment of thunder itself. Human and spear had gathered as one. The speed of this strike instantly reached a terrifying level. The air whistled. All was pierced to nothingness. Whoosh! In that moment, a purple electric light cut through the endless sky. 100 miles away, a light flashed, and the skies seemed to be split asunder by this thunder. Lin Ming and the purple comet spear had become the incarnation of lightning, stirring up all the thunder origin energy in the world. The power and speed of the strike was beyond amazing. This move, Lin Ming suddenly stopped, his eyes shining with excitement, with the heretical god seed as the foundation. By utilizing all the true essence and power of thunder within his body, completely concentrating his will and potential, integrating the divine demon thunder soul within the spear point, and all the while galvanizing the thunder origin energy of the world. With this, his speed and energy had erupted to the limit. This was his self-created move. Only a martial arts grandmaster could create their own legacy. This was the first self-created style of Lin Ming's. Of course, this move that he created had reverted to the slaughter techniques of the great desolate halberd art, as well as using the abnormal heretical god force arcane ability as the support. With Lin Ming's cultivation, the power of this self-created move shouldn't have been too great, but with the two abilities above as a basis, the power of this move was extremely terrifying. This was an ability created through a stroke of luck and inspiration. In a sense, this ability could not be copied. It was a move that belonged to Lin Ming and Lin Ming alone. It was impossible for others to learn this move, unless they also had the heretical god seed and divine demon thunder soul. This is my first self-created ability, although I referenced other styles, which martial arts grandmaster has not referred to other rare cultivation methods in order to create their own technique. This is a very good starting point. Once a martial artist created their own technique, no matter how powerful the moves of others were, they were still others. This sort of legacy was naturally created by the founder according to their individual situations. This ability would most suit that founder, and in their hand, it would display the greatest might. If others were to use it, the power would inevitably decrease. But a self-created move was different. The person who created it could bring out 100% of its power. The spear contains an inherent concept causing the striking power to rise another level. This is nearly all because of the heretical god seed. This heretical god force is truly a top supernatural ability in the world. To think I was sitting on such a treasure and never knew how to use it before. That was such a waste. Lin Ming mocked himself, but in truth, Lin Ming couldn't really be blamed. This heretical god force was a divine supernatural ability that existed outside of the existing cultivation system. Trying to perceive it through meditation without any help or reference was not easy. Initially, when that supreme elder from the realm of the gods had found the heretical god force within an ancient site, he didn't have enough time to meditate on it. And in the end, he had perished in the siege of the Verdant Feather Holy Land. This is my first self-created ability. With the purple comet spear as the medium and the divine demon thunder as the vanguard, I can change my body into lightning, blending human and spear into one. This move I will name Chasing Thunder. After creating an ability, one had to create a name for it. Using Chasing Thunder was appropriate. The speed of this technique approached a bolt of lightning. Fusing the concept of thunder into my slaughter path, I have created my Chasing Thunder. But what about other spear moves? Thinking this, Lin Ming's eyes shined brightly. As Lin Ming was comprehending the concept of thunder, an imp man was dining within a restaurant on the 3rd floor. He played with the folding fan in his hands, an apathetic smile on his face. The match declaration has been put down. Do you know who your opponent is? This imp was Kai Yang, one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. The large giant demon fellow in front of Kai Yang was Hong Zhong. As Hong Zhong heard Kai Yang's question, his eyes brightened. Does Sir Kai Yang know who my opponent is? The rules of Sky Split Tower stipulated that a martial artist of the 3rd floor had to participate in a match every 2 months. One could find their own opponent, or they could allow Sky Split Tower to arrange an opponent for them, depending on the arrangement of strength. The majority of martial artists in Sky Split Tower were busy with their own cultivation, so the matches were mostly arranged by Sky Split Tower. Because of this, a martial artist might not know who their opponent was until the day of the match. This also prevented both sides from finding about the other. If one knew who their match was against, they could prepare ahead of time. Of course, this was the best. I naturally know. Kai Yang smiled. Kai Yang had pledged himself to High Lord Heian. In Sky Split Tower, That was the same as having access to the highest sources. Investigating the identity of an opponent was an easy matter. Hong Zhong's opponent was exactly Lin Ming. Well, it would be more precise to say that Cai Yong first investigated Lin Ming, and then found out that his match was this large giant demon fellow. Cai Yong drank some wine and languidly said, "Not only do I know, but I've also brought a battle array disc of his fight, as well as details on him." The large giant demon fellow was stunned, and then burst out in happiness. But as he thought of something, his happiness turned to bitterness. He said, "Does Sir Cai Yong have a liking for something of mine? Why would you provide me with information? I am merely a poor man." Ha ha! Cai Yong laughed as he patted Hong Zhong's shoulder. "No need to cry about being poor. For better or worse, you are still a top 50 ranked master of Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor. Not just that, but I also know you're hiding your strength. The truth is that with your ability, you can easily be in the top 30. Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor had 300 to 400 martial artists. A martial artist in the top 30 was absolutely in the upper echelons. Chapter 569. The First Match. Chapter 569. The First Match. Within Sky Split Tower, there was naturally a set of rules that governed the arrangement of a match. The difference in strength and ranking couldn't be too great. Otherwise, it would plainly be sending people to their death. No one wanted this. Thus, when arranging a fight for a newcomer, it was naturally impossible to match them against someone at such a high rank like the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the public that this was a legitimate system. On the 3rd floor, Xing Tian originally had a ranking at around 150. He could be considered to be in the middle to upper rankings. Since Lin Ming defeated Xing Tian, his strength was ranked around 120 to 130. But Lin Ming had cultivated for 8 months on the 2nd floor before coming to the 3rd floor. Thus, Sky Split Tower's management was absolutely happy to overestimate his strength. After the 8 months of practice, they directly determined that his strength was in the top 50 rankings. This did not matter at all. Sky Split Tower especially looked for someone to fight Lin Ming, who was in the top 50 rankings and had hidden his strength. This was Hong Zhong. For Lin Ming to have such a match arranged against him for his first match, the person who did this naturally didn't have good intentions. As the giant demon fellow heard Cai Yong say that he was hiding his strength, his smile stiffened. He forced a laugh and said, "How can I be hiding my strength? Even if I'm hiding a move or two, it shouldn't enter into Sir Cai Yang's eyes. Then again, who here isn't hiding something? I would have to say I'm the worst of the bunch." Cai Yong chuckled and then immediately became a bit more serious. He said, "Fine, I won't play with you. Long story short, I don't want you to pay anything. As long as you kill your opponent and give me his spatial ring, then I will be satisfied." "What thing?" The large giant demon fellow's eyes widened. If this was something that could make Cai Yong move to action, then it was absolutely something extraordinary. If his opponent was weaker than him to begin with, and he just had to exert a bit of strength to defeat him, then wouldn't giving Cai Yong such a precious object mean that he was being taken as a fool? Thus, Hong Zhong was naturally cautious. The imps were famous for their deceitful tricks and sinister methods. He didn't want to serve as someone's tool. "Ha ha! Oh, Hong Zhong, you think that I'm going to trick you? I'll make things clear with you. This person, according to common sense, should be weaker than you. But he's someone that often surpasses that common sense." So, as Cai Yong spoke here, he trailed off, keeping Hong Zhong in anticipation. "Who is it?" Hong Zhong asked. "I might as well tell you. This person is Lin Ming." "Him? He is a newcomer to the 3rd floor. His first match is against me?" Hong Zhong was surprised. He had also heard about Lin Ming. Apparently he was the human that had defeated Xing Tian. His strength should be ranked somewhere around 100th on the third floor. Of course, Lin Ming had practiced for over half a year, but the martial artists on the third floor hadn't been sitting around doing nothing either, who didn't practice well under pressure. Lin Ming could have improved some, but it shouldn't have been too much. This Lin Ming has offended someone? His first match is me. Doesn't that mean he's being sent to death? Well, no matter. That just means that this father has benefited. Hong Zhong thought in his heart. Now, his mood was good. This could be called an easy victory. If he could end Lin Ming's winning streak, then he could also earn another 5 or 6 slaughter points. This was a great deal for him. Kai Yang correctly guessed Hong Zhong's thoughts. He smirked and said, "Do you think you've won?" On the second floor, Xueman and Xing Tian also believed that, but they've both died. Hong Zhong thought otherwise in his heart. Lin Ming truly hadn't lost a single match on his way to the third floor. But who on the third floor wasn't the same? A win streak didn't mean anything. Hong Zhong realized what was happening. Since he didn't want to be taken advantage of, he braced himself and slowly said, "Sir Kai Yang, I am not Xing Tian. It seems like you don't believe me. In Lin Ming's spatial ring is an object called a soul bead. It's not too useful for you, because it's mainly used to nourish one's soul force. You should be aware that my imp race is naturally talented in the soul force aspect, but as for you giant demons, you're considered quite weak. How about this? I'll give you 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. After you win, I'll buy that soul bead from you. How about it? 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals." Hong Zhong was shocked. Even to someone on the third floor, that was a great amount of wealth. Before now, he had heard somewhere that Lin Ming was also skilled in the use of soul force, so it naturally made sense that he would have something like this soul bead. But he couldn't believe Kai Yang, who knew whether or not this soul bead had other uses. If this was a treasure that even a high lord lusted over, then 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals were nothing. Besides these 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals, I can also lend you some demonic gold insects. If you can really easily defeat Lin Ming, then you can put out a price for the soul bead, and we'll discuss it later. On the other hand, if you find this battle incomparably difficult, and you have to depend on the demonic gold insects to win, then you will give me that soul bead for 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. Kai Yang's words could be considered sincere enough. Hong Zhong was also surprised. The rumored moody and violent Kai Yang was actually speaking to him with such a pleasant tone. These demonic gold insects were raised by Kai Yang with great care and cost. They were one of his final master moves. Yet he was willing to lend them to him. Although Hong Zhong didn't think that he would need to use these demonic gold insects to fight against Lin Ming, he could at least take this opportunity to find and understand the weaknesses of these demonic gold insects. It would be of great help in the future if he had to deal with Kai Yang. Hong Zhong had his own ambitions. He wanted to become one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. As for Kai Yang, he was considered one of the low-ranked heavenly demon 7 stars. If he could replace him, raise his rankings, and also form some relations with a high lord, then he would be able to enjoy all the cultivation resources of the third floor. After thinking it over and over, Hong Zhong couldn't find out where he would have a loss. So he finally agreed. Good. Since Brother Kai Yang is so willing, then I gladly accept. Kai Yang smiled. Hong Zhong really didn't know what that black glass bead's origin was. If he knew that the bead had belonged to Xing Tian, then his web of lies would come crumbling down. Xing Tian was also a giant demon. So how could he keep a bead that nourished his soul force by his side? Kai Yang patted the spirit insect bag on his waist, and with a buzzing sound, a group of dark gold-colored insects flew out like smoke, surrounding the two. These were the demonic gold insects. The demonic gold insects had sharp teeth and looked fiercely vicious. They were the size of beans, and their bodies were covered all over with a dark golden carapace. This carapace was extremely hard and nearly invulnerable. This sort of insect had eaten a variety of rare metals growing up. The cost to raise them was extremely high. Normally, a martial artist could lose everything they had and not afford to cultivate them. Only a top martial artist like Kai Yang was able to raise such a small bag of them. Even then, there were only a few hundred in total. As Hong Zhong saw these demonic gold insects, his eyes brightened. If he could take such wonderfully strange insects for himself, then it would be great. In a battle where two sides were equally matched, releasing these insects would surely have fantastic effects. These are a battle array discs of Lin Ming's fights. There is a complete set here. You had better take this match seriously. Your opponent is not simple. Make sure that you don't overturn your boat in your confidence. Kai Yang tossed out a spatial ring. Inside was a complete battle array disc set of all of Lin Ming's battles ever since he entered Skysplit Tower. Don't worry, I will definitely help Brother Kai Yang take this soul bead. Hong Zhong laughed and took the spatial ring in his hand. Time passed quickly. Already, 2 months had passed since Lin Ming first entered the third floor. During this time period, Lin Ming had constantly been meditating and perceiving laws. He was becoming increasingly proficient in the power of his concepts. 2 months. According to Skysplit Tower's rules, every martial artist on the third floor had to participate in a match every 2 months if they wished to stay on the third floor. One could also apply to delay this. There were many martial artists that would go into closed-door seclusion for a long period of time. After coming out, they would need to complete all the matches that they owed. But a normal martial artist wouldn't generally do this. For instance, if someone practiced for a year before coming out, then that meant they would need to fight 6 subsequent matches. To finish 6 matches in one day, that would take an enormous amount of energy. On Skysplit Tower's first and second floors, fighting 3 or 4 matches in a row was not too great of a problem. But on the third floor, no one was weak. Fighting 6 matches in a row was simply suicide. Within the martial arena, a black-clothed servant handed a jade slip to Lin Ming. Young hero Lin, this is your arranged match for today. It also has materials on your opponent. Hong Zhong's Lin Ming found this a bit suspicious. The so-called material was a truly pitiful amount. It only listed Hong Zhong's strength ranking in the third floor at around rank 50, and mentioned that his heavenly demon tattoo was a late 6-winged heavenly demon. As for what cultivation method he used, what abilities he had, what his techniques were, or any information on battle array discs of his past fights, there was no mention at all. However, Lin Ming didn't care about this much. After he defeated Xing Tian, he had cultivated diligently for 10 whole months, with the concept of thunder, his self-created move, as well as the most basic opening of the 8 inner hidden gates. He was confident in his own strength. Lin Wu wins. He has killed his opponent and thus obtained a 10-win streak and a slaughter point. For ending his opponent's 42-win winning streak, he obtains 4 slaughter points. This is 5 slaughter points altogether. A black-clothed old man loudly announced on the martial arena stage. Several staff went on stage to lift away Lin Wu's opponent. The arena stage that was stained with blood was a reminder of the cruel and tragic battle that had just occurred. As the victor, Lin Wu was covered in blood from head to toe. His energy consumption was great, and he was barely supporting himself with his last bit of energy. He quickly swallowed down some pills and started to adjust his breathing. Because killing an opponent granted a 10-win winning streak, and just defeating an opponent granted a single winning streak, the fights between the martial artists of the third floor were usually filled with blood and chaos. These battles were nearly always competitions of life and death. Such a fight was an enormous pressure on a martial artist. Even a veteran martial artist who had experienced many similar battles found it hard to remain calm. As Lin Wu left the stage, a new martial artist jumped on stage. Every month on this day was when the third floor's martial arena was at its liveliest. There would be several dozen competitions carried out today. Lin Ming was just estimating the strength of the martial artists that just went on stage and comparing it to himself when at this time a loud and hoarse laugh sounded out from around him. He turned around to see a giant demon fellow. This person's body had used some unknown ink, and their body was painted with seals. This giant demon fellow was looking at Lin Ming as he menacingly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. Lin Ming frowned. He suddenly realized something and said, "Are you Hong Zhong?" "Smart. You are my opponent today. We will be fighting in the next round." "Oh, I'm glad. I don't have to wait." "Haha, you're quite confident in yourself. I don't know who you've offended for me to be your first match. Rest assured, I am not in the habit of torturing my opponents to death. I will give you a happy and simple death." Chapter 570. The Wonderful Effect of Concepts. Chapter 570. The Wonderful Effect of Concepts. To Hong Zhong, the current Lin Ming in front of him was nothing more than a pile of 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. Not just that, but Kai Yang had made a pledge. Once Hong Zhong was able to successfully obtain Lin Ming's spatial ring, he would introduce Hong Zhong to become a direct vassal under High Lord Heian. This condition by itself was able to greatly move Hong Zhong's ambitious heart. Once he climbed up into the High Lord's graces, then he could obtain a 20% discount, 30% discount, or even completely free use of practice resources. To Hong Zhong, although this soul bead probably had a great value, it was still an unknown object. How could it compare to visible benefits right in front of him? Thus, at this moment, he was impatient to fight Lin Ming. "Have I offended this fellow?" Lin Ming turned his head. He didn't know what this Hong Zhong was being so antsy about. Inadvertently, Lin Ming saw Kai Yang in the arena, faintly smiling at him. Kai Yang! A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. These past days, he basically hadn't left his practice area, so Kai Yang didn't have a chance to do anything to him. But now that he had to enter the martial stage for a match, Kai Yang probably wouldn't let go of this chance to deal with him. "Make your move. I'll follow along." Lin Ming didn't give a single care. Even if Kai Yang himself came, he wouldn't feel pressed at all. The battle on stage was evenly matched. Lin Ming was calmly watching this fight, when at this moment, a true essence sound transmission resounded in Lin Ming's ear. "Brother Lin." Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Ming turned to see that the one speaking to him was Mook Gu. "Brother Mook, Brother Lin, today is your first match. I just found out your match 4 hours ago, so I've helped you gather some information." As Mook Gu spoke, he handed Lin Ming a jade slip. "I was in a hurry, so there's a limited amount of information. Hurry and look at it." "Thank you." Lin Ming felt a bit of warmth in his heart, although he was well aware that the reason Mook Gu became friends with him was because he was looking forward to Lin Ming's promising future. No matter what the reason was, it was still a very gratifying and thankful matter to have a friend on the 3rd floor. Lin Ming immersed his perception in the jade slip. Lin Ming didn't have the time to see much before the battle on stage was finally decided. It was a rare outcome. The strength of the two challengers was very close, so while both were mutually wounded, no one had died. If this was the 1st floor, then this match would probably lead to an outburst of boos and shouts. But on the 3rd floor, the audience seemed to maintain an unanimous silence, an oppressive atmosphere filling the entire martial arena. This match is AOU's victory. The referee looked over the two challengers and made a decision on who had won. He then glanced at the audience and said, "Next match, Hong Zhong against Lin Ming." As Lin Ming's name was called out, a number of people in the stands paid closer attention to the stage, but this was only paying some attention. On the 2nd floor, Lin Ming was king, as lofty as the sun, but on the 3rd floor, he was a relatively common existence. In the eyes of these martial artists, Lin Ming was indeed a top genius, but he was just too tender. If I remember correctly, this should be Lin Ming's first match. I didn't think he would have to fight against someone like Hong Zhong. Hong Zhong can be considered a hardened veteran of the third floor. His publicly listed strength is in the top 50, but no one knows how much strength he is hiding. It seems that Sky Split Tower's judges believe that Lin Ming's strength is also ranked in the top 50 on the third floor. I really have no idea what sort of measurements they are using for their evaluation. He's just a babyish newcomer from the second floor, and yet he's been arranged an opponent in the top 50 rankings. This Lin Ming simply has bad luck. A martial artist said, taking pleasure in Lin Ming's misfortune. The martial artists of Sky Split Tower certainly didn't want to see new talent grow. If they were unlucky, they might become these people's stepping stones. I think that Lin Ming has probably offended someone, but it's too early to say that Lin Ming's the one with bad luck. Let's take a look at the results first. Lin Ming tapped his toes and lightly floated on stage. On the opposite side, Hong Zhong grasped an overlord spear. He had already been waiting on stage, spear to spear. But Lin Ming's purple comet spear was smaller than Hong Zhong's massive python-like overlord spear. Begin. Without any hype-building talk, the referee immediately started the match. Boy, you can consider meeting me your bad luck. Now I'll take your life. Hong Zhong began to step forwards. With every step, his aura rose, and loud, rumbling noises filled the air like the drumbeat of a heart. Step by step, every step grew increasingly fearful. Even Lin Ming felt his own heart being faintly affected. What an amazing potential gathering step. Above the stage, Mook Gu's heart chilled. The martial artists of Sky Split Tower's third floor were not nobodies of their generation. Although this step seemed simple, it was in fact filled with layers upon layers of profound mysteries. If it were him and not Lin Ming on stage, then in the face of Hong Zhong, his own imposing aura would be completely suppressed. If his momentum was already suppressed before the fight truly began, then how could he even fight? Within the arena, many of the other martial artists present secretly praised Hong Zhong's steps in their heart. Even the normally arrogant and aloof Kai Yang revealed a toothy smile. However, Lin Ming only stood there on stage, seemingly not caring at all. This boy, just what is he doing? Hong Zhong frowned. Without a pause in his steps, his aura soon reached the limit. The overlord spear in his hands had gathered its maximum potential. It was poised for action. But at this moment, Hong Zhong suddenly felt as if his steps slowed down. He obviously should be going faster, but for some unknown reason, his movements couldn't catch up to his mind. His originally perfect rhythm, because of these slowed steps, had suddenly become disrupted. Thus, the aura that he had been gathering with every step had been destroyed. What's going on? Hong Zhong was greatly shocked. In that instant, he felt as if he had become incomparably slow. Although he hadn't been harmed in any way, his spear potential had broken apart. All of the surrounding martial artists were greatly shocked. As challengers of the third floor, those that were able to arrive here were geniuses of their generation. They naturally saw the mystery of what had happened just now. The concept of time. Yes, that monstrous freak Lin Ming has actually comprehended the laws of space and time. A martial artist suddenly remembered. They, too, had seen information on Lin Ming. Humph, it's only a superficial touch. Beside the martial artist, an outstanding Fey elite glowered. In terms of concepts, the Fey were naturally superior, but as a young Fey elite himself, he still hadn't been able to comprehend the concepts of space and time. Yet, this human had been able to do so. Of course, he wasn't happy about this at all. However, the martial artist beside him hadn't understood the meaning behind the Fey youth's words. He continued to say, "It truly is just a tiny bit, but even this isn't easy. Not just that, But this simple superficial application of the concept of time was able to ruin Hong Zhong's rhythm. This method of use is simply clever to the extreme. The more excited this martial artist became, the uglier the Fey youth's expression became. What a good boy. It seems I had underestimated you. But, so, what if you can break my spear potential? I do not need to rely on that to suppress you. I can do that with absolute strength alone. Take my spear. Hong Zhong gave a loud shot, and the Overlord spear in his hands suddenly dropped from above, a great pressure following it. Billowing demon essence filled the air like a massive dark cloud. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. The purple comet spear in his hands thrust forth like a bolt of lightning. Concept of thunder. This spear had no killing move accompanying it. There was only a purple electric light blazing above the shaft of the spear. Under the concept of thunder, the power of this electric light was incomparable with the past. Qila. The purple comet spear and Overlord spear struck each other with their shafts. The Overlord spear suddenly stopped. A violent and raging power of thunder had sunk into Hong Zhong's body. Hong Zhong paused. It felt as his entire body was being paralyzed by this thunder. However, Hong Zhong truly was a high-ranking master of the third floor. As he saw the purple comet spear thrusting towards his throat like a viper, he bit down on his tongue, forcefully sobering his body. Get out! A spear thrust towards Lin Ming's front. Lin Ming took this chance to flip upside over. As he was in the air, his hands moved. Primeval spear strike. A spear thrust out. Blood-drinking seals danced in the air. After coming to Sky Split Tower, not only had the number of blood-drinking seals greatly increased, but with the death of powerhouses like Shueman and Xing Tian to condense the blood-drinking seals, their might had sharply risen too. With this spear, blood-drinking seals shot out, twisting around like a spinning steel needle. Hong Zhong's pupils shrank, inexplicably shocked. Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed his wildest imaginations. Bang! Demon essence completely erupted. Massive waves of demon essence appeared around Hong Zhong. The runes on his body began to radiate a dazzling light. He had gone all out, releasing his most core cultivation method. Lin Ming sneered. Heretical god force. Open. CA. A spear shot out. Hong Zhong blocked the purple comet spear, but the spinning vortex of blood-drinking seals had cut apart the waves of demon essence, shooting straight towards him. With the Overlord spear extended out, Hong Zhong was completely unable to resist this attack with his spear. Break for me! Hong Zhong shouted. He punched out a fist, flesh and blood, against blood-drinking seals. Kacha! Dozens of blood-drinking seals were amazingly sent flying away with Hong Zhong's punch. As for Hong Zhong's fist, only the skin had been broken. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. What a solidly strong fist. But as Lin Ming was shocked, Hong Zhong was more so shocked. That punch seemed normal, but in truth it had consumed a great deal of strength. He had used highly compressed demon essence hidden in his body to resist that attack. That was his sect's top defensive cultivation method. Great Bell Shield. But in that punch a moment ago, that Great Bell Shield had nearly broken apart. This boy, if he lives, he will absolutely be a disaster. Hong Zhong licked the blood off his fist, his eyes flashing with thick, killing intent. I didn't think I would be forced to this step. Since that's the case, I'll have you take my full and complete attack. This is the first time I've used this attack in Sky Split Tower. Kai Yang had already said that Hong Zhong was hiding his strength. If he displayed his full strength, then Hong Zhong could at least rank in the 30s. He could even challenge the top 30. Hong Zhong's entire body began to issue crackling noises. His face became increasingly forced, his forehead became more prominent, and his fangs seemed to lengthen. All of the blue veins on his body began to twist like worms. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He could clearly feel the intense oppressive feeling that was being transmitting by the erupting aura within Hong Zhong's body. Sky Split Tower's third floor is truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A mere rank 40 to 50 Hong Zhong can actually have this strength. If it is the top 10 or one of the heavenly demon 7 stars, just how formidable would they become in this situation? Lin Ming's heart burned with fighting spirit. He decided to completely free the power of the heretical god force. Chapter 571, Demonic Gold Insects. Chapter 571, Demonic Gold Insects. Lin Ming's heretical god force had touched upon the second layer. The heretical god seed's ability to compress true essence had been enhanced, and the increase in strength and true essence had risen to another level. Added to Lin Ming's attempt to open the 8 inner hidden gates, his endurance and tenacity far exceeded what it used to be. Now, with just the heretical god force, Lin Ming's combat prowess was already extremely terrifying. As for his other abilities, Lin Ming didn't use them. He still had a long road to walk on the third floor. After compressed true essence erupted, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear. The divine demon thunder soul completely fused into it, and a legion of blood-drinking seals drifted in the air. Billowing waves of true essence filled the air like an overwhelming tsunami. In front of Lin Ming, Hong Zhong's form suddenly appeared. He had spurred his demon essence to the limit, heavenly shrine suppression. With his entire body wrapped in a cloak of black light, Hong Zhong was like the embodiment of a meteor as he came crashing down. This strike contained the noble concept of Earth. The giant demon race's talent did not lie in their comprehension of concepts. However, under such a top practice environment like Sky Split Tower's third floor, they could equally comprehend a concept that belonged to them. Outside of this concept, Hong Zhong's terrifying physical strength was even more outstanding, as well as his incomparably thick demon essence. With these 3 aspects as one, as soon as Hong Zhong used his strongest attack, the entire arena was covered with black clouds. It was like being pressed down by a massive mountain. What a magnificent move! The advantage of an overlord spear lies in its potential and ability to roll over all before it. This attack of Hong Zhong's exemplifies this truth. Hong Zhong was really hiding his strength well. From just this strike alone, his ranking could be in the top 30. How will Lin Ming defend against this? The martial artists in the arena patiently waited. In a fight between top masters, victory and defeat were often decided in an instant. The clash before was merely a probing attack. At the edge of the arena, Mukku was also feeling anxious. This strike of Hong Zhong's was truly earth-shattering. Would Lin Ming really be able to defend against it? Facing this strike that contained the strength of the deep earth, Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit. Without any master ability, Lin Ming only relied upon the eminently great increase in strength given to him by the second layer of the heretical god force. Slaughter. His will and potential poured into this attack. Lin Ming was able to grasp the greatest strength of the great desolate halberdard. 100 blood-drinking seals completely fused into the purple comet spear. Lin Ming also wanted to see just what degree of power the great desolate blood halberd would reach after fusing the blood essence of so many masters of Sky Split Tower. Kacha! Hong Zhong's overwhelming momentum and billowing demon essence met Lin Ming's spear strike. Both attacks were in intense opposition, neither side backing down. Hong Zhong never thought that this strike, infused with all of his strength, would actually be blocked by Lin Ming. Break! Hong Zhong roared, and all of the demon essence within his body began to revolve past its bearing ability. He wanted to defeat Lin Ming's spear in a single move, but at this moment, several dazzlingly bright, crimson blood-drinking seals cut towards him like flying knives. The blood-drinking seals tore through the cloud of demon essence, piercing straight towards Hong Zhong's chest. These blood-drinking seals were condensed from the sacrifice of Shueman and Xingtian. They were incomparably sharp. What? Hong Zhong was horrified. At this critical moment, his eyes turned blood red. He overdrew all of his demon essence in order to forcefully open the great bell's shield. Qila. The blood-drinking seal pierced through the top of Hong Zhong's shield, directly cutting it open. In his haste, this quickly conjured shield of Hong Zhong's was much more fragile than before. Hong Zhong gave a miserable cough as he was sent flying away. On his chest, a 2-foot-deep wound had been opened. His lungs had been cut, blood spurting everywhere. The entire audience was in a stupor. Lin Ming had not only blocked Hong Zhong's strike, but he had also counterattacked and wounded Hong Zhong. This 2-foot-deep wound was manageable to a giant demon. It wouldn't affect their combat ability too much. But if his lungs were cut this time, then what about the next time? Would his heart be cut open next? This fight, Hong Zhong was on the verge of defeat. Lin Ming withdrew the heretical god force, saving away the remaining true essence. The blood-drinking seals that danced in the air also melted back into Lin Ming's body without a trace. To Lin Ming, the great desolate halberd art wasn't just a technique used to kill, but also a cultivation method used to enhance his cultivation. Within the blood slaughter steps, using the great desolate halberd art to increase his cultivation was naturally much faster than using the vermilion bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. Hong Zhong crawled up from the ground. Because of his burning rage, the seals tattooed on his face turned bright red. As he glared at Lin Ming, the brilliant shine in his eyes was that of a wounded vicious beast on the edge of craziness. Well done! You forced my hand to this point. I didn't want to use this move, but now I'll make sure not even your skeleton is left over. Oh, didn't you just say a moment ago that that was your final hidden ability? Lin Ming mocked. A moment ago, when Hong Zhong was forced by Lin Ming to use the final hidden card, he had spat out some ruthless words. He wanted to kill Lin Ming with that strike, but now that he had used his ability, Lin Ming was unharmed whilst he himself was seriously wounded. Now, whatever vicious words he said would just be a joke. It would be nothing more than the words of a coward putting up a front. I don't think Hong Zhong has much hope to win. His aura is much weaker than before. He's consumed too much demon essence. Even if he had another final move to use, it would just be a joke. I didn't think Lin Ming would win this. His strength is enough to advance into the top 30. This newcomer is too scary. As the audience around the stage were talking, at this time, no one present believed Hong Zhong would win. But just as they started discussing the fight, all of them suddenly stopped. They saw that Hong Zhong had fished out an insect pouch from his waist. Spirit insects? When did Hong Zhong raise something like that? Buzz. As Hong Zhong opened the spirit insect bag, a group of dark golden insects flew out, looking like a cloud of dark gold. Every spirit insect was the size of a bean, and they looked incomparably vicious. Seeing these, all of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Demonic gold insects. Weren't these the spirit insects that the heavenly demon 7 stars Kai Yang cultivated? How did they end up in Hong Zhong's hands? The cost of raising these demonic gold insects was extremely high. Every time they was used, there would always be some loss. Losing dozens of them at a time was a normal occurrence. How could these be lent out to others? Much less this was the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower, where everyone was always killing everyone else, who would take their final last resort or hidden skill and let others study it. Wasn't that just a joke? Is Hong Zhong actually raising demonic gold insects? A martial artist found this hard to believe. A demonic gold insect was a wonderful and strange spirit insect. How could someone raise them just because they wanted to? Something's wrong. I'm certain that those are Kai Yang's demonic gold insects. Another martial artist said. He had seen many of Kai Yang's matches where the imp had let loose these demonic gold insects. His memory of these bugs was especially deep. However, no matter what the situation was, something was true without a doubt. Lin Ming was in danger. If that's true, how did Kai Yang's demonic gold insects end up in Hong Zhong's hands? In the audience, Muku was worried. He glanced over at Kai Yang. Kai Yang was watching the match without the least bit of surprise on his face. If so, then that meant those demonic gold insects were really lent to Hong Zhong by Kai Yang. Their friendship shouldn't reach this degree. Why would this be happening? Muku couldn't understand why. But at this time on the arena stage, the demonic gold insects had already enveloped an area of dozens of feet around Lin Ming. The demonic gold insects ate all sorts of rare and precious metals as they grew, fusing the essence of these metals into their own carapaces. From top to bottom, their entire body was a weapon, especially with so many of them. If a cloud of these demonic gold insects rushed at someone, perhaps not even their skeleton would be left. Lin Ming, go die. Hong Zhong chortled. The demonic gold insects buzzed as they rushed forwards, blocking every escape route. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Blood seal twisting murder. Blood-drinking seals shot out, forming a vortex in the air as sharp as a saber. With a clanging noise, a massive number of these demonic gold insects were sent flying back. However, although they were sent crashing dozens of feet away, some even breaking the ground in their fall, none of them were actually injured. In just several breaths of time, all of these demonic gold insects took to the air again. There were too many of these winged insects. The blood-drinking seals simply weren't able to strike all of them down. Dozens of these flying insects had come out unscathed. They gathered into a group, flying towards Lin Ming. Concept of space. Lin Ming's feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, instantly vanishing from where he was. In a situation with nearly no gaps, he had escaped the encirclement of these insects. The demonic gold insects struck the metal ground. In that instant, the metal floor that was supported by an array formation seemed to be melted away, as if concentrated acid was poured atop it. A big hole appeared in the ground. If this sort of attack hit a person, there would absolutely be nothing left of them. Too fierce. Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge the strength of these insects. Not only were these demonic gold insects invulnerable to weapons, but their attack power was terrifying. This method of use could shake one's heart. Hee, let's see where else you can hide. Hong Zhong shouted, carried away with the success of forcing Lin Ming away. Lin Ming looked at Hong Zhong, his eyes as sharp as swords. What? You want to attack my body instead? You are far too naive. Hong Zhong coldly snorted. The demonic gold insects formed a dark gold fog in front of him. If he commanded the demonic gold insects and left himself open to a fatal attack, then he would have been far too stupid. Defensive form. As Hong Zhong issued an order, the spirit insects in front of him began to change as their carapaces stretched out. The bean-sized spirit insects, after stretching out their carapaces, were now the size of pigeon eggs. With these insects stacked together, they formed a shield in front of Hong Zhong. Attack form. Hong Zhong issued out another order. Some of the demonic gold insects still buzzing in front of Lin Ming also changed. Their bodies changed, and suddenly a sharp drill horn appeared on them. Not just that, but this horn was also trembling, contained the power of a single law, the law of vibration. Lin Ming wasn't a stranger to the power of vibration. His flow like silk was the perfect manifestation of the power of vibration. Absolute defense and absolute attack. These demonic gold insects were originally spirit insects that could be used offensively and defensively. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. This method of fighting simply had no weaknesses. How could one break through this? The surrounding audience widened their eyes in rapt attention lest they miss a single detail. These tiny spirit insects actually hold so many mysteries. Those high-speed vibrating horns can probably easily pierce through a martial artist's protective true essence. If someone were to be drilled through by these insects, then the consequences would be fatal. Lin Ming grimaced. He had his own self-created move, the blood of the ancient phoenix, and the 8 inner hidden gates. He hadn't planned on using these 3 killer moves, but now he had no choice. Facing Hong Zhong and these demonic gold insects, Lin Ming could no longer hide these abilities. The purple comet spear in his hands lazy, horizontally flat. Thunder sparkled on the shaft. The electric light seemed to be able to pierce through space itself. Chapter 572, Extreme Attack Speed. Chapter 572, Extreme Attack Speed. The dark demonic gold insects howled forwards, their vibrating horns tearing the air. This imposing aura was shocking to all. Lin Ming glanced over at Hong Zhong. His features were maliciously twisted, anticipation in his eyes as the demonic gold insects had formed a shield behind him. Lin Ming sneered. The bodies of the demonic gold insects were certainly hard and unyielding, but the shield formed by them certainly wasn't the same. Taking a step backwards, the thunder on the purple comet spear suddenly converged upon itself. The 3-colored lightning formed a spear of thunder, perfectly fusing together with the purple comet spear. With the support of the violet electricity spirit bamboo, the potency of this attack had reached the limit. Concept of thunder, chasing thunder. Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. Spear and man became one, turning into a blazing bolt of lightning, arcing forwards. The demonic gold insect's attack naturally failed. In that moment, sound itself seemed to be swallowed up. Lin Ming had become a peerless master spear. He had become the spear. The spear had become him. Cha! Lin Ming turned into an electric light that stabbed into the shield of demonic gold insects. The speed of this attack was simply too quick. Even many of the martial artists present couldn't see what had happened. All they saw was a dazzling flash of lightning and the sound of something shattering. Dozens of dark demonic gold insects were shot backwards. Hong Zhong was beyond shocked. With a loud shout of surprise, his eyes widened. He grasped the Overlord spear, bringing it forwards. However, it was too late. Puff! With a light sound, all of the potential Hong Zhong had gathered was shattered. He stood there, motionless like statue, but Lin Ming had already instantly appeared hundreds of feet past him, as if he had teleported there. ZZ, electric light still sparkled on Lin Ming's body. The dazzling radiance of the purple comet spear was difficult to look directly at, because the speed of the attack was too fast. A several 100-foot-long fissure had appeared in the ground behind Lin Ming. As for Hong Zhong, his eyes had dulled over, and his body was stiff. He still maintained his posture of wielding his spear, the Overlord spear in his hands, halfway up. In front of him, a hole the size of a large egg had appeared in the shield of demonic gold insects. There, several demonic gold insects had vanished. This hole, if one looked, extended straight through to Hong Zhong's throat. In the center of Hong Zhong's throat was a similar hole. It passed completely through his head, exiting through the back. All of the flesh and skin around this area had been scorched black. The bones of his throat had shattered, broken with a single strike. Lin Ming hadn't pierced the demonic gold insects directly, instead aiming for where they attached to each other. Once he destroyed this connection, they naturally were shunted away by the attack. Although the demonic gold insects had a hard body, the areas which they connected were not as strong. The defensive ability of the demonic gold insects lay in their ability to separate a portion of themselves to form a shield around the martial artist, using this shield to defend against attacks. But if an attack exceeded the response time of these demonic gold insects, then there simply wasn't anything they could do about it. After piercing through the shield of demonic gold insects, Lin Ming's spear had stabbed through Hong Zhong's throat. There was no chance for him to resist. This was too fast. Chasing thunder fused the concept of thunder, as well as the great desolate halberd art. This was an attack that Lin Ming poured his complete will and bodily potential into. In the entirety of Lin Ming's repertoire, this was the fastest attack. In the power of laws, the speed of thunder was even quicker than wind. Lin Ming hadn't wanted to reveal this card in his hand, but compared to burning the blood of the ancient phoenix or using the 8 inner hidden gates, chasing thunder was the most suitable skill. The surrounding martial artists didn't have time to react. In fact, most of them hadn't even seen what had happened. They only saw the flash of thunder, and Lin Ming seeming as if he teleported hundreds of feet away. As for Hong Zhong, a hole had suddenly appeared in his throat. Hong Zhong, he died. Hong Zhong had been winning just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, without time to take a single breath, the flow of battle had completely changed. It was faster than one could react. When Lin Ming had defended against Hong Zhong's heavenly shrine suppression, people had already expected that Lin Ming would win. But no one thought he would win so quickly, with a surprising move that took less than a second. What an amazingly fast attack. Its speed approaches a terrifying boundary. If I fight Lin Ming in the future, I must be careful of this move. In the moment of that attack, it seemed to tear through the void itself. A surprise attack could achieve the highest effect. If others were prepared, then it naturally wouldn't be the same. In the arena, Mukgu let out a sigh of relief. He ruefully smiled and shook his head. His worry had been for nothing. Perhaps this isn't Lin Ming's limit. Lin Ming is someone who knows what he is doing. When he was on the second floor, he hadn't grasped this attack yet. But after going into closed-door seclusion for 8 months, and then spending another 2 months on the third floor, he was able to. This was an entire 10 months. If Lin Ming hadn't made enormous progress, then why would he leave? Hong Zhong's corpse slumped down where it stood. But as for those demonic gold insects, they continued to buzz in the air. Without Hong Zhong's conscious control, they floated without purpose. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He reached out a hand and took off the spirit insect bag on Hong Zhong's waist. "Come in." It was originally impossible for Lin Ming to control these demonic gold insects, but now, since they had lost all order and purpose, he could easily seize them all. With a wave of his hand, dozens of demonic gold insects flew into the spirit insect bag. "You are looking to die." In the arena, Kai Yang exploded with utter rage. Whoosh! His figure flashed onto the arena stage. A sharp sword left its sheath, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a cold light. He stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, instantly disappearing. Bang! The metal ground fiercely trembled. Kai Yang had torn a hole in it. Lin Ming fluttered down several dozens of feet away. He drew the purple comet spear, the spear point directed straight towards Kai Yang. "Stop!" A black-clothed referee coldly humphed, appearing in the center of the martial stage. "During a match, no one may interrupt. Otherwise, you will be in violation of Sky Split Tower's rules." Kai Yang took a deep breath. Sky Split Tower had ironclad rules that could not be violated. Even the High Lords were no exception. He suppressed the thick, killing intent in his heart and coldly shouted, "Boy, hand over that spirit insect bag." Hilarious! The corners of Lin Ming's lips panned up in a sneer. "If I kill someone, then all of their possessions belong to me. Besides their city entrance token, everything is mine. These are the rules of Sky Split Tower. Tell me exactly what I have done wrong. Why should I give you anything? You wanted to use someone to kill me, but now that they died, I have to give this back to you? Is there really something so good?" "You." Kai Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Good. You are very good." With a wave of his sleeve, Kai Yang's robe rolled up with a faint buzzing sound. The remaining demonic gold insects in the air completely flew towards Kai Yang's side. However, because the demonic gold insects in Lin Ming's spirit insect bag were separated into a different space, they weren't able to receive Kai Yang's orders, so it was naturally impossible for them to return to him. Lin Ming wasn't able to prevent this. He didn't have the ability to control the demonic gold insects. Lin Ming looked at the referee, coldly saying, "Mr. Referee, according to the rules of Sky Split Tower, aren't all of these things my spoils of battle?" The referee's expression was difficult. He hesitated for a moment, but remained silent. "Lin Ming, you are far greedier than a snake. You even want these too? Dream on." Kai Yang's heart was filled with a burning anger. Lin Ming coldly looked at Kai Yang, not speaking. At this time, exchanging words was useless, and fighting was also forbidden. In that case, he might as well not speak. Everyone could see the truth. In the future, everything would be settled within the arena. "Lin Ming, you'd better not step out of the fighting forbidden zones, even half a step. Otherwise, I will have you suffer to death." Kai Yang ruthlessly spat out. He was no longer willing to stay in the martial arena any longer. He quickly exited. After Kai Yang left the martial arena, everyone was silent, not daring to make a noise. The atmosphere was chilling, but there were actually some people whispering. The one who lent the demonic gold insects to Hong Zhong was Kai Yang. Now that Hong Zhong is dead, it's completely reasonable for Lin Ming to take them. He wanted to lend a knife to someone to kill someone else, but after being defeated, he still wants his knife back. Is there such a truth in this world? Kai Yang is far too presumptuous. What can be done about it? Lin Ming is only a newcomer, but Kai Yang is a subordinate of a high lord. If he can endure, then he has to. Not to mention that Lin Ming has also obtained several dozen demonic gold insects. But if he wants to raise them, it won't be a simple matter. Lin Ming ignored the discussion in the audience. He removed Hong Zhong's spatial ring as well as flicking his finger, sending the blood-extinguishing demon thunder into Hong Zhong's body to attract his blood essence, condensing it into a blood-drinking seal. At this time, Hong Zhong's infernal energy also broke into Lin Ming's body. This was the infernal energy of a late six-winged heavenly demon. The density of this energy was extremely high. After it rushed into Lin Ming's body, the heavenly demon tattoo on his arm slowly became clearer and clearer. The first 3 pairs of wings were already condensed, but the fourth would be much more difficult. After absorbing the massive amount of infernal energy from Hong Zhong, Lin Ming's 4th pair of wings was less than half condensed. This was the same as a middle 6-winged heavenly demon. When the 4th pair of wings was complete, that would be an 8-winged heavenly demon. After becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon, his speed at practicing demonic path cultivation methods would rise to yet another level. Several staff came on stage and lifted Hong Zhong's corpse away. The referee embarrassingly smiled at Lin Ming and said, "Congratulations on your victory. Hong Zhong originally had a 95-win winning streak. After killing him, you should obtain a 10-win winning streak. But because the disparity of your win streak and Hong Zhong's is too great, your win streak is directly taken from his -30. Now, your total win streak is 65. At the same time, you also obtain 9 slaughter points from ending his winning streak, as well as another slaughter point for reaching a 60-win winning streak. This is a total of 10 slaughter points. Lin Ming's win streak was originally at 52. After obtaining a 10-win winning streak from Hong Zhong, he reached 62. Since his win streak was less than 65, it rose to that amount. After this match, you can cultivate for 2 months. If you do not come out during your closed-door seclusion, then you will need to make up for the matches you've missed within 1 day. I respectfully congratulate young hero Lin and wish you a bright future," the referee said with a smile. "I understand," Lin Ming lightly replied. He turned around and left, walking towards the practice area. Skysplit Tower's third floor had new martial artists entering every month, as well as martial artists disappearing every month. These people might have died, or they might have left. Whether they left or not was a choice they could make at any time. But there was actually a massive number of martial artists that were willing to risk their lives to stay within Skysplit Tower. This was for the pressure and cultivation resources that Skysplit Tower offered. This practice environment was one that was unique to Skysplit Tower. This time, Lin Ming went to another practice area. This was for the concept of fire. Chapter 573, The Road of a Martial Arts Master. Chapter 573, The Road of a Martial Arts Master. The third floor of Skysplit Tower, practice area. This time, the practice area that Lin Ming arrived at was the concept of fire. The practice area for the concept of fire also cost a slaughter point every 10 days. Currently, Lin Ming had a great deal of slaughter points, so he could stay here as he wished. Entering in, there was a vast expanse of space. In front of Lin Ming, the land was full of dark red rocks that extended to the horizon. Between these rocks, there were unknown plants growing. These plants, without exception, all exuded a very strong and pure fire origin energy. Not too far away, there was a turbid crimson stream surging through. From afar, it resembled lava, but as one closed in, they would notice that it was actually comprised of fire origin energy. A scalding hot wind blew off it. This heat itself was much hotter than normal lava. It was enough to directly scorch one's skin to a crisp. This place is a bit similar to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. When Lin Ming had first entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, he had also perceived the concept of fire through meditation. Now he would repeat that experience again. This river of fire origin energy seemed simple, but in truth, every wave, every ebb contained laws of fire. Lin Ming sat on a burning rock floating on the river, entering into the ethereal, martial, intense state. He completely invested his concentration into comprehending the concept of fire. Slowly, Lin Ming submerged deep into this river of fire origin energy. A vast fire energy continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body from his acupoints. It made a random path through his meridians before discharging through his pores. A faint trace of essence and comprehension stayed within Lin Ming's body. As Lin Ming entered into the river of fire origin energy, he lost all sense of time. Burning heat, this is actually the movement of fire origin energy. The faster this energy goes, the more it impacts, the higher the temperature is. If I can stimulate this same situation with true essence, then the power of fire will also increase. This was a part of the truth that Lin Ming had become aware of before. But now, sitting through meditation, his understanding of this truth became even deeper. Lin Ming didn't know how long he sat in meditation for. The purple comet spear seemed to come out of the spatial ring, as if it had a mind of its own. Fire origin energy was stirred up by the sacred flame parasol tree, brilliantly burning. A spear shot out again and again. Fire origin energy rushed in all directions from Lin Ming's body, fusing into the purple comet spear. With the support of the sacred flame parasol tree, the might grew to another level. After touching upon the threshold for the gate of healing, Lin Ming's endurance had increased by a great amount. He nearly didn't feel fatigue. He didn't know how long he danced with his spear, but slowly over time, understanding and comprehension seeped into his heart. If I can combine the concept of fire with the great desolate halberd art, what would that be like? If I can fuse the concept of fire and the concept of thunder together, and then pour that into the great desolate halberd art, what would that be like too? As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart was stirred. He was impatient in wanting to test this out. Combining any of the 5-element concepts together was impossibly difficult. This was because, normally speaking, a martial artist would only have a single sort of physique. Dual attribute martial artists had nearly all vanished. Even if they did have a dual attribute body, it wasn't easy if they wished to fuse concepts together. But Lin Ming had the heretical god seed within him, and his inborn fusion compatibility with thunder and fire reached a terrifying degree. Because of this impossibility could become a possibility. If he solely fused the concept of fire into his spear, then he would be able to create a move on the same level as chasing thunder. But if he fused the power of thunder and fire together, then he naturally would be able to create an even stronger ability. One just had to recall Thunder Fire Annihilation to know this. But Thunder Fire Annihilation was merely the most barbaric and primitive application of Thunder Fire. Every time Lin Ming used it, it would consume a massive amount of true essence. In fact, when Thunder Fire Annihilation exploded, most of its energy was wasted. This energy turned into shock waves that shot out in all directions. But the amount that actually struck the enemy was only a small portion of the total strength. Using Thunder Fire Annihilation just a single time would take at least 40 to 50% of Lin Ming's true essence reserves. This was also the reason that Lin Ming did not dare to rashly use Thunder Fire Annihilation. He could only wait until a battle reached its crescendo before using it as a final ending ability. Otherwise, if this attack failed, he would fall into an extremely dangerous and passive position. But if he could fuse the concepts of thunder and fire into his spear, then none of that would be a problem. This was a much higher level application of Thunder Fire. It was a much more clever and exquisite use than the primitive Thunder Fire Annihilation. If he was able to use this ability, he might even be able to get rid of Thunder Fire Annihilation in the future. Lin Ming looked at the purple comet spear in his hands. This purple comet spear was made from the union of violet electricity spirit bamboo and sacred flame parasol tree, both of them being peak, high-grade earth-steppe treasures. He had obtained this spear a long time ago, but because of the limits in his cultivation, he hadn't been able to use it to its greatest effect and allow it to shine. But now was the time. With this spear, he would be able to simultaneously increase the power of thunder and fire, fusing them together. It was as if the heavens themselves were helping him to fuse fire and thunder. The Great Desolate Halberd Art is a style that was created by the Demon Emperor, and it suits him the most. If I use it, then it will be greatly weakened from its true strength. Even so, I have comprehended many truths from the Great Desolate Halberd Art. I've understood the power of twisting, the power of traction, the concept of space, the concept of time, and in addition, because I cultivated the Great Desolate Halberd Art, my own cultivation has greatly increased. But others' techniques are still their own. They won't completely suit me. I will take the Great Desolate Halberd Art as my foundation and combine it with the heretical god force, creating a style that belongs to my own road of martial arts. When Lin Ming made this decision, he hadn't realized that he had already unconsciously stepped onto the path of being a true martial arts master. In the realm of the gods, since ancient times, those martial artists that could truly approach the peak of martial arts had all carved their own path, creating their own martial arts road. For instance, the supreme elder that had first created Golden Rock Shattering the Void had done so by watching the savage battle between a golden-winged rock and a true dragon. Then, using 60 years of closed-door seclusion, he had finally created the elementary form of Golden Rock Shattering the Void. However, since Golden Rock Shattering the Void fell into Lin Ming's hands, the speed of it was greatly reduced from its full potential. This was due to Lin Ming's limited comprehension of concepts, as well as this movement technique not being entirely suitable for him. Emulating others always meant one reached the end of that river. The martial artists of Sky Spill Continent had already defended their legacies and inheritances that their ancestors left behind, regarding them as the most precious and valuable treasures. But without evolution, these legacies would slowly decline, fading away and degenerating into something inferior. This was also the reason that the legacies of sky-spill continents' holy lands usually last 10,000 to 20,000 years. But within the realm of the gods, the true holy lands had inheritances that lasted 1,000,000 years, or even several million years. This was because they all had peerless talents of their generation. These were haughty, arrogant, lofty existences that could carve out their own path of martial arts, establishing an even more brilliant future through the foundation laid by their predecessors. Through this, the legacy of these holy lands could soar to yet another level. However, one couldn't blame the martial artists of Sky-Spill Continent for being short-sighted. To establish one's own martial arts was simply far, far too difficult. Even if one did, creating something on the level of the divine acacia power or some other inferior cultivation method, it still would never compare to the resources that the young heroic elites of the realm of the gods had, and their unique, advantageous environment. Originally, with Lin Ming's cultivation and environment of growth, it was nonsense to say he could create his own set of martial arts. But Lin Ming had the magic cube, and the magic cube had an endless supply of soul fragment memories that contained countless cultivation methods, secret skills, and martial skills. Using this as the basis and mastering these abilities through his own study, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming's conditions were far better than those of any genius from the realm of the gods. If the former Lin Ming was compared to other outstanding young elites of his time, then his only advantage would be in the thickness of his true essence. In terms of strength, cultivation methods, or martial skills, he would be far surpassed by others. The current Lin Ming was far ahead of any other young talent of his age. Not just that, but it was the difference between the heavens and earth. The current Lin Ming hadn't thought that far. What he wanted to do now was to fuse the concepts of thunder and fire into his spear, as well as fusing in the two top cultivation methods, the heretical god force and great desolate halberd art. Such a fusion, even if he was only able to attempt it a bit, would provide endless benefits to the current Lin Ming. Show. In the empty space, spear light burned with boundless flames, as dazzling as the noon sun. The spear shadows all wove together in the same place, forming a gorgeous net of light without a single gap. In an instant, the flames disappeared. The energy on the spear suddenly changed into the power of thunder. Thick arcs of electricity crawled on the spear like purple snakes, wildly, crazily dancing. Fire. Thunder. These two types of energies swapped back and forth again and again, faster and faster. The fierce savagery of fire and the extreme speed of thunder. If both of these forces could be fused together, then one could obtain the ultimate striking force and speed. The destructive force of this attack could be imagined. Lin Ming lost count of the days he practiced for, or the numerous times he had exhausted his true essence, putting himself in danger. Even so, Lin Ming didn't say anything further. He would only take out 100 high-grade blood demon crystals and revolved the great desolate halberd art, wantonly absorbing the rich energy and blood vitality within. In less than an hour, his true essence would be supplemented, but a great deal of the energy within the blood demon crystals would be wasted. But Lin Ming didn't care. The reason he used so many blood demon crystals in such a disposable manner was all in order to save a few more minutes returning to his peak state, maintaining that faint hint of enlightenment. This could be said to be the cost of practicing this way. After all, Lin Ming had obtained a great deal of blood demon crystals after killing Hong Zhong, but these periods of insight were fleeting. If he missed it once, then who knew when the next time would be? Like this crazy practice lasted for several months. Lin Ming's spear strikes contained an inherent concept of thunder and fire that became increasingly primed. The ground under his feet had already torn apart. The billowing river of fire origin energy had already doubled in width. Whoosh! A brilliant light cut across the sky like a rising sun. Lin Ming's form disappeared, fully integrating into the spear, becoming a complete, organic whole. He was like a meteor impacting forwards. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles passed beneath him. Lin Ming crashed into a mountain peak. Sii. Rock melted. A hole dozens of feet wide appeared in the mountain peak, completely passing through the mountain that was several miles thick. Through this massive hole, one could see crushed stones and dripping hot lava following all the way through. By fusing the concept of fire into this spear strike and pouring all of his will and blood vitality into this strike, he was able to achieve effects on a similar level to Chasing Thunder. Lin Ming decided to name this move Chasing Sunday. What Lin Ming had used a moment ago was not just Chasing Sun, but a strike that also contained a hint of the concept of thunder. Although it hadn't fully fused together, it had begun to take shape. If he continued to improve this, completely integrating the concepts of thunder and fire together, then this would become Lin Ming's mightiest killing move, one that surpassed Thunder Fire Annihilation. Not just that, but it wouldn't consume too much true essence, and even rarer, its speed was extremely fast. It was basically impossible to defend against. Lin Ming put away the purple comet spear. As he looked to his own Dantian, he mumbled to himself, "I didn't notice, but my cultivation has already reached the peak of the middle Xiantian realm. I'm only missing a single step before I can enter the late Xiantian realm. In these last months of practice, my benefits have been too great." Chapter 574, Late Xiantian Realm. Chapter 574, Late Xiantian Realm. On Skysplit Tower's 4th floor, in a luxuriously decorated hall, 3 robed men stood there. They were watching a battle array disc set in front of them. Above the array disc was repeating the entire fight of Lin Ming and Hong Zhong. These 3 people were Skysplit Tower's High Lords. In the last battle, Lin Ming had shown Chasing Thunder, using this skill to instantly kill Hong Zhong. Seeing this scene, even these worldly High Lords sucked in a cold breath. Hong Zhong also died. His strength can be ranked in Skysplit Tower's top 30. According to this, Lin Ming's strength must be ranked at least in the mid-20s. However, I still feel that he is hiding a part of his strength. If this is true, then his strength must rank in the top 20. This young man is simply too terrifying. For him to have this cultivation and strength at this age, he is absolutely an upper-ranking Emperor-level talent. Among the 3 10-winged High Lords, High Lord Shinggong was the one speaking. He was the one who had arranged Hong Zhong's battle against Lin Ming. He had thought that Hong Zhong would be enough to handle him, but he didn't imagine this would be the result instead. We've already made our effort. We can't stop him rising anymore. According to Skysplit Tower's own rules, it's impossible for us to arrange someone in the top 10 as his opponent. If so, then we can only wait until Lin Ming develops to the level of the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars, and then lay down our cards with him. He can either submit to us, or he can leave Skysplit Tower. He should be smart enough to know what choice to make. Skysplit Tower did not stop martial artists if they wanted to leave. In fact, the High Lords very much wanted to see these unstoppable heroes leave. They wanted those young, outstanding, heroic elites to scurry away as soon as possible. If they stayed in Skysplit Tower, then the High Lords would have trouble sleeping in peace. Humph, why would a human pledge themselves to us? His heart and race are completely different from us. This Lin Ming can either leave Skysplit Tower or die. The one speaking was an Imp High Lord. He was Kai Yang's boss, High Lord Heian. Heian, you better not have some dark thoughts. It's fine if you kill on the arena stage, but if you dare to assassinate him, then you will be in violation of our bottom line. You must know that there are several old monsters that already became 12-winged heavenly demons in Skysplit Tower before leaving. After leaving, they even became peerless emperors. These people can ignore the strange curse of the blood slaughter steppes and re-enter this land. Among them is the Eightfall War Emperor. He is a human. Initially, when he crossed the 8th stage of life destruction and reached the Divine Sea, he was also someone who comprehended the laws of space and time. Because of this, his combat strength far surpasses a Supreme Elder on his level. This is why he is titled the Eightfall War Emperor. If he decides to return to the blood slaughter steppes, then let alone us, even Polar Skysplit Tower's Tower Master is nothing in front of him. In fact, even the Step Master of the 12 Skysplit Towers is most likely not his match. In the blood slaughter steppes, because of a mysterious curse that permeated this land, a martial artist whose strength reached a top-level demon king, or perhaps 1 or 2 stages of life destruction, would not dare to step foot in the blood slaughter steppes. This was because they feared dying to this curse. There was no need to mention demon emperors or divine sea masters. If they came to the blood slaughter steppes, then they would perish without a doubt. But there was a single exception. This was a martial artist that became a 12-winged heavenly demon within the blood slaughter steppes. These individuals seem to have obtained the recognition of the mystical strength hidden within the blood slaughter steppes, and thus would have the qualifications to re-enter the blood slaughter steppes. These past years, Skysplit Tower had been working hard to stop talents from developing. Once a martial artist became an 8-winged heavenly demon, they would start paying attention to them. They could either choose to submit or choose to leave. There was no third choice. If they chose to submit, then there was a small hope they could become a 10-winged heavenly demon. For them, 10 wings were already the limit. To think of gaining 12 wings was nothing but the nonsensical talk of a moron. Of course, Skysplit Tower also had its bottom line. Off of the stage, they would not secretly assassinate martial artists. They would also not arrange a fatal battle for martial artists. This was because they feared offending the most ancient large sects and holy lands. To these great powers, the machinations of Skysplit Tower were no secret. For these many years, there were few holy lands that would make things difficult for Skysplit Tower. They would send their young disciples to Skysplit Tower in order to gain experience. And once they became an 8-winged heavenly demon, or even a 10-winged heavenly demon, then these holy lands would summon their disciples to depart. This way, everyone knew their role and coexisted in relative harmony. As for their disciples, if they died in the normal process of adventuring, then they could only be considered as too mediocre. These holy lands would not do something as boring or troublesome as taking revenge upon Skysplit Tower or their killers. After all, Skysplit Tower was a battlefield. Life and death here all depended on one's own abilities. Since they came to the blood slaughter steppes, then they naturally must be mentally prepared for their death. As the Eightfall War Emperor was mentioned, High Lord Haon's complexion changed. He was just a mere 10-winged heavenly demon. In front of the illustrious Eightfall War Emperor, he was nothing more than an ant. What are you trying to say, Shengong? Do you think that this boy is related to the Eightfall War Emperor? I didn't say that, but he and the Eightfall War Emperor are both upper Emperor-level talents, and they both comprehended the laws of space and time. This made me think they might be associated with each other. Not just that, but don't you think that the final move he used to kill Hong Zhong was extremely ingenious? It seemed like it was created just for Lin Ming. This sort of ability is impossible for Lin Ming to self-create. If so, then he must have an emperor-level powerhouse working behind the scenes for him. I simply cannot believe that there would be such a genius in this world. High Lord Shengong languidly said, "Normally, only a self-created style or tailored skill was able to display the strongest power. Shengong didn't think that Lin Ming was able to create his own techniques. This move was definitely tailored for him by someone else." High Lord Haon quietened. At this time, High Lord Shengong said again, "When Lin Ming was on the second floor, I investigated and discovered that he rented the Eightfall War Emperor's battle array disc. If Lin Ming was really a disciple of the Eightfall War Emperor, then it stood to reason that he didn't need to see the Eightfall War Emperor's battle array disc. There was one possibility, and that was that Lin Ming wanted to see his master's past glorious exploits. However, this still didn't explain anything. I understand. High Lord Heian was silent for a moment before he slowly said, that being the case, then I shall let him grow. But when he becomes an 8-winged heavenly demon, he must leave. Otherwise, I will use the rules of Skysplit Tower to kill him. This, too, wouldn't be difficult. This way, even if he's related to the Eightfall War Emperor, he still wouldn't be able to say anything. Practice passed without sense of time. In the practice area of the concept of fire, time passed a day at a time. Without knowing it, Lin Ming's 19th birthday had passed. His cultivation was approaching the breaking point for the late Xiantian realm more and more. As for fusing the concept of fire and the concept of thunder, that also continued to constantly improve. I wonder how long I've stayed in the concept of fire's practice area for. My comprehension of the concept of fire is profound enough, but now I feel that my comprehension of the concept of thunder is lacking, which is causing a problem with fusing these two concepts. I should go back to the concept of thunder practice area and take a look. Perhaps I might be able to make a breakthrough there. As Lin Ming thought this, he left the concept of fire practice area and arrived at the practice area registration office. In the practice area registration office, the middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ming and leisurely said, Lin Ming, you've already stayed at the concept of fire practice area for 95 days. Currently, you owe a match. If you continue to go to the practice area, then if you stay in for another 25 days or so, then you will accumulate another match you have to finish. At that time, you'll have to complete 2 matches in a row. Think about this carefully. I understand. I choose to continue practicing. Hee, you've got guts, boy. The middle-aged man took out a token to enter the concept of thunder practice area and passed it to Lin Ming. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals every 10 days. You still have 15 slaughter points. You can practice for another 3 months, but afterwards you must come out. Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. When he was on the 2nd floor, he had obtained 40 slaughter points, and after killing Hong Zhong, he gained another 10 for a total of 50 slaughter points. These 50 slaughter points, when he had cultivated on the 3rd floor, for half a year, he had spent some of them. After reaching the 3rd floor and practicing for over 5 months in the concept practice areas, he had spent more and more. Currently, he only had 15 left over. He had earned a great deal of slaughter points, but still felt stretched. If so, then the situation of others could be imagined. If others drifted along in Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor and only fought matches with friends without killing each other, then there was simply no point in staying at Skysplit Tower. This was because if one were defeated just once, then their winning streak would be ruined, and they would also lose a great portion of their heavenly demon tattoo. If this was so, then it would just be better to leave the blood slaughter steps and go adventuring outside. If one didn't have slaughter points within Skysplit Tower, then the resources available were useless. This was also a reason why Mook Gu was not willing to sacrifice any slaughter points. Lin Ming took out 100 high-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring and pushed them towards the middle-aged man. This was enough to schedule a practice area for 50 days. After killing others and taking their wealth, Lin Ming did not lack blood demon crystals. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming arrived at the concept of thunder practice area yet again. This was a purple, dreamlike space. Compared to the practice area for the concept of thunder, the scenery here was much softer and more beautiful. Countless large and small mountains floated in the air. Different sorts of spiritual plants bloomed through. Underneath the endless vault of the sky, The whimsical blue river of lights seemed incomparably dazzling. However, behind this beauty was violent and brutal thunder origin energy. That peaceful river of blue lights was actually purely composed of thunder origin energy. Lin Ming did not take out his spear, nor did he attempt to fuse concepts. Instead, with his heart still and his arms open wide, he hung in the air, his true essence as lead. He stirred the crazy thunder origin energy between the heavens and earth. This energy fell onto Lin Ming's body in torrents without any breaks. Because he hadn't cut his hair for the last year and a half, Lin Ming's hair hung down to his waist, recklessly dancing in the air under this savage thunderstorm, taking on a bluish-purple color. At this moment, Lin Ming put aside all distractions. In his heart, he realized the power of thunder. This was his attempt to finally fuse the concepts of thunder and fire. But now, within Lin Ming's dantian, the true essence cyclone, there also constantly shrank. After a dreamless passage of days, he was finally making that last step past the middle Xiantian realm, striding into the late Xiantian realm. In many cases, when one went into closed-door seclusion to break through to the next realm, they would often encounter bottlenecks, but unconsciously, through their meditations and all the experiences that they accumulated through time and all the battles they fought, this would allow them not inadvertently break through their shackles and step into the next stage of their cultivation. This was the reason why so many martial artists went out to adventure, fight, and seek their own lucky chances. The true essence cyclone compressed. After reaching the late Xiantian realm, his fusion of the concepts of thunder and fire had also reached the large success stage. During this time that Lin Ming went into closed-door seclusion, his strength had risen greatly. Chapter 575, Termination Emblem. Chapter 575, Termination Emblem. 1 month later, it had been a total of half a year since Lin Ming entered the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower. Within the open space of the concept of Thunder Practice area, a young man stood there. His upper chest was naked, and his long hair hung down to his waist. A faint, imposing aura emanated from between his eyebrows, but as he opened his eyes, a burst of light flashed within them like a bolt of thunder. Between his eyebrows was a faint fire mark. It seemed like a scar, but as one stared at it, it made one feel apprehensive, as if some mysterious force was gripping them. As soon as the middle-aged man in charge of the registration office saw Lin Ming come in, his heart inexplicably jumped. "My practice has ended. Please register it." Lin Ming said. "Oh, okay, good." The middle-aged man responded as he quickly took out a jade slip. He verified the registration and then refunded Lin Ming's deposit. As one of the deacons of Skysplit Tower, this middle-aged man's cultivation was at the late Hotian realm. But as he came into contact with Lin Ming, he strangely felt a great pressure envelop him. "This is a return of 40 high-grade blood demon crystals." Lin Ming glanced over and received them. "Well, there's also another matter about your recent match schedule." The middle-aged man took out another jade slip and carefully handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming sunk his sense inside. Inside this jade slip was material on his opponents. One was arranged 2 months ago, and another was more recent. Of the two people, one strength was ranked 17, and another was ranked 12. Yan, who, peak 6-winged heavenly demon, 122 win-winning streak. Ming's son, peak 6-winged heavenly demon, 133 win-winning streak. Lin Ming thought about these two. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, he would have to accept these 2 matches continuously. Both of them were martial artists that had managed to accumulate a win streak over 100. Of course, in Skysplit Tower, when one killed another person, they gained at least a 10-win winning streak. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win 100 victories on the field. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming and said in a low voice, "Lord Lin, if you can kill a martial artist with a 100-win winning streak, you will obtain the termination emblem." Because of the change in Lin Ming's temperament and aura, this middle-aged man had unconsciously become respectful of Lin Ming. Compared to the first time he had seen Lin Ming, it was as if he were a completely different person. "Oh, is this how one earns the termination emblem?" When Lin Ming was on the first floor, he had already heard about the termination emblem. Among the possible emblems one could obtain, it gave one of the higher rewards. Lin Ming's heart stirred. At this time, he really did need slaughter points. How many slaughter points will I receive for the termination emblem? 50 slaughter points. In addition, after obtaining the termination emblem, you will receive a higher authority, allowing you to access more practice areas within Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. What other practice areas are there in Skysplit Tower? This, when Lord Lin obtains the termination emblem, then you will be made known. As for now, it's inconvenient for me to tell you, so I'll have to excuse myself. I understand. Lin Ming nodded. As for obtaining this termination emblem, he never doubted himself. What time are my matches? Tomorrow. They will both be in the same area. I wish Lord Lin good luck. From the first floor to the third, every floor became increasingly lonely and deserted the further up one went. On the first floor, the arena that could hold tens of thousands of people was nearly full every day. There were cheers, endless clamoring, shouts, cries, and people acting crazy everywhere. As long as one paid a medium-grade blood demon crystal, then they would be able to enter the first floor. Many of these individuals were not challengers or even young elites. They had gathered there purely because they loved to see these killing games. Thus, it could be said that the martial arena of the first floor was a never-ending slaughter fest. As for the second floor's martial arena, it could only hold around 8,000 people. The audience was nearly all challengers, and they were much more restrained than those people on the first floor. Often they would peacefully watch the match. They wouldn't be crazily shouting. As for the third floor, it was even lonelier. The martial arena could only hold a mere few thousand people. The audience every day amounted to several dozen individuals. In a single day, there would often only be a few matches, so most of the time the martial arena of the third floor was unoccupied. Today, however, the martial arena of the third floor had a rare surprise breakout of just over 100 people. It had to be known that the third floor only had around 300 to 400 challengers. This meant that nearly a third of the martial artists of the third floor had arrived at the martial arena. There were many among them that had even ended their closed-door cultivation early in order to hurry here. Normally, only someone as famous as the heavenly demon 7 stars or an equally renowned figure would arouse such interest in a match. But the one who walked on stage today was only a single human, Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming was a remarkably outstanding talent, he was still a newcomer. There weren't many people that cared much for him. But during his first match, he had reversed everyone's expectations and killed Hong Zhong, someone who was ranked around 30th to 40th on the third floor. The talent he revealed had startled and frightened everyone present. For a newcomer to achieve this degree of success was truly abnormal. Thus, Lin Ming had naturally come under everyone's attention. Especially today, he would continuously fight in 2 matches without a break. But Lin Ming's 2 opponents, Yan Hu and Ming Sun, were not average challengers. They were both ranked in the top 20 of Skysplit Tower's third floor. Today, there were even many top 10 masters of the third floor that had come. Without doubt, Lin Ming would inevitably become a powerful rival of theirs. They naturally had to be cautious and observe him. Mook Gu was also among the group. The humans on the third floor did not surpass 2 digits in number. Mook Gu seemed very ordinary and plain as he mixed in the crowd. As Mook Gu saw Lin Ming calmly appear on the edge of the arena stage, he didn't know why, but he felt his mind jump. He felt that he understood Lin Ming less and less. Looking back to the first time that he met Lin Ming on the outer borders of the blood slaughter steppes and had even threatened him somewhat, he felt that his actions were simply laughable. But at that time, Lin Ming absolutely hadn't been as strong as he was right now. The speed of his progress was terrifying. Mukgu could not help but marvel at this fact. First match, Lin Ming against Yen, who the referee loudly announced on the arena stage. Yen, who was a Goliath. He was even a head higher than Shui Man. To everyone, he was simply like a giant iron tower. His weapon was a great sledgehammer. Its weight was almost 100,000 genes. With a loud roar, Yen Hu leapt onto the arena stage. The entire floor shook from the impact. Yen, who did not have even the slightest bit of contempt for Lin Ming. Such a roar seemed like the rude behavior of a barbarian, but it was in fact a type of Goliath war roar martial skill. It was used to enhance one's own aura and combat strength. Yen Hu is completely serious. He has taken Lin Ming as a great enemy. This is normal. Lin Ming displayed a strength equal to that of a top 30 ranked challenger, but who knows how much strength he's still hiding. Perhaps Yen Hu will lose. A challenger said, very sure of himself. Of the challengers on the third floor, none of them dared to look down on Lin Ming anymore. Lin Ming was probably in his early 20s, and yet he already had this degree of strength. In a few more decades, he would be even more terrifying. Don't underestimate Yen Hu either. Yen Hu isn't too bad. His strength can probably be ranked 17th or 18th. Those martial artists that can enter the third floor of Skysplit Tower and reach the top 20 are not ordinary geniuses of their generation. Not just that, but Yen Hu excels most at understanding the esoteric strength of the earth. His strong points lay in his defensive ability. Lin Ming's final move is probably the Chasing Thunder. It's an attack with a speed and striking force that reach the limit. Here, it will be the sharpest lance against the hardest shield. It's still too early to judge just who will win. This will be a fierce match between two equal opponents. Lin Ming held his spear. The tip pointed towards where Yen Hu stood, even though he merely stood there. The aura he gave off was like that of a peerless treasure spear. This spear could pierce through all, unstoppable and invincible. As Lin Ming reached this degree, his imposing aura was no longer a field of pressure. Instead, it could manifest into essence. Lin Ming's aura was like that of a spear piercing through your chest, incomparably sharp. As for Yen Hu's aura, it was like a heavy and solemn mountain. As their auras clashed, one could clearly hear the sound of Yen, whose aura nearly being pierced through. An invisible pressure pushed down on Yen, whose body. His face was grim and dignified. He had come into a fatal situation. I will admit that you are very strong, but these years, the number of powerhouses of the third floor that have died by my hands has reached the double digits. Let me show you my ultimate combat strength. As Yen Hu spoke here, he exploded in a roar. All of the muscles on his body began to suddenly rise, his veins twisting like blue worms. Just like the Fae had their Fae King battle body, the Goliaths could also draw strength from their bloodline and use this to their advantage, a unique form of fighting that only they had. As Yen Hu entered into his battle form, his aura soared into the sky, directly pushing back Lin Ming's sharp and imposing aura. The meaning of Earth, absolute defense, Earth attribute demon essence gathered around Yen Hu, turning into thick waves of soil, constantly rolling and sliding, giving off an oppressive sense. In terms of strength, I can only be ranked 17th or 18th on the third floor. But in terms of defensive power, I am confident I will not lose to anyone. While you spent your time closed up comprehending your concepts, I did not idle around. I too spent an entire 3 months perceiving the concept of Earth, and spent a total of 9 slaughter points. With this price, my comprehension of the concept of Earth went up yet another step, and my defensive abilities have absolutely reached the stage of large success. With my speed and response time, I know that it's impossible for me to dodge that move of yours. But if I can't, then I'll just block it. How hard could that be? Yen, who already knew of Lin Ming's killer move, Chasing Thunder. With that advantage, he had planned from the very start to not attack. Instead, he would spend everything on his defense. In terms of defensive ability, the concept of Earth was the absolute mightiest amongst the 5 elements. This so-called absolute defense seems to be, in the arena, a top 10 rankings martial artist's eyes brightened. Yen, whose defense was not merely an accumulation of Earth origin energy, but rather it contained very calm and steady fluctuations. This was definitely the application of the law of Earth. If he wasn't wrong, then these fluctuations had the ability to mollify attacks. It seems that Yen, who has really been working hard on the concept of Earth these past months to prepare, he is quite smart. He knows well enough that his speed cannot compare with Lin Ming's, so he isn't even thinking of dodging. Instead, with his several-month-long practice, he plans to use his absolute defensive ability to meet Lin Ming in a head-on attack. Yen, whose defensive ability can't be disregarded. I don't know whether or not Lin Ming's Chasing Thunder can break apart this defense, but if he can't, then he'll be in a dangerous situation. It's true that Lin Ming's Chasing Thunder is powerful, but this sort of mighty killing move has to consume a great deal of strength. On the other hand, Han Yu's absolute defense doesn't use much at all. If Lin Ming continuously uses Chasing Thunder but can't break open this defense, then he will fall into a passive position because of his overconsumption of true essence. Finally, Yen, who will be the one to counterattack? The martial artists in the arena were able to quickly guess just what Yen Hu's plan was. This tactic was indeed intelligent. Most people hadn't thought Yen Hu would win, but they also didn't think he would make such a significant breakthrough in his absolute defense. Now, it seemed as if it would be hard to judge just who would win this fight. Chapter 576, Crush. Chapter 576, Crush. On the martial arena, facing these roiling brown waves of earth in the air, Lin Ming shook his hand, the purple comet spear's point trembling. You want to use your defense to block my attack? How interesting. You seem to have confidence in your defensive ability. Is it known as the absolute defense? Humph. Why don't you test whether or not it is an absolute defense? Stop trying to play mind tricks and take my move, Beast Trapping Cage. Yen, who pounded down the sledgehammer in his hands. A wave of earth attribute, true essence, rose up in all directions, trapping Lin Ming within and limiting his ability to dodge. Say hi to my hammer. Yen, who was like a massive bear as he jumped up. With both his hands gripped on his sledgehammer, he smashed down with all his might. Yen, who did not excel at speed, thus he trapped Lin Ming into this beast trapping cage in order to use his strongest strike. This move also contained the concept of earth, combined with Yen, whose terrifying strength and the massive weight of the hammer. Even a mountain would be smashed apart by him. The concept of earth, that's so rarely seen. Normally, the Goliaths and giant demons' demon essence did not have this attribute. But Yen, who was unexpectedly skilled in the concept of earth, this was indeed rare. Lin Ming flourished the purple comet spear and opened 60% of the heretical god force. Above the purple comet spear, thick arcs of electricity violently turned like a dance of purple snakes. Chasing Thunder. Whoosh. Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. After making significant progress in the concept of thunder, Lin Ming's Chasing Thunder was far different from the time that he had used it to kill Hong Zhong. With a kacha, the beast trapping cage instantly exploded from within. Lin Ming's attack continued unabated. The spear was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Yen Hu. This speed was far too extreme. Yan Hu's sledgehammer was only midway in the air. To use his weapon to block Lin Ming's attack was naturally impossible. Yan Hu's pupils shrank. Absolute defense. Brown waves of energy fiercely swept into the air, forming a thick barrier in front of Yan Hu. Kacha? Chasing Thunder's dazzling radiance pierced through the barrier. The sharp spear light passed through layers and layers of Earth origin energy, weakening along the way until only a tiny wisp of it pricked Yan Hu's body. With an explosive sound, the barrier of Earth origin energy shattered in half. Yan Hu was like a massive rubber ball that was kicked backwards. Bang! Yan Hu fell onto the ground. His organs were injured and the blood in his body tumbled, his face flushing red. It was just a tiny wisp of spear light, yet it's powerful to this extent. Yan Hu jumped up from the ground, his heart shaken. After this wisp of spear light entered his body, it began to ruthlessly destroy his meridians and organs. Not just that, but it had an endlessly growing property to it. It was only with great difficulty that he was able to suppress it. However, he had finally been able to block that strike. Yan Hu breathed heavily. He reinforced the absolute defense around his body and looked at Lin Ming. If he could defend against Chasing Thunder, then that meant he had the ability to win this battle. If Lin Ming could not break his defense, he was in an invulnerable position. Yan Hu's defense is truly fierce. Lin Ming's strike was even more potent than when he fought against Hong Zhong, but it was still blocked by Yan Hu. The Earth attribute demon essence fluctuations in that shield are ingeniously done. It used multiple layers in order to weaken Lin Ming's attack. The audience all had extraordinary eyesight. They had seen the mystery behind what just happened. Yan Hu's utilization of the concept of Earth is excellent. In defense, it really does need the concept of Earth. If it were any other concept, then they would have been defeated by that strike. I don't know if Lin Ming can use Chasing Thunder multiple times or whether he has other master moves. A technique like Chasing Thunder seems like it is bound to cause a great burden on one's body and true essence reserves. If Lin Ming uses that skill 2 or 3 times but still can't break through Yan Hu's defense, then he will be in danger. Above the martial stage, Yan Hu had already stood up. Waves upon waves of yellow earth covered him as he confronted Lin Ming from a distance. If you have any other moves, then use them. I know that you are still hiding some finishing moves in your hand, and I will follow every one of them. If you keep hiding them, then you won't have a chance to use any of them. Yan Hu suddenly yelled at Lin Ming, saying that he could defend against any of Lin Ming's hidden killer moves. The truth was that he wasn't too sure, but as long as he could block all of these attacks, then victory was his. If he couldn't block them, then nothing but death awaited him. Other moves? Lin Ming faintly smiled. I don't need to. Dealing with you. Just this move is enough. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's heretical god force opened to 80%. Chasing Thunder. Before Yan Hu had a chance to respond, Lin Ming became one with his spear, turning into a dazzling beam of light. A purple flash of light pierced through space. It was like a god throwing down a purple spear. Kacha? This strike was even more violent than the one before it. The absolute defense of Earth was shattered by this lightning, causing all of the origin energy fluctuations to collapse and be destroyed. Yan Hu gave a pitiful cry as he flew backwards. More spear lights flushed into his body, causing him to shake and spit out a mouthful of blood. Whilst Yan Hu's body was still high in the air, Lin Ming had instantly appeared on the other end of the martial arena stage. This sudden change caused everyone present to widen their eyes. However, they too didn't have enough time to respond. Lin Ming spun his spear and swiveled around. Heretical god force, 100%. Chasing Thunder. With this third Chasing Thunder, Lin Ming turned into a bright ray of light again. Spear light spread through the entire martial arena. Bang! The absolute defense around Yen, who broke apart like a disintegrating rock, completely ruptured. Blood rained in the air, and Yen, who fell onto the ground with a loud plop like bag of rotten meat. The third spear light had completely penetrated his body. All of Yen, whose organs were twisted and destroyed by the power of thunder, he died on the spot. Coming to Skysplit Tower's third floor, it was necessary for everyone to be mindful of their own death. People here constantly killed each other. Everyone had chosen the path of death. Over. Lin Ming stood in the center of the arena stage. He recovered all of the leftover compressed true essence back into the heretical god seed and completely restrained his aura. After the violent battle a moment ago, he was now calm. It didn't seem as if he had consumed too much energy. All of the martial artists that were discussing the match were stunned silent. They looked at Lin Ming, dumbfounded, without a single word to say. He had used a total of 3 consecutive chasing thunders. Every strike was stronger than the last, especially the last 2. They had chained together without end. The first pierce, and then the second. All of that happened in less than the blink of an eye. How can it be like this? That's so unreasonable. This move reaches the extreme in speed, and yet he can use it whenever he wants. Does it not use true essence? A martial artist muttered. In his view, the stronger a move was, the faster a strike was, the more energy it should consume. Accelerating to the limit of speed should definitely place a great burden on one's muscles and skeletons, as well as requiring a massive amount of true essence. But Lin Ming seemed as if he could use this move as many times as he wanted to. After he used it, he still remained so calm, as if that fight hadn't even happened. The force is so great, yet the energy it requires is so little. He can actually use it continuously. This chasing thunder is too terrifying. You're wrong. It isn't that this move doesn't require much energy, but instead that Lin Ming's bodily strength is high and is able to withstand such an extreme speed. At the same time, his endurance and total true essence quantity is alarming. All of these factors together are why he can use this attack like this. If it were you or me instead of him, then after using that move several times, our body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It wasn't known who spoke this, but the atmosphere of the arena fell silent yet again. Strength, speed, striking power, all of these were abnormal. Not just that, but his defensive power was also freakish, combined with his endurance and ability to recover. This person simply didn't have a weakness. His strength is close to, or perhaps it can even enter the top 10 ranks on the third floor. Yen, who wasn't even able to force out his full strength. On the third floor, after reaching the top 10, the strength of the challengers rose yet another level, especially the heavenly demon 7 stars. Their strength went even further. Each and every one of them was a top master that was looked up at and admired by others. If this continues, then Lin Ming will easily become one of the heavenly demon 7 stars, a martial artist said with envy. On Skysplit Tower's third floor, a heavenly demon 7 star was the symbol of not only strength, but also wealth. When one reached the level of a heavenly demon 7 star, they would no longer need to worry about having to fight in a match every 2 months. Not just that, but they received a fixed amount of slaughter points every month. If they subordinated themselves to a high lord, not only would they be able to receive more slaughter points, but they could use practice areas at high discounts. Naturally, many martial artists were envious of these benefits, but the standards for being chosen were too high. In order to be chosen, one had to have either high strength or amazing talent. Otherwise, it was too difficult to find a high lord's favor. Lin Ming, victorious. Congratulations, Lord Lin. You have obtained the termination emblem. The black-clothed referee said to Lin Ming in an increasingly respectful tone. For ending his winning streak, you have obtained 12 slaughter points. From a 65-win streak, you have risen to 92, and the reward for that is another 3 slaughter points. The termination emblem's reward is 50 slaughter points for a total of 65 slaughter points. Gaining 65 slaughter points through a single match could be called suddenly becoming wealthy overnight. Of course, this was mainly because of the termination emblem's contribution. The slaughter points for this emblem could only be rewarded a single time. Next time, there wouldn't be any. I understand. Lin Ming nodded and then took off Yenhu's spatial ring. He casually put out a hand, and the blood-extinguishing demon thunder flew into Yen, whose corpse taking a random route before bursting out in a fog of blood, where a blood-drinking seal slowly condensed. With Lin Ming's current level, he no longer needed to use the Great Desolate Halberd art. To Lin Ming, the Great Desolate Halberd art was now a cultivation method. Of course, he referenced the style of this cultivation method in order to achieve a greater mastery of different skills through it. Lin Ming looked at the blood-drinking seal in front of him and pondered for a moment. If I can use the fusion of the concepts of thunder and fire as a basis and then combine it with the blood-drinking seals and further fuse that into my spear, just what would that be like? This idea instantly crossed Lin Ming's mind, but in his current state, it was far too difficult to do this. Lin Ming was already barely able to fuse the concepts of thunder and fire. At this moment, a massive amount of infernal energy from Yen, whose body rushed into Lin Ming. After passing through multiple baptisms of infernal energy, Lin Ming had already completely adapted and no longer needed to revolve the samsara martial intent to resist it. Instead, he could rely solely on his stubborn consciousness. Hisses. On Lin Ming's arm, the heavenly demon tattoo seemed to come to life. The vicious-looking demon's expression became increasingly clear as the fourth pair of wings slowly formed. Lin Ming began to approach the level of an 8-winged heavenly demon more and more. He was now a late 6-winged heavenly demon close to the peak. If this continued, then he would only need to complete 2 or 3 more matches before becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon. And 8-winged heavenly demons were all top 10 strengths on the 3rd floor. Then, on to the second match, Lin Ming against Ming Sun. As the referee loudly announced this, everyone's eyes shifted towards Ming Sun. Ming Sun was a Fey and also a peak 6-winged heavenly demon. His winning streak was at 133. His strength was ranked 12th on the entire 3rd floor. Suddenly, Ming Sun's expression turned ugly. Chapter 577, 87 slaughter points. Chapter 577, 87 slaughter points. Fighting Lin Ming was a declaration handed down by Skysplit Tower. There was no way to refuse. Lin Ming had to face continuous matches, so Ming Sun was the second to go out. He thought that he had hit the jackpot, and he would be able to easily defeat Lin Ming, but now it seemed as if he had run out of luck. If Lin Ming only had that single chasing thunder, then Ming Sun was confident he could deal with it. But with Lin Ming's current combat state, it seemed that chasing thunder was only a minor ability of his, otherwise he wouldn't have used it as soon as he came on stage. He could even do so 3 times without losing his breath. Ming Sun had deep suspicions that when Lin Ming had fought Yen, who he hadn't even used half of his strength. If that were so, then his chance of winning this fight was at most 10 to 20%. Lord Ming Sun, please enter the stage. The referee called out as he saw Ming Sun morosely sitting in the stands without response. The other martial artists in the stands were all looking at Ming Sunday. Some were sympathetic, some were gloating, and there were even some that thought Ming Sun would defeat Lin Ming. I understand. Ming Sun's voice was gloomy as he slowly trod onto the arena stage. If you're ready, then start, the referee said as he stepped off of the stage. Lin Ming held the purple comet spear, his entire body revolving with true essence. At this moment, Ming Sun's true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. Lin Ming, I do not want to fight you. I'll admit defeat. Lin Ming was surprised. This fellow surrendered before the battle began. On Sky Split Tower's third floor, losing meant having your hard-earned winning streak reset. Also, over half of the Heavenly Demon tattoo would dissipate. If one wanted to recondense it, it would be extremely difficult. This was because martial artists' rankings were already determined ahead of time. If one had to continuously fight opponents on the same level, then continuously winning would be far too difficult. Ming's son continued his true essence sound transmission, saying, I admit that my chances of defeating you aren't more than 10 to 20%. I don't want to die here, so I admit defeat in this match. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you the following conditions for letting me go. I'll propose a gamble with you and bet 10 slaughter points. 10 slaughter points is all I have left. In Sky Split Tower, making a bet was another method of obtaining slaughter points. As long as both parties agreed, then one could start a gambling match. On the second floor, when Lan Xing fought Huyen Luo, they had also made gambling bet for 2 slaughter points. Finally, Lan Xing was the victor. You mean you want to give me 10 slaughter points? Lin Ming was surprised. On the third floor, slaughter points were everything. Without slaughter points, it was impossible to make use of the vast resources available. Yes, if you kill me, then you can accumulate up to a 100 win streak, but if you don't kill me, then you'll have to wait until your next match to reach a 100 win streak. These 10 slaughter points are compensation for that. After I'm defeated this time, I no longer want to stay in Sky Split Tower. Wanting to make a fresh start and gather infernal energy and a winning streak is next to impossible. Since I'm leaving Sky Split Tower, these slaughter points are useless. I'll give them to you. Ming's son sighed as he spoke with self-deprecation. He had already given birth to this thought half a year ago, but he knew that if he left like this, he would never become a Fey Emperor in the future. Thus, he had stuck it out until today when he could do so no longer. Facing Lin Ming, his chance of winning was simply too small. Becoming a Fey Emperor was without a doubt an enticing dream, but it wasn't worth it to trade his life for something like that. Then he would rather take chance of this opportunity to leave Sky Split Tower. Although he ultimately failed to achieve anything, at least he was able to leave alive, compared to all those that perished here and had their ashes sprinkled off the cliffs. This was a much happier and gratifying result. Sure, Lin Ming was not a bloodthirsty individual. Much less this condition was also very good for him. He readily agreed. From the start of the gambling match to the admission of defeat, Lin Ming and Ming's son's match was an unexpected surprise. As Ming's son left the stage, no one in the audience mocked him, nor did anyone jeer. There was only a hint of sadness and cynicism. Ming's son's talent was situated somewhere between the saint level and emperor level. This was all thanks to being lifted up by Sky Split Tower. Originally, Ming's son had been nothing but an ordinary saint-level talent. If he left, then that was equal to giving up his path to becoming an emperor. In a way, perhaps this was also a relief. However, not every martial artist could calmly leave in the same manner, especially those haughty and arrogant young elites of Sky Split Tower. The temptation of becoming an emperor was far too great. From a king to an emperor, one's lifespan would increase tenfold. Not to mention their own increase in power, but they could also establish their own holy land and set down a legacy that would last 10,000 years. Their name would last for hundreds of generations. However, only out of the ashes of millions was a true emperor born. No one knew just how many heroic youths had died in battle, their ashes scattered over the cliffs, their lives becoming the stones that paved the road for other martial artists. Even if one was an emperor-level talent, this was also true. To be like Ming's son and be able to calmly leave Sky Split Tower, there weren't many able to do so. This match thus ended in a surprising manner. At the end, Lin Ming obtained a total of 12 slaughter points from ending Ming Sun's winning streak, as well as another 10 from the gambling match. This was a total of 22 as well as the 65 from before. In a single fell swoop, Lin Ming had gained a total of 87 slaughter points. This was enough to use for a very, very long time. Not only that, but after Ming Sun's defeat, a great portion of the infernal energy on his body merged into Lin Ming. This caused Lin Ming to instantly climb to the peak of a 6-winged heavenly demon. He wasn't too far away from becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming's rise is unstoppable. In the next match, he'll probably have to face the top 10 rankers of the 3rd floor. That is simply another world altogether. The martial artists in the top 10 enjoy completely different resources. They are far stronger than the martial artists below them. On the 3rd floor, the higher a martial artist was ranked, the more resources they could enjoy and the higher authority they would have. There was simply too great a gap between every rank. When one reached the level of a heavenly demon 7-star, then they could even go to more mysterious places, such as the legendary Road of Emperor. If one reached the end of the Road of Emperor, they would become an Emperor-level powerhouse. A practice area like this was beyond anyone's imagination. The very thought of what could happen if one could practice for a year or so in the Road of Emperor was terrifying beyond belief. Young hero Lin Ming, please stay. As Lin Ming was about to exit the martial arena, he heard a deep bass voice sound in his ears. As he turned around to look, he saw that the one who called out to him was a giant demon martial artist. He was a tad over 10 feet tall, and he carried a large greatsword on his back. Beside the giant demon was a little girl whose height just reached his midsection. She had delicate and tiny features, and her long ears and scales at the corners of her eyes showed she was a fae. The height difference between the two standing together was great, but it inexplicably gave off a very matching feeling. Do you have business with me? Lin Ming looked at the two. They seemed ordinary, no different from commoners, but the truth was that their aura was restrained deeply within them. This was a similar realm to returning to one's own origin, manifested to the pinnacle. Trying to estimate their strength made one feel they were unfathomable. I am Dagu. Perhaps you would like to go to a tea house for a chat, the giant demon said with a cheerful smile. Lin Ming was startled. So this person was Dagu. Dagu was one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. Lin Ming had already heard his name as early as when he was still at Sun Flood City. He was known as an existence that could shake Skysplit Tower. Originally, Lin Ming thought that Dagu was a bloodthirsty beast of his generation, but seeing this Dagu in front of him, while he did have a faint murderous aura, this Dagu carried no hostility towards him at all. It had to be known that within Skysplit Tower, the giant demons had absolutely zero goodwill towards humans. From the very time that Guyu had tried to kill Lin Ming, this applied to Xing Tian and Hongzhong afterwards. This was also reasonable. Humanity and the giant demons had competed for resources on the holy demon continent for far too long. The two races would often wage war and start extended campaigns against each other. Whether it was giant demons or humans, rivers of blood would flow. It was common for entire cities or even countries to be exterminated. I respectfully accept. Lin Ming calmly agreed. Since this fellow was well-mannered and treating him with respect, there was no need to harshly refuse him. Lin Ming's eyes fell onto the girl beside Dagu. He said, "If I'm not wrong, then this Miss Sunji, within the heavenly demon 7 stars, Sunji was the only woman. She was the weakest, but also the youngest. She was no older than Lin Ming. In other words, within the heavenly demon 7 stars, she was the one with the best talent. That's me. It's nice to meet you. Perhaps we might even fight later. Ha ha ha." Sunji's laugh was like the tinkling of silver bells. She was very interested in Lin Ming. In her eyes, Lin Ming was the only individual within Skysplit Tower whose talent could stand on par with her. Only when there was competition would there be progress. Bluestone Tea House was a very famous tea house on Skysplit Tower's third floor. The interior of the tea house was entirely decorated in blue stones. The chairs and tables were crafted from stone, and they were simple and elegant. There was humble feel to this store. When combined with a pot of tea and carefully tasted, one could sense the pleasant mood within. Within the second floor of Bluestone Tea House, 3 people were sitting around a luxurious table. "May I ask why Brother Dagu is looking for me?" Lin Ming calmly asked between sips after a young maid respectfully handed a cup of tea to him. "I only want to make friends with Brother Lin." Dagu smiled. "I feel that young hero Lin's temperament is to my liking, so I would like to give young hero Lin some advice." "Oh, please speak, Brother Dagu." Lin Ming's interest was piqued. Towards Skysplit Tower, he really didn't know much. Mukgu's strength was limited, and his position in the third floor was only at the very edge, so he didn't know much. To Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming had always been confused by its layers of mysteries. "Brother Lin, what I would first like to talk about are the heavenly demon 7 stars. Their strength is probably much more formidable than Brother Lin is imagining. My combat prowess can at most rank 3rd or 4th among the heavenly demon 7 stars. But those 2 or 3 people, I must admit that I am far inferior to them, especially the 2nd-ranked Yan Qi and the 1st-ranked Feng Shen." Feng Shen? That's quite the proud name. Feng Shen also meant the divine seal. When Lin Ming first came to Skysplit Tower, he had spent the majority of his time in closed-door cultivation. He didn't know many of the heavenly demon 7 stars' names. He only knew Dagu, Sunji, and Maha. Feng Shen is a fae. His perception as well as his talent in laws could be called terrifying. As for the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower, there are some practice areas where, if one's perception is good enough, they can cultivate to a horrifying boundary. "Oh, what sort of practice places?" Lin Ming asked. In Skysplit Tower, there had already been rumors circulated around that were related to all sorts of practice areas on the 4th floor or even 5th floor. However, very few individuals actually knew what was there. Chapter 578, The Origin of the Black Glass Bead. Chapter 578, The Origin of the Black Glass Bead. About these practice areas, I don't have much knowledge because for the majority of them, I simply don't have the right to enter, Dagu said, somewhat helplessly. "Even you don't have the authority to enter? Is your strength lacking? Do only the 3rd floor's 1st and 2nd rankers have a chance of entering?" Lin Ming said, surprised. "It's not that." Dagu shook his head. "To enter these places, you need to fulfill specific requirements. You need to be one of the heavenly demon 7 stars, as well as pledging yourself to Skysplit Tower. Both of these are absolutes. I wasn't willing to work for them, so I don't have the qualifications to access these areas." Pledging myself to Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming frowned. He already had a feeling that something like this was the case. On the 2nd floor, Xing Tian and Xueman seemed to be working for some high-level figure in Skysplit Tower. Without any doubt, they were most likely the subordinates of some high lord. Otherwise, with Xing Tian's trivial status as the king of the 2nd floor, how would he have the ability to comprehend something as elusive as the concept of annihilation, and to also have a black glass bead that Kai Yang would be moved to action for? If Lin Ming wasn't wrong, then Xing Tian had been favored greatly by a high lord, thus he had been granted this bead. Dagu continued, "Besides me and Sun Ji, all 5 other heavenly demon stars have taken a soul oath to obey Skysplit Tower. This oath, in fact, only lasts 50 years. During these 50 years, they serve Skysplit Tower, but the reward for this is that they can use the resources of Skysplit Tower however they wish. They even gain the right to enter the road of Emperor." This temptation is simply too great. Even though proud and lofty geniuses are enticed to swear an oath of fealty. After all, it's only 50 years, and moreover, they don't even need to complete the full 50. If a martial artist becomes a high-level demon king or reaches the second stage of life destruction, then they must leave the blood slaughter steps. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to be killed by the mystical curse. Lin Ming nodded. For these top talents, it wasn't difficult to reach the second stage of life destruction by the time they were in their 40s. If they entered Sky Split Tower in their 20s, then they would only need to serve for 20-some years. Even so, it was impossible for Lin Ming to take a sole oath of obedience towards Sky Split Tower. He could not accept this, much less that he had already promised Mu Qianyu he would return within 10 years. No matter what, he desired to return to the South Horizon region. The South Sea Demon region was simply too powerful. He always worried in the back of his mind about whether or not Divine Phoenix Island would have some sort of accident. De Gu also said, Yan Qi and Feng Shen already pledged their loyalty to Sky Split Tower a year ago. At that time, their strength wasn't much better than mine, but after this year passed, and they went into the road of Emperor several times, that, combined with all of their experiences in other practice areas, has now made their strength difficult to measure. Sun Ji and I have no desire or intention of pledging ourselves to Sky Split Tower. Now, we've already used all the resources we can, and as for those we can't, we'll never be able to. Perhaps in another month or two, we will also leave. Sky Split Tower will not allow those that do not obey them to become 10-winged heavenly demons. This is because after becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon, they would also become a High Lord, and thus they would also be able to divide the benefits that the High Lords receive. Not just that, but once one reaches 12 wings, not only could they receive the heavenly demon martial intent, but they will not be killed by the blood slaughter steps mystical curse. The blood slaughter steps have existed for such a long time. Naturally, they've gained a great deal of interest due to all of the resources that exist here. The reason that this land can still exist through so many years without being encroached by countless superpowers is through the power of that strange curse that covers this land. Once an Emperor-level powerhouse begins to emerge within the blood slaughter steps that is unaffected by this curse, the high-level figures of Sky Split Tower will naturally not stand for it. After De Gu spoke, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. So that was why. The blood slaughter steps was truly a piece of fat meat. The 12 Sky Split Towers involved a large amount of circulating blood demon crystals. In addition to all of these practice resources that even include those for the concepts of the 5 elements and the Road of Emperor, what sect wouldn't be frothing over this? Lin Ming said, "Thank you, Brother De Gu, for the advice. I would also like to know, why is Brother De Gu telling me these things?" De Gu faintly smiled. I said, "It's just fate. I feel like Brother Lin is the same type of person as me." "Oh, how do you know?" "Just my intuition. Also, I've been paying attention to you from the very start. I've investigated your experiences from the first floor to the third. I also know that when you were on the first floor, you saved a common Fey girl. I think that the reason you're here is the same as me, purely for gaining experience." "Thank you, Brother De Gu. I also have something I would like to ask." Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before he asked, "No need to be strangers. Please speak." Lin Ming turned and lay down a small illusory magic array and a sound-insulating enchantment. Then he took out the small black glass bead from his spatial ring. Does Brother De Gu recognize this object? Sometimes, through just a short conversion, one could gain a sense of trust towards others. Lin Ming's visceral feeling was that everything De Gu said should be 80 to 90% true. Not just that, but he seemed to be a very proud and aloof character. Such a person was much more trustworthy and reliable than others, not to mention that Lin Ming very much wanted to know just what this black glass bead was, so he could only ask De Gu. De Gu was shocked. He looked at Lin Ming, a stunned expression on his face. "I didn't expect you to have something like this. If I'm not wrong, this is a demon god bone that's gathered from the eternal demon abyss." "Eternal demon abyss, demon god bone," Lin Ming mumbled as he paused in thought. He had also seen these two words in Shui Man's jade slip. Shui Man held much fear and respect towards these two things. "This little bead is a demon god bone? What is that?" As Dagu spoke of the eternal demon abyss, he spoke with emotion and fascination. The eternal demon abyss is, in fact, just underneath our feet. The 12 sky-split towers of the blood slaughter steps are called the source of all infernal energy. But these 12 sky-split towers actually share the same single true source of infernal energy, and that place is called the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming was astonished at Dagu's words. The eternal demon abyss was actually under their feet, and it was also the end source of infernal energy for all 12 sky-split towers. What sort of place is the eternal demon abyss? Is the reason that the 12 sky-split towers release infernal energy because of the eternal demon abyss underneath us? Dagu nodded and said, "Most likely, the eternal demon abyss is the burial place of all sorts of demonic and mystical spirits. Actually, no one knows just how long it has existed. There are simply too many legends concerning the eternal demon abyss. This is the Holy Demon Continent's true death trap. Within the Holy Demon Continent, there are many places known as death traps, but the truth is that they are merely exaggerated rumors. As long as you are strong enough, then you can enter these areas and have a high chance of returning alive. You can even obtain lucky chances during your exploration, but it is only the eternal demon abyss and the eternal demon abyss alone in which one will die after entering with no exceptions." Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. He looked at the demon god bone in his hand and asked if everyone who enters the eternal demon abyss dies. "Then who found this?" "That is only a very ordinary demon god bone picked up at the edges of the eternal demon abyss. As for the true eternal demon abyss, even if one approaches from a great distance, it is truly a zone that forbids all life. For these past tens of thousands of years, there have been many peerless masters of their generation who have tried to approach or enter the eternal demon abyss. However, not a single one of them returned alive. There was even a 12-winged heavenly demon once who was titled the Six-Fingered Sin Fei. This person became an emperor-level powerhouse and cultivated for thousands of years, wholeheartedly gaining achievements until his strength reached unfathomable levels. At that time, he could even be called the #1 powerhouse of the entire Holy Demon Continent. But when he was 6,000 years old, he experienced a brutal bottleneck in his cultivation. For 1,000 years, he was unable to make a breakthrough. Thus, he entered the eternal demon abyss to seek his own lucky chances. But even so, he still perished there. As Lin Ming heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Anyone who could enter the higher levels of Skysplit Tower and access the eternal demon abyss were peerless figures of their generation. Of these, those that were 12-winged heavenly demons were geniuses among geniuses. This sort of proud and peerless master had also become an emperor-level powerhouse, their strength reaching the limit. Yet they still died in the eternal demon abyss all the same. Lin Ming calmed his mood and asked, "Just what is in the eternal demon abyss?" "I'm not too sure about the specifics. When these legends first began, the blood slaughter steps were only a place where infernal energy gushed out. The curse that killed emperor-level powerhouses hadn't yet begun. Many demonic path martial artists came to this land to practice. Long ago, the blood slaughter steps were once known as the Holy Demon Continent's cultivation holy land. But tens of thousands of years ago, there was a 6th-grade holy land that wished to conquer the entire Holy Demon Continent. At that time, this holy land's hallowed lord wished to take the entire blood slaughter steps as his own. He assembled 12 Emperor-level powerhouses in order to lay down a heaven-locking array and completely collect all of the 12 sources of infernal energy as his own, thus establishing a destiny for his holy land that would last 100,000 years. Finally, when this great array was halfway completed, it suddenly collapsed. From the eternal demon abyss, a horrifying existence emerged. The 12 Emperor-level powerhouses were instantly killed, including the Holy Land's hallowed lord. There were no survivors. What? Lin Ming was bewildered. This had already exceeded the limits of his understanding. A land like the Holy Demon Continent actually had an existence of this level. What was this thing that instantly killed over a dozen Emperor-level masters? Dagu's face was filled with reverence and awe as he sighed. He slowly said, "It was said that it was a massive claw that was covered in scales. It might have been the claw of a dragon, or perhaps the claw of some other ancient god-beast. In short, from that point on, the once almighty sixth grade Holy Land disintegrated. There were many of their disciples that were cursed by that mystical strength and died in various miserable ways. After that, the blood slaughter steppes became a king-restricted land. Only someone that has become a 12-winged heavenly demon in Skysplit Tower can enter as an Emperor-level powerhouse. Otherwise, nothing awaits them but absolute death." The claw of a god-beast? Lin Ming was silent. A god-beast was an incomparably rare existence even within the realm of the gods, just what was in the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming suppressed this question in his heart and asked, "Brother Dagu, what is a demon god bone?" "Demon god bone? I have heard some specifics about this. The eternal demon abyss is a burial land of demonic spirits. There are too many unknown existences that reside within. After a powerhouse dies, their energy stays behind, lingering on for tens of thousands of years. When this is combined with the infernal energy of the eternal demon abyss that is thick to the degree of substantializing, after several tens of thousands of years pass, this energy crystallizes into various sorts of divine relics. These crystallized relics are collectively called demon god bones. So that's what it is." Lin Ming knew that animals and plants from billions of years could be buried deep underground, and after a long, countless period of time, they would harden into some black substance. If one dug these out, these substances could be burned to warm up food and other things. Otherwise, if plants or animals were exposed in the wild, they would slowly decay over time before finally disappearing. The difference was the energy of the latter would dissipate, but the energy of the former would be sealed deep in the earth along with its heaven and earth origin energy, thus forming these black minerals over time. Similarly, these peerless powerhouses that died also had bodies that contained a massive amount of energy and worldly origin energy. Their energies were billions and trillions of times over that of plants and animals. After these martial artists died, these energies were locked within the eternal demon abyss. In this sort of special environment, after 100,000 years passed, or even several 100,000 years passed, this energy would condense into extraordinary objects. This black glass bead was one of these extraordinary objects. Chapter 579, The King's Cage. Chapter 579, The King's Cage. Dagu said, "Brother Lin, this black glass bead is only a demon god bone found at the farthest edges of the eternal demon abyss. Every 10 years, Skysplit Tower will convene its greatest manpower to explore the outside zone of the eternal demon abyss. The resources they find are sometimes rewarded to the subordinates of the High Lords. Brother Lin's demon god bone should have come about from such a way. What a pity! Within the eternal demon abyss are things that we cannot begin to imagine. There are mystical monsters and ghosts beyond our reckoning, and treasures that Emperor-level powerhouses would go crazy over. However, None of these things are what we can hope to obtain. When the six-fingered Fey Emperor went to the eternal demon abyss, it was to obtain these sorts of treasures. In the end, he didn't return, instead becoming the nourishment within the eternal demon abyss that bred the demon god Bones. As Dagu spoke here, he sighed. The path of martial artists was a struggle against the high heavens. Thus, when a martial artist came across something that they could not hope to obtain, no matter how strong they became, they would inevitably feel weak and frustrated. Even the top powerhouse of the holy demon continent had perished within the eternal demon abyss. Just imagining that massive claw that blocked out the sun itself caused one's heart to race. The atmosphere fell into a temporary silence, no one speaking for a while. As for Sun-ji, who was sitting beside Dagu, she hadn't spoken from the very beginning. Instead, she only drank her tea, occasionally stirring her cup. This silent atmosphere continued for half an hour. Then Lin Ming stood up and cupped his fists, saying, "I must bid you all farewell. Brother Dagu, thank you today for your advice. Otherwise, I would still be confused about Sky Split Tower's mysteries. However, I'm pressed for time right and should return to my practice area." Practice area? Ha ha! Dagu smiled. Brother Lin really seizes every second possible. Lin Ming said, "Time doesn't wait for anyone. Martial artists had the most potential when they were young, and this was also the most important time in their cultivation. If they didn't seize every second possible, then once they exhausted their potential in the future, it would be very difficult to advance any further. On the other hand, if they could rush up to the divine sea realm in a single go, then their lifespan would increase by at least 10,000 years. At this time, even if they were 1,000 years old, that would still be considered young, and they could also maintain their youthful appearance. The sooner one entered the divine sea, the more potential they had remaining in their lives, and the greater their future advantages would be. Moreover, Lin Ming had a 10-year appointment with Mu Qinyu. This frequently caused him to feel a deep urgency. Practice area. Brother Lin should have the termination emblem. With this emblem, there are some new practice areas you might be able to access now. Oh, what practice areas? Dagu faintly smiled. The king's cage. In a dark hidden chamber on the 4th floor, a 6-foot-tall imp wearing an embroidered robe was leaning back in a luxurious chair. In front of him was a man that had fallen to his knees in prostration. "Sir High Lord, I've investigated. Lin Ming shouldn't be related to the 8 Fall War Emperor in any way." "Oh, this is determined to be true?" The imp's expression changed a bit as he sat up. This person was one Sky Split Tower's 12 High Lords, High Lord Heian. "Yes, from the news we have coming from the 8 Fall War Emperor's Holy Land, the 8 Fall War Emperor has not accepted any disciples for the last 300 years, and he has been in secret, closed-door seclusion for the last few hundred years. No one knows where he went." "I see. Humph, so that boy didn't have any background to begin with. To think I was worried in vain for a while." High Lord Heian muttered with disdain. For someone as talented as Lin Ming, it was impossible for him to have emerged out of nowhere. Even if he was unrelated to the 8 Fall War Emperor, he still must have some formidable background. Still, it wasn't anything to fear. Beside the 8 Fall War Emperor, it was impossible for other Emperor-level powerhouses to take a step into the blood slaughter steps. Black Shadow, go and have a chat with him. See if he is willing to take a soul oath and swear 50 years of fealty to us. Otherwise, have him roll out of Sky Split Tower as soon as possible. If he doesn't choose, then... Humph! High Lord Heian spoke to hear, and didn't speak again. That cold cough had already contained a very obvious killing intent. Lin Ming finally chose to walk with Dagu and Sun-ji. This was because Sun-ji was heading to a practice area, but this practice area wasn't the king's cage. As they arrived at a special practice area in the southwest corner of the 3rd floor, they pushed open the gate and entered. After stepping in, Lin Ming was stunned. This practice area was outrageously large. It was a square room at least 1,000 feet wide and long, and the dome of the area was dozens of feet high. However, even though this place was very large, the furnishings inside were surprisingly simple. There was only a 20-foot square table in the center with a few strange-looking potted plants on it. In front of the stone table, a lone silhouette greeted Lin Ming's group of 3. This person carried a long sword across their shoulder and wore a loose, pale blue robe. His long hair hung down to his waist, and his hands were crossed behind his back. From seeing this proud and aloof figure, Lin Ming could see that their heights were similar. He didn't know why, but this person gave off a strange feeling as if he were staring at an unreachable mountain peak. This person is... Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped. This was absolutely an extreme master. Brother Lin, he is Fengshen, Dagu lightly said in a true essence sound transmission. I see. Lin Ming's heart chilled. This sort of special practice area was basically only open to those martial artists on the 3rd floor that were ranked in the top 10. It wasn't strange to meet a master of the heavenly demon 7 stars here. Fengshen truly lives up to his reputation. Lin Ming thought to himself. As if he felt something, Fengshen turned around. He glanced over everyone, his eyes falling upon Lin Ming just a second longer before he turned back, indifferent to it all. His eyes did not contain any haughty arrogance, but they naturally revealed an imposing aura, as if he were looking down on the world, disregarding everyone there. This was the vision that only a peerless powerhouse would have. Dagu looked at Fengshen and sighed. He said to Lin Ming in a true essence sound transmission, I fear Fengshen's strength might be no less than a High Lord's. No weaker than a High Lord? Lin Ming was startled. Sky Split Tower's High Lords were somewhat ambiguous to Lin Ming. As to what degree of strength they reached, Lin Ming had no idea. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, what is a High Lord's cultivation? Dagu shook his head. In Sky Split Tower, cultivation doesn't have much significance. If one judges someone's strength merely by their cultivation, then they will have made a grave error. In fact, after having stayed in Sky Split Tower for so long, I've already forgotten the standard criteria for strength outside of the blood slaughter steps. This is because everyone here is an outstanding individual among their peers. They are all able to jump ranks to fight, so it is difficult to compare. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, the blood slaughter steps gathered all the heroic elites from all killings paths within the Holy Demon Continent. This was the highest concentration of extraordinary youths on the entire mainland. It was hard to imagine just how many were there. Just Emperor-level talents were here in the double digits. There were even more Saint-level talents. Even someone as talented as Mu Qinyu, if she came to the 3rd floor, would only be in the middle lower ranks. When martial skills, concepts, and cultivation methods became the most important factors in determining strength, the influence of one's cultivation was greatly weakened. For instance, even though Lin Ming had reached this degree of strength, his cultivation had only increased a small boundary within the Xiantian realm. His strength increase from this wasn't too much, but his total comprehensive combat prowess was already at the early revolving core realm. No matter how thick one's true essence was, a small boundary increase in the Xiantian realm was far inferior to a small increase in the revolving core realm in terms of increases in strength. The fusion of concepts, the 8 inner hidden gates, these were Lin Ming's killing moves. Lin Ming and Dagu were speaking to each other with true essence sound transmissions when a slightly hoarse and low voice sounded out from behind them. Hee, isn't that Dagu and Sunji? I haven't seen you in 2 months, Dagu, but your cultivation seems to be getting more and more trash. As Dagu heard this voice, he suddenly frowned. He turned around to see that the one speaking was an imp martial artist. This imp was only 6 feet tall, and his head was abnormally large. He had a strange walking stick in his hands, and he also wore a black-colored bamboo hat. He smiled creepily as he stared at Dagu. Yan Qi. In Sky Split Tower, Yan Qi was ranked second amongst the heavenly demon 7 stars. His strength was only below that of Fengshen. Sun Ji obviously detested Yan Qi. She humped once, and then ignored him. Yan Qi thought little of this. His eyes swept past Gu and Sun Ji before landing on Lin Ming. Lin Ming, I know you. Perhaps in a few months we might fight each other. At that time, I wonder if you will have grown enough? Hee, I'm looking forwards to it. Yan Qi licked his lips. Lin Ming's strength already approached the heavenly demon 7 stars. Several months from now, if he could win another 2 matches, it wouldn't be strange if he fought Yan Qi. Toot toot, don't look at me like that. It's easy for me to get excited. Yan Qi quirkily smiled as he waggled his finger. Then he walked over to the deacon in charge of this practice area. This damned fellow. Gu looked disgusted. He truly wasn't Yan Qi's match. He simply couldn't do anything to him. A year ago, they were evenly matched in strength. But now, because of the disparity in their practice areas, a wide gap had opened between them, especially the last few months. During this period, Yan Qi's strength became immeasurably deep. Lin Ming silently watched Yan Qi, although he didn't have that lofty superior feel and proud aura like Fengshen did. His soul force seemed as deep as a vast ocean. It wasn't just in soul force, but that tiny body also seemed to contain a terrifying power. He uses soul cultivation as his primary method, and supports this with a body transformation cultivation method. I wonder just how strong this Yan Qi's soul attacks are. Lin Min secretly compared himself. Yan Qi's mind was secretive. If they didn't fight once, he wouldn't know how they measured next to each other. This is your token. Please receive it. The deacon managing this special practice area was a one-armed, middle-aged man. His true essence was concentrated extremely thickly. As the one in charge of the special practice area, he must have a very high status on Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor, but he was still very humble towards Fengshen. He didn't have even the slightest sense of disrespect in his words or actions, and deferentially placed a token in Fengshen's hand. With this token, he could enter the practice area. Lord Yan Qi, this is yours. Please accept it. The second token was given to Yan Qi. Afterwards, the deacon turned to Lin Ming and asked, what sort of practice place would you like? Towards Lin Ming, he didn't have any fear. His voice was neither too arrogant or too humble. Lin Ming said, the king's cage. Oh. Yan Qi revealed an expression of great interest. The king's cage. Now that I think of it, you should have gained the authority to enter the king's cage. Interesting. I wonder what sort of trial qualification rank you'll be able to attain. Lin Ming was startled. Trial qualifications? The middle-aged deacon looked at Lin Ming and slowly explained. The king's cage has different ranking smelting trial qualifications. There are many factors involved. In short, talent, soul, strength, all of these factors and more are closely linked to the final result. It is a complete and comprehensive evaluation of all young heroic elites. The smelting trial qualifications are divided into 4 different grades. These are common, saint, azura, and titled azura. The first 3 grades are also divided into low, medium, and high. Of these, a high azura is amongst the most splendid of all heaven step azuras. As for a titled azura, that is an azura with their own unique title. In the last 10,000 years, there have only been a total of 3 titled azuras. Those that can become a titled azura are surely the proudest sons of heaven in their generation. But even if all 12 Sky Split Towers are added together, these are still extremely rare existences. Chapter 580, Qualification Trial. Chapter 580, Qualification Trial. Only 3 people had become titled azuras in the last 10,000 years. Lin Ming's eyebrows twisted together. Sky Split Tower could not be compared to the South Horizon region. The South Horizon region was a small region about 1 million miles wide. As for Skysplit Tower, it was a place where nearly every young genius within the Holy Demon Continent that walked the killing path came to. These were the most outstanding youths among those that cultivated the demonic arts. It had to be known that the Holy Demon Continent had a very complex racial situation. There were great wars nearly every year, and the number of talents surpassed the Sky Spill continent by far. Not just that, but of the giant demon martial artists, 70 to 80% of them walked the killing road. The blood slaughter steps could be called the land where they all gathered. Even so, Polaris Tower only had a total of 3 title de jures in the last 10,000 years. Even if the other 11 Skysplit Towers were added together, this was just a bit over 30 individuals. Obviously, this was an extremely rare title. Lin Ming asked, "There have only been 3 people in the last 10,000 years. Have these 3 finally become peerless emperors?" The middle-aged man was smugly silent. The martial artists that first entered the king's cage smelting trial qualifications were almost always filled with excitement as they heard the legend of these title de jures. This was a reasonable reaction after all. These heroic youths were incomparably proud and arrogant of their abilities. Among them, there were even many that thought they themselves should be a title de jure. However, in truth, after these people underwent their smelting trial qualifications, they often weren't graded as ordinary jures, instead only being given a saint grade. Lin Ming's reaction was within the deacon's expectations. The deacon normally wouldn't care and would be disinclined to respond if a normal person asked him, but he had heard rumors about Lin Ming's talent. In the future, it was possible that Lin Ming would become a great figure within Skysplit Tower. Thinking of this, he said, "No, 2 of those people are missing. No one knows just where they went. Only one of them became a peerless emperor. Not just that, but that person isn't an ordinary emperor-level master. After being a peerless emperor, he could even instantly kill an emperor-level supreme elder at his same level." "I see." Lin Ming was not surprised. If there were only 3 individuals that were title de jures in the last 10,000 years, then these individuals were naturally peak emperor-level talent existences. In fact, the definition of an emperor-level talent only meant that one had a small ray of hope for becoming a true emperor-level powerhouse. One could call themselves an emperor-level talent, but of these so-called emperor-level talents, the vast majority were not able to become a peerless emperor. Maybe they exhausted their potential, maybe they weren't able to persist, or perhaps their destiny was lacking and they perished. But even between emperor-level talents, there were massive gaps. Otherwise, emperor powerhouses would not be so exceedingly rare. "Hee, boy, you look like you want to become a title de jure?" Yan Qi's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ming's ear. Lin Ming turned around and calmly said, "It doesn't matter whether I want to become a title de jure or not. We'll find out after I try it." "Ha ha!" Yan Qi guffawed, his expression mute. "Deacon Bai, open the smelting trial for him. I want to see just what grade of smelting trial qualifications this boy will earn." "Young Hero Lin, if you would like, please follow me," the middle-aged deacon said without much expression as he moved towards the back wall. This practice area was very broad. It had width and length of 1,000 feet, and the dome was dozens of feet high. On this wall there were 9 thick stone pillars that stood next to each other. On the pillars were all sorts of carvings and reliefs. There were coiling dragons, demons, and a variety of vicious beasts, each with menacing poses, all of them vivid and lifelike. The middle-aged deacon selected the 3rd and 4th pillars and moved between them. He took out a token and then placed it on the wall. With a rumbling sound, this wall began to slowly rise up. The wall was 10 feet thick, and not just that, but it was constructed out of some unknown metal. With how high it was, this wall should weigh no less than several 100,000 genes. This was a terrifying wall weight, just what a strength was able to lift it. As the wall rose, it rumbled like a thunderstorm, the sound echoing in one's ears. After the wall was completely raised up, it revealed a large stone chamber within. This stone chamber was around 200 feet wide, and it contained an indescribably rugged and potent energy. It was like a mystical door to another dimension, leading to an endless, ancient, and primal wilderness. "This is the king's cage." Lin Ming was shocked. He couldn't imagine just what sort of person had created this place to begin with. Indeed, Yan Qi looked at Lin Ming, a savoring expression on his face. Even the lonely and proud Feng Shen stopped in his steps and looked at Lin Ming. From beginning to end, he hadn't said a single word. To someone like Feng Shen, only a peerless heavenly genius that could stand as his rival was worthy of attracting his attention. Lin Ming walked into the stone chamber. On the walls of this chamber were doors of light. It was unknown where they went. Near these doors of light stood a 100-foot high stone tablet. This seemed like stone, but it also seemed like metal. As one stared at it, they could sense a faint law as well as an origin of energy, causing them to tremble in their feet. From top to bottom, the stone tablet was entirely covered with countless names. The very top 3 rows only had one name each. The first row said, Sky Ghost Azura, Shinta Hongshi. The second row said, Netherworld Azura, Mo Koen. The third row said, Eightfall Azura, How Gone. These 3 rows of names were written in fanciful and bold cursive. This handwriting seemed to contain the laws and will of the world. It was splendid and radiant. The middle-aged deacon said, This stone tablet is called the King Tablet. Every time a martial artist enters the King's Cage smelting trial and obtains a high-grade saint-level qualification ranking, their names will appear on the King Tablet. The name stays for 10,000 years. A 10,000-year period truly seemed enough to have a name appear eternal. Lin Ming's eyes continued downwards, and he saw that the names after the 3 rows of titled Azura were much smaller. Followed right after the 3 titled Azura was 1 rank, Heaven Step Azura. Underneath this Heaven Step Azura were several dozen names, each filled with a strange flavor. As he looked at the second row of names, Lin Ming was stunned. There was an impressive name there, Feng Shen. Lin Ming couldn't help but turn around and glance at Feng Shen. Feng Shen was standing right behind him, around 100 feet away. Both of his hands were hanging behind his back, and his eyes were placid. His expression was clear, and he didn't seem to give a single care about Lin Ming looking at him. So Feng Shen is a Heaven Step Azura. Lin Ming silently counted the number. There were a total of 36 Heaven Step Azura. This was the total accumulation of 10,000 years, which meant that there was an average of one every 300 years. Feng Shen being one of them was already extremely rare. Below that were Earth Step Azuras. There were a total of 150 people listed here. Lin Ming also saw Yan Qi's name among them. Then below that were Human Step Azuras. There were even more people listed here. Finally, below that was the high-grade saint level. These names filled the rest of the entire stone tablet. Because there were so many of these names, they seemed unremarkable bunched up next to each other. But in truth, these individuals were the peerless geniuses of their eras. If everyone is ready, then please enter. The contents of the qualification smelting trial vary for every person. Each person will encounter different scenarios. I wish all of you good luck. Deacon Bai flatly said, pointing to a door of light beside him. Behind Lin Ming, Yan Qi and Feng Shen looked at him. Brother Lin, please be careful. The qualification smelting trials are dangerous and possibly fatal. If you find yourself facing a situation where you can't win, then don't force yourself. Dagu reminded behind him. I'll remember. Lin Ming breathed deeply several times. He adjusted his mindset so it was near the ethereal state, revolved his true essence, and stepped into the void of light. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Lin Ming disappeared. There was a sense of space twisting around him as Lin Ming's vision blurred. Then it gradually began to clear. He stood in an endless black space. Stars shined above his head, and gray rocks floated gently in the air. CA. A blazing white light appeared without any indication and pierced straight towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He drew the purple comet spear, and in an instant was ready to fend off the attack and counter it. But in this moment, Lin Ming felt space warp around him, and time seemed to slow. His footsteps should have been like the wind, but instead it seemed as if he had fallen into a bog, finding all of his movements restricted. Space-time law shackles. This is the law of space and time. It is exactly the concepts which I comprehended. That Deacon Bice said that the qualification smelting trial is different for every person, and every person will encounter different scenarios. Then, this qualification test of the concept of space and time should be aimed specifically at me. As Lin Ming thought this, his heart burned with a radiant fighting spirit. How interesting! Let me see what degree the difficulty of this qualification smelting trial is, where only 3 people have become a title de jure in the last 10,000 years. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming's perception swept out in all directions, instantly extending to the surrounding space. His body twisted in a way that completely violated the laws of physics as he changed his trajectory and soared through a path out. This instant acceleration made it appear as if he had teleported. Whoosh! The beam of light stabbed through the black ground and disappeared without a trace. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. What a strong attack! If someone lacked strength, then that beam of light would have pierced right through their body. No wonder Dagu had reminded him that this qualification smelting trial could be fatal. Lin Ming quickly swiveled around and was surprised to see a black storm roiling towards him. This storm was the exact same as the black storms that Lin Ming had seen when he passed through the ancient transmission array. Space storm. As Lin Ming saw this, he was not startled, but instead happy. The concept of space was elusive and enigmatic. He had been worried that there wouldn't be any place where he could perceive this, but he didn't expect that the King's Cage qualification smelting trial would have it. Come on! Not only did Lin Ming not dodge, but instead he picked up the purple comet spear and rushed directly towards the space storm. When Lin Ming first passed through the ancient transmission array, he hadn't even had a tiny bit of superficial knowledge or comprehension of the laws of space and time. Although he had experienced a number of space storms, Lin Ming hadn't gained much from them. But now, he had entered into the initial threshold and understand the concepts of space and time. If he could experience this space storm once more, then he would be able to obtain comprehensions that were of a completely different nature from the previous time. Shoo! A spear entered the storm. Lin Ming felt a terrifying, attracting force pulling on him, tearing at him, wanting to rip him to shreds. Lin Ming had already experienced this feeling before. He calmly and steadily adjusted his mind and flow of true essence to adapt to this distortion of space-time as soon as possible. Blood-seal twisting murder. The power of rotation. Beside Lin Ming, blood-drinking seals flew out like flying knives, rapidly rotating around each other. The method of these spinning seals was similar to that of the space storm. Melding with this force, Lin Ming rapidly shot into the space storm. True essence constantly condensed and dispersed. In this vortex, Lin Ming was like a fish swimming upstream, agile and calm. Very good. Again. Lin Ming's figure moved. At this time, an even more terrifying space storm began to form in front, around the edges of this space storm. Even time seemed to twist. Chapter 581. Purple Comet, Penetrating Rainbow. Chapter 581, Purple Comet Penetrating Rainbow. The black space storm swept through the sky as if it were devouring all. This was the union of the concept of time and the concept of space. These complex concepts made travel through this storm even more difficult. Lin Ming's eyes shrank. Facing this great black space storm, he grew even more excited. But the difference from a moment ago was that this excitement had a tinge of solemnity. The concept of time was fused into this space storm. While he needed to adapt to the power of space, he also needed to adjust the passage of time around him to fit the law of space here. Diverting his mind in two directions was not easy. Lin Ming decided on a space-time node, his spear thrusting out. With a spiraling potency, the spear light shot into the black storm. It formed into a twisting ripple, but just as this ripple appeared, it immediately slowed down like a fish caught in mud. The time is wrong. Lin Ming drew back, escaping the turbulent space flow that passed near him. He adapted to the flow of time once again. Cha-cha-cha. Spear thrust after spear thrust formed beautiful spiral ripples, every one like an arrow entering into water. These strikes caused ripples in the space storm that propagated for dozens of feet. Because of the intense collision from the power of space, these ripples slowly faded away. Lin Ming kept dodging the power of space, retreating a step at a time as the spear in his hand thrust out at an even faster rate. At this time, a light flashed in his eyes. Heretical God Force. Open. 100% of the heretical God Force was released. The compressed true essence within Lin Ming's body erupted. As he stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, his speed shot up dramatically. All of his energy and will was poured into the purple comet spear. Lin Ming became one with his spear, his entire being converting into a vibrant spiraling force that pierced into the space storm. If he distanced himself from the attacks of the space storm, then Lin Ming would only be able to perceive the most cursory of details. Only if he completely invested himself into this storm of space and time would he be able to experience its true depths and comprehend the most basic concepts and laws. The power of space roared past Lin Ming. The power of space was known as the force that could annihilate all. When Lin Ming had passed through the ancient transmission array, many of the spatial rings he wore had been instantly shattered by the space storm. The medicines, treasures, bottles, everything inside these spatial rings had turned to dust in front of Lin Ming's eyes before vanishing into the endless darkness. Trying to resist such a terrifying power of space with just true essence was suicide. Only if one conformed to this power and used the law of space to protect themselves would they be able to live. Damn. Lin Ming was careless for a moment, missing a trace of the power of space. This small trace of strength rubbed against Lin Ming's arm, and his bodily true essence was ripped apart like a thin piece of paper. The muscles on his arm burst open, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone. Blood showered out, instantly disappearing in the space storm. How frightening! Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He quickly focused his thoughts and readapted himself to the power of twisting space. Just a touch of the power of space could cause such terrifying destruction. Just who was the one that said the striking power of the concept of space was lacking? When Lin Ming first faced Xing Tian, he had used the concept of space to confront his concept of annihilation. Compared to the concept of annihilation, Lin Ming felt that the striking power of the concept of space was lacking. The concept of space's strengths lay in its ability to allow one's skills to be elusive and variable, making them nearly impossible to detect or avoid. However, now it seemed that the concept of space didn't lack in striking power, but rather that Lin Ming's comprehension of it was just far too low. What he understood was nothing but a drop in the sea. My road is still too long. Lin Ming released his senses and closed his eyes, even completely withdrawing all of the true essence that protected his body. since bodily true essence was fundamentally unable to resist this space storm. He might as well take it all away so that he could concentrate his mental strength to an unprecedented level. At that moment, Lin Ming's mind was completely emptied of all thoughts. Even his spiritual sea was a great empty space. Immersed in this space storm, he was completely defensive. If he took a single wrong step, then he would be crushed to death, beyond redemption. A normal qualification trial challenger would handle a concept test like this by mainly dodging to pass. Breaking in with any hesitation like this was simply an act of madness. Of course, the benefits to this madness were obvious. Lin Ming's comprehension of the space and time concepts was unceasingly improving. Space is not nothing, but is the sea where all life comes from. It in itself is the property of all matter. It is not that space holds all matter, but only after the existence of myriad things is their position measured. The great volume of space is similar to the existence of men and women to humanity. Only after the existence of humanity do men and women have meaning. Similarly, only after the appearance of matter does space have meaning. Lin Ming unknowingly swam in the ocean of space. He seemed to simply begin to comprehend the essence of space. Without knowing how much time passed, Lin Ming's eyes opened. The space storm had passed, and Lin Ming was standing atop the dark black earth. As he looked at his hand, he saw that the torn muscles there had already regenerated halfway. Done already? What a pity! Lin Ming shook his head. If he could continue that state he was in a moment ago, then he could have realized even deeper truths. This is not too far away. Lin Ming saw a billowing cloud of thunder fire. The concepts of thunder and fire. This really is a comprehensive test. Lin Ming's eyes burned with a brilliant fighting spirit compared to the elusive power of space and time. The concepts of thunder and fire were his specialty. He was already very familiar with thunder fire. Who, from a distance where thunder and fire fused together as one, thunder fire billowed high, incomparably violent and savage. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. It's only interested if it's fused. If it's just the concept of thunder or the concept of fire, then it would be too boring. When Lin Ming was trying to fuse the power of thunder and fire, he respectively went to the concept of thunder practice area as well as the concept of fire practice area. Just these sole concepts made Lin Ming feel as if something were lacking. But now, in the King's Cage qualification test, both of these concepts were united as one. This caused Lin Ming to rejoice with happiness. This was really a great place. Lin Ming looked forwards to coming to this qualification trial several more times. Hey, that boy has been in for just under an hour. Outside of the smelting trial area, Yan Qi was speaking to Feng Shen, but at this time, Feng Shen's eyes were closed in meditation. He had entered into a strange cultivation state. If Lin Ming were here, he would see that this was shockingly a type of martial intent. It was one similar to Lin Ming's own ethereal martial intent. It was a supportive martial intent that could greatly increase one's practice speed. As Yan Qi saw Feng Shen not respond to his words, he could only give up. Facing Feng Shen, Yan Qi didn't have the least bit of arrogance. Yan Qi remembered that when he went into the qualification smelting trial, he came out after an hour. Time didn't mean everything, but in general, someone who couldn't surpass an hour inside could only be ranked as a medium-grade saint level. This wasn't even enough to be recorded on the King tablet. Yan Qi didn't doubt that Lin Ming had the ability to appear on the King tablet. The question was what level he would reach. If he can reach Feng Shen's level, then that would be incredible. That prideful fellow Feng Shen is already staying here late for the first time just so he can see Lin Ming's smelting trial results. It seems that he cares somewhat about Lin Ming. Thinking about this, Yan Qi felt a bit uncomfortable. If Lin Ming became a heaven step Ashura, then That meant that Lin Ming's future accomplishments would surpass his one day. Within the space of the smelting trial, Lin Ming flew high in the air. Grasping the purple comet spear, his long hair danced in the air. Beside him, thunder and flame roared as the origin energy of the world put him through a brutal and violent baptism. Lin Ming thrust out his spear again and again. The violet electricity spirit bamboo fused with 100,000 arcs of lightning, and the sacred flame parasol tree whipped up waves of brilliant flames. Under this attack, Lin Ming's comprehension of the fusion between the concepts of thunder and fire grew more and more. He had already unconsciously reached the large success stage and was making strides towards perfection. But at this moment, a white light flashed. In the air, 6 phantoms appeared. These fuzzy shades were armed with long spears made of energy, and they rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming loudly shouted out. At this time, all of the wild heaven and earth origin energy compressed together within his body. If he didn't release this then, he would explode. Come on! Lin Ming shook the purple comet spear and then rushed straight towards these 6 phantoms. A brilliant spear light cut through the endless sky. Lin Ming cried out, and he became one with his spear. Under the grace of thunder and fire, Lin Ming's speed instantly reached the pinnacle. Space itself trembled underneath this potent spear light. Chila, like a burning meteor. Lin Ming instantly passed through 3 of the 6 phantom, killing them in a single strike. The other 3 phantoms were wounded by the aftershocks of thunderfire and severely injured. This move was the end result of the fusion of Chasing Thunder and Chasing Sunday. It was now also one of Lin Ming's strongest moves. Lin Ming named it Penetrating Rainbow. With this name, it described how after the first movement, the spear instantly penetrated the deep blue sky, the spear light seeming like an endless rainbow that hung in the heavens. Thus, the name of this move was Penetrating Rainbow. Moreover, Lin Ming's first spear was called Penetrating Rainbow. This name also held a commemorative significance for him. Awesome. Ever since he comprehended Penetrating Rainbow, although Lin Ming had practiced this move 1,000 times, he still hadn't used it in combat. Now he finally had an enemy to fight. Although it was only a virtual enemy made of energy, Lin Ming still felt happy about this. As for the remaining 3 phantoms, Lin Ming's spear rushed past them. Puff, puff, puff. 3 lights flashed. They all died instantly. To the current Lin Ming, these 6 phantoms were far too weak. Then the world shifted, the heavens and earth changing around him. Thick clouds obscured the starry sky, and the endless black earth underneath his feet turned into a vast, fathomless ocean. Thunder recklessly flashed in the sky. It was like the divine soldiers of God were casting their weapons down upon the world, ripping the heavens apart. Bang! The surface of the sea suddenly exploded. Dozens of water columns rose into the sky, thousands of feet high. Within these water columns were purple flood dragons that roared as they rushed towards Lin Ming. Before these flood dragons arrived, their terrifying aura and pressure pushed down on him like a great mountain. In this pressure, there was actually a purple light that instantly broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Soul attack. Lin Ming's mind chilled. This was truly a great test. The power of concepts, one's individual strength, even a test for soul force. This trial was truly all-encompassing. Everyone was completely involved. As the soul attack broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, it was instantly melted away by the samsara martial intent without being able to harm him at all. Then, the flood dragons roared again as they rushed towards Lin Ming. The ocean rolled up in gigantic waves, the sky exploding as if the apocalypse had arrived. Lin Ming instantly judged that it would be difficult dealing with these flood dragons. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed. Lin Ming unleashed the heretical god force. Bang! his long hair dancing, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear, his fighting spirit sweeping through the world. 2 hours and a quarter outside of the smelting trial, Dagu was staring at an hourglass. This time was already comparable to how long Fengshen had stayed within, but the corresponding result could be good or bad. If Lin Ming rolled through unstoppable, then he could even become a title de jure. But if he was plodding along, then he might not even become an earth step jure. At this moment, the door of light violently shook. Dagu's eyes jumped up. Did the smelting trial end? Seeing the door of light shake, Yan Qi stood up. Even Fengshen, who had been sitting in meditation, faintly opened his indifferent eyes. Chapter 582, Title de jure. Chapter 582, Title de jure. 2 hours and a quarter. That was the same time that Fengshen lasted in his own smelting trial. Because martial artists had different levels of strength, their trials also had correspondingly different difficulties. Thus, the results would also be different. How much time passed was only a single factor of many. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the door of light, stepping onto the ground. This was Lin Ming. The clothes on Lin Ming's right hand were torn and dyed red with blood, but it seemed fine overall. It should have been a minor wound, and in addition there wasn't a scar. It was just that his clothes were slightly messy, and his breath was a bit unsteady. He had clearly overconsumed his energy. Yan Qi's eyes flashed. If he wasn't injured too heavily, then that meant his results were decent. This boy, Yan Qi said with a tinge of envy. As for Fengshen, his eyes were still calm and detached as he looked at Lin Ming. Then his eyes turned to the king tablet. At the very top of the stone tablet, where the heaven stepajuras were located, the entire stone tablet, including the letters themselves, were shrouded underneath an opaque golden light. One couldn't clearly see, but one could approximate the letters slowly forming within this golden light. This name was suspended high on the top 3 feet of the king tablet. On the king tablet, the name would form in the air before it fell onto the stone tablet. The letters were magnificent, containing all sorts of exquisite mysteries. Heaven Stepajura. Yan Qi gripped his fists together. Was the name forming on the stone tablet really a once in 300 years Heaven Stepajura? With Lin Ming's talent, he had already guessed there was a high probability of him being a Heaven Step Ajura. But to see this happen in real life in front of him made Yan Qi feel deeply uncomfortable. From the very beginning, Fengshen, who hadn't had any expression at all, finally had a tinge of emotion on his face. His eyes turned to Lin Ming, giving him a deep look before turning back to the golden characters forming in the air. As Lin Ming's name was formed, everyone thought that these golden characters would now fall onto the king tablet. As soon as Lin Ming appeared, the golden light flashed again, and more letters began to appear. What? Yan Qi's eyes widened. There were more words. This is 3 more words formed in the golden light. These words finally formed. Evil God Ajura. He had been given the title of Evil God. Ka. This line of golden words fell onto the king tablet. The king tablet was several dozen feet high and over 3 feet thick, but it still trembled as this name fell onto it, as if it couldn't bear the weight of this title. As the golden light faded away, Lin Ming's name was deeply engraved right underneath the 8-fall Ajura. This was the 4th row. Evil God Ajura, Lin Ming. Yan Qi's floored expression froze on his face. Even the aloof and indifferent Fengshen had lost his past calm. Title de jure. Evil God. The titles that Sky Split Tower bestowed upon certain individuals were not random. It was said that the qualifications smelting trial had a certain ability to predict the future. For instance, Hao Gan was given the title of 8-fall Ajura, and after that he really crossed 8 stages of life destruction before reaching the divine sea. Soon after, the world respectfully called him the Eightfall War Emperor. Then, if Lin Ming was given the title of evil god, what would happen in the future? Would he become an evil god? What sort of concept was an evil god? Just what level powerhouse would that be? Would it be in existence on the same level as the Eightfall War Emperor? Dagu gasped, unable to hide his astonishment. After being stunned for a moment, he finally recovered. With awe in his eyes, he muttered, "To think that in my life I was able to witness the birth of a title de jure. This is unbelievable." Lin Ming glanced at the stone tablet. A title de jure was no more than what he expected. He wasn't too proud of this accomplishment. There were only 3 title de jures in the last 10,000 years, but one couldn't forget that there was more than one sky-split tower. Of course, to the normal person, a title de jure was a legendary existence. But to Lin Ming, if he couldn't obtain this rank, then that really would have been too laughable. At that point, he wouldn't have had any qualifications to think of going to the realm of the gods or pursuing anything like the peak of all martial arts. Lin Ming, Feng Shun called out, finally speaking at last. This was first time he spoke. His voice was calm, but carried a firm edge to it. Titled Evil God, I will remember. I'm waiting for you. With that, Feng Shun no longer idled. He turned and left. As Yan Qi saw Feng Shun leave, his complexion sunk. He didn't think that Lin Ming was actually such an abnormal freak of nature. If it was possible, then he didn't want to become enemies with Lin Ming. But the crux of this was, if he didn't take Lin Ming as his enemy, would Lin Ming take him as an enemy? Yan Qi finally snorted coldly and left the practice area. He already decided that he had to fight Lin Ming as soon as possible. If he dawdled around for a year or 2, then he absolutely would not be Lin Ming's match. Sir Lin, this is your qualifications token as well as an introductory jade slip to the King's Cage for title de jures. Please take it. Deacon Bai respectfully presented a token and jade slip to Lin Ming. His manners were at the most impeccable and humble state they could be. He never thought that for all the years he had managed this area, that he would be the one to bear witness to the birth of a title de jure. Thank you. Lin Ming received the qualifications token. After briefly sweeping through the jade slip, he had a general sense as to what the King's Cage was. Ha ha, Brother Lin, you truly amazed everyone with that dazzling accomplishment. After Yan Qi left, Dagu began to laugh. He was very happy to see Yan Qi's defeated expression. The two of them had never been on friendly terms to begin with. I never expected this. Sun Ji covered her mouth, her eyes filled with incredulity as she looked at Lin Ming. It's nothing more than destiny, Lin Ming casually said. In truth, none of the martial artists in Sky Split Tower knew that he was only 19 years old. If they did, then these people would probably fall into a horror-filled panic. Brother Lin, after earning your trial qualifications, you can then enter the corresponding level of the King's Cage. Would Brother Lin like to go and practice or have a drink for now? Lin Ming said, Thank you, Brother Dagu, for your kindness, but I would like to practice as soon as possible. After finishing the qualifications smelting trial, there are some understandings I've gained, and I wanted to meditate on these faint insights. All right, then I'll bid farewell first. Dagu cupped his fists together. Lin Ming also cupped his fists together in return. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out nearby. Sir Lin, would you like to go for a drink? I would like to go. Ha ha. Lin Ming turned around to see a short imp that barely reached 6 feet. He wore a loose embroidered robe and smiled as he walked forwards. What do you want? Lin Ming asked. As Dagu saw this person, he knit his eyebrows together. He said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission, This person is High Lord Heon's representative. I estimate that he's here to make a deal with you. I won't accompany you then. Brother Lin, weigh the advantages and disadvantages yourself before you come to a decision, and best of luck to you. Dagu said as he left with Sun Ji, As Sun-ji left, she glared at this short imp man, her eyes filled with obvious disgust and utter loathing. The imp man ignored this and said, "Sir Lin, I already have a table reserved at the Ming Tea House. I wonder if Sir Lin would like to follow me there for a little chat. I have wonderful news to tell Sir Lin." "No need. Say what you want here," Lin Ming indifferently said. "Ho ho," the imp man wasn't embarrassed. He smiled and said, "It seems Sir Lin already knows why I'm here. Then I'll make this brief. Sir High Lord Heian appreciates you very much. If you want, then you may choose to pledge yourself to Sir High Lord and enter into his service for 50 years. During this period, you may use all the practice resources of Skysplit Tower as you wish." This is great news. Skysplit Tower's practice resources cannot be compared to a Holy Land's. Without any exaggeration, this is the best land for practice in the entire Holy Demon Continent. I wonder if Sir Lin— "Sorry, but I have no intention of doing that." Lin Ming flatly refused, leaving no room for further discussion. "Young hero Lin, this is a fortune that others can't have no matter how much they wish for it. You don't know how many people are envious of this position, not to mention that you only need to pledge yourself to 50 years of service. In fact, you don't even need to stay that long. With Sir Lin's talent, at most you'll need to serve a dozen or so years. As long as— Are you done speaking? I have to go practice," Lin Ming said dismissively. There was no free lunch in this world after signing a soul contract and becoming a dog of Skysplit Tower. Although he would be able to use practice resources as he wished, he would need to block the growth of budding talents for Skysplit Tower. In other words, he would act as the hand of Skysplit Tower. For instance, this was also Xing Tian's role on the second floor. The imp's complexion was somewhat ugly. For better or worse, he was still a subordinate of the High Lord, yet he was actually treated this way by Lin Ming. The imp's smile tightened, and he coldly said, "Lin Ming, a wise man knows when to retreat. If you continue to remain so stubbornly obstinate, then your only choice is to leave Skysplit Tower, lest you draw a disaster upon yourself." These last words were spoken through a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming wasn't stirred by this threat. He calmly said, "I have no interest in Skysplit Tower's control of benefits or its power struggles. At most, I will stay in Skysplit Tower for another 2 years. I have no intention of taking your High Lords as an enemy. I only wish to peacefully practice. If some people are not relieved by this, then I can guarantee that I will give up on becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon and will stay at the peak of 8 wings. Lin Ming had already spoken out a great deal of concessions. Becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon and obtaining the heavenly demon martial intent was without a doubt tempting, but Lin Ming was well aware of just how terrifying Skysplit Tower could be. He did not intend to take the entire Skysplit Tower as an enemy just by himself. Stepping back this far was already a measure of his sincerity. However, the imp wasn't of the same opinion. To him, Lin Ming completely wanted to do things the hard way. The High Lords rarely thought so highly of someone, and yet this person was being so unappreciative of this. You promised to stop at the peak of 8 wings and not take the 12 High Lords as your enemy? That's quite brave of you. Then should I represent the 12 High Lords and thank you for showing such gracious mercy? Humph! The imp coldly coughed. He wanted to spit out several more ruthless words, but then he casually glimpsed the king tablet. At the top of the stone tablet, the golden light hadn't yet dimmed. It still continued to shine softly and silently with a warm gold light as before. It was this wisp of golden light that caught the imp's attention. That golden light actually shrouded a line of words. These words were, "Evil God Azura, Lin Ming." The imp's eyes instantly widened, and his mouth fell open. All of those rude words he wanted to spit out got stuck in his throat. Titled Azura. Heavens! Was he wrong? He naturally knew that this was the king tablet. Those 3 names on the top had remained unchanged for thousands of years. But today, another name had appeared, Lin Ming. He had actually obtained this title. The imp man was completely befuddled. Anything else you want to say? Lin Ming's voice was extremely cold and desolate. Kia. The imp was scared silly, thus he reacted this way. He reflexively shook his head and said, No, never mind. Chapter 583, Give you 1 day to leave. Chapter 583, Give you 1 day to leave. With his original arrogance dashed away, the imp visibly withered. But one couldn't blame him for being so scared. A title de jure was simply too terrifying. For instance, take the 8 fall Azura Haugan. He finally achieved 8 stages of life destruction and earned the great title of 8 fall war emperor. Among emperors at his same level, no one was his match. Even old monsters born thousands of years ago greatly feared the 8 fall war emperor and gave him his due respect. If one wanted to win against the 8 fall war emperor, they needed to achieve an absolute superiority through their cultivation. Otherwise, they would be ruthlessly oppressed by the 8 fall war emperor. Thinking that Lin Ming would become such a person in the future, the imp felt his scalp tingle. If he truly offended such a person, then even Skysplit Tower would not be able to protect him. Thus he nodded and timidly said, Sir Lin, this little servant will leave first. The imp left like he was fleeing. He didn't dare to mention the matter of pledging allegiance again to Lin Ming. What a joke! Of Skysplit Tower's 12 High Lords, besides the Chief High Lord, who was also the Tower Master, the other 11 High Lords weren't even Heaven Step Azuras. There were also many of them who weren't even Earth Step Azuras. So how could they expect a title de jure to subordinate himself to them? There were many names on the King Tablet, but that was the total accumulation of 10,000 years. It was the converging of all the heroic young talents of the entire holy demon continent, let alone a Heaven Step Azura. Even an ordinary Azura was a peerless genius of their generation. The imp rushed to the transmission array as fast as he could, directly passing to the 4th floor, where the High Lord was. Sir Heian, there is very bad news. The imp was originally short. Coupled with his fat body, he looked like a round bouncing ball as he rushed up, stumbling and rolling through the corridor. High Lord Heian frowned as he looked at the panicked imp. He coldly shouted, What are you so flustered about? The plump imp knelt on the ground, out of breath. Sir, it's bad. Lin Ming has become a title de jure and earned the smelting trial qualifications. I know already. High Lord Heian coldly replied, his face glowering. In truth, he was among the first to learn that Lin Ming had become a title de jure. He had no need for this man to tell him that again. When he first learned this news, he was also alarmed, completely horrified. A title de jure, there was too much meaning behind that. This sort of character even surpassed the scope of Skysplit Tower. It involved the race war of the entire holy demon continent. As the imp saw High Lord Heian remain silent, he didn't know what to make of things. He weakly proposed, Sir, Lin Ming promised a moment ago that he wouldn't be enemies with us. Perhaps we can take a look at this and change our strategies. We can remain on good terms with Lin Ming and not provoke him. If we do, then in the future. Humph! Stupid! High Lord Heian coldly shouted. The imp was frightened. He instantly prostrated on the floor, no longer daring to say anything more. That 8 fall war emperor is already the best example. If we raise a tiger then, that is just drawing disaster back onto us. It will inevitably bite back. If we let another human become a 12-winged heavenly demon, and they later become a divine sea supreme elder, then the foundation of the blood slaughter steps will be shaken. High Lord Heian no longer thought that Lin Ming might sign the sole contract to obey Skysplit Tower. a talent of this level was a dragon in a deep pool. Their potential was limitless. How would they be willing to let others put shackles on them, let alone him? Even that heaven-step Azura Fengshen refused to sign the soul contract. They were individuals whose pride reached the pinnacle. Would they ever be willing to be dogs for other people? However, Fengshen's background was extraordinary. The powerhouse behind him negotiated with the Tower Master and received a personal guarantee. Finally, Skysplit Tower was willing to compromise. But Lin Ming was different. No one had managed to discover what major power lay behind Lin Ming, supporting him, but even if they did, that power could only be an enemy. This was because Lin Ming was a human. Just the Eightfall War Emperor caused Skysplit Tower to have restless nights. So how could they allow another human to rise to the position of a supreme elder and threaten the blood slaughter steps? High Lord Heian was bleak as he stood up. He strode directly towards the meeting hall. Lin Ming looked at the door of light in front of him. Behind this door of light was a minor dimension. This was the king's cage for a titled Azura. This Skysplit Tower simply had too many sealed dimensions within it. It was hard to imagine who was the one that initially created Skysplit Tower. Behind Lin Ming were many martial artists standing around. They were onlookers. 2 hours ago, Lin Ming became a titled Azura. This news already spread through the 3rd floor like a blazing tornado. Nearly everyone had heard this unbelievable news. Prior to this, a titled Azura was like a fairy tale to them. They never imagined that such a thing would happen near them. This event gave off too fantastical a feeling, as if they were living a dream. In just a few minutes, a massive number of martial artists had gathered at the special practice area entrance. They all wanted to take a gander at the stone tablet, but there weren't actually many that had the authority to enter. Most of them could only join in on the fun by watching through the other side of the door. After seeing the king tablet, others couldn't help but sigh in praise. Some people even used a battle array disc to record a phantom image of the name, so that others outside could see. But more people even went to the entrance of the king's cage, waiting for Lin Ming to enter. At this moment, no one in the room was speaking. Most of them were just curiously looking at the door to the king's cage, wanting to know what the difference was with a titled Azura level king's cage. Sir Lin, entering the king's cage requires 20 slaughter points. In your life, you can only enter the king's cage one time, and your skeletal age must be less than 30 years too. There is no time limit inside. Are you ready to enter? Deacon Bai respectfully asked. I am. Regardless of what rank king's cage one entered, it still cost 20 slaughter points. By obtaining a high-level smelting trial qualification, the benefits were naturally much greater. If one only obtained normal saint-level qualifications, or even an ordinary qualification, then there wasn't much meaning in entering. The qualification one obtained all depended on their own individual ability. A titled Azura level king's cage was a rare experience. It was said that after the Eightfall War Emperor entered the king's cage, he was then able to comprehend the laws of space and time. This set down the solid foundation for his future achievement of becoming an unstoppable powerhouse within his level. However, everyone's fortunes within the king's cage were different. Lin Ming wouldn't necessarily be the same as the Eightfall War Emperor. Whether he could come across the concept of space or something else was unknown. Sir Lin, please confirm that you have sufficient food and water. In addition, this is an escape talisman. Upon entering the king's cage, it is possible that you will encounter an extremely dangerous or life-threatening situation. If you find that you cannot withstand it, then you can use this escape talisman to exit. As Deacon Bai spoke, he gave Lin Ming a transmission talisman. Although this was a talisman, it was actually carved from jade. It was similar to the escape symbol that Mu Fengxian had given to Lin Ming. The escape symbol could transmit one to a farther distance, and also any space, whilst the escape talisman that Deacon Bai gave him could only transmit one to a fixed point within Skysplit Tower. Not just that, but it was a very short distance. Thank you, Deacon Bai. Lin Ming had a good impression of this Deacon Bai. He didn't think he would need to use this transmission symbol, but the longer he stayed in the king's cage, the greater his harvests would be. Although he thought that, the truth was that it was impossible to stay in the king's cage forever. The longer one stayed in, the more difficult it became. At some point, it would become unbearable, and thus he would have to leave. Generally, a heroic young elite from a top 4th grade sect or a bottom 5th grade sect would be able to stay in the king's cage for around 10 days of time. On a higher step, those young outstanding youths that were listed as Azuras on the king tablet could last 15 days to a month. For instance, the number 1 ranked heavenly demon 7 stars, and also a heaven step Azura, Feng Shen, was able to stay inside for 28 days. As for the worse Yan Qi, who was listed as an earth step Azura, he stayed within for 21 days. According to legends, almost 3,000 years ago, the person that stayed in the king's cage for the longest period of time was the 8-Fall War Emperor. He stayed inside for an entire 2 months. Beneath the 8-Fall War Emperor was the Netherworld Azura Mo Kuan, who stayed inside for 45 days. There were great disparities even between titled Azura. As for the first Sky Ghost Azura Shinta Hongshi, because those were events from 800 years ago, the records were unclear, and there were several versions of myths. It was unknown how long the real Shinta Hongshi stayed within the king's cage. After taking several deep breaths and adjusting his condition to its peak, Lin Ming's eyes burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. He was earnestly awaiting the challenge of the king's cage. As he was about to step forwards, at this moment, a voice called out for him. "Stop right there." Lin Ming turned around to see that the representative that High Lord Heian sent out had reappeared, and in front of him was a giant demon wearing a black suit of armor with a cape thrown over his shoulder. His body was solid and tight, as if it were sculpted of iron, his muscles nearly bursting from his armor. His eyes seemed to flash like lightning. From this giant demon man's body, Lin Ming sensed a terrifying aura. This fellow was absolutely a master. Lin Ming frowned. What is it? Around Lin Ming, many other martial artists saw the caped man, and their expressions changed. Maha is the 3rd ranked amongst the heavenly demon 7 stars. Some people immediately recognized the caped giant demon's identity. On Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, Maha's strength far surpassed Agu's. This fellow is Maha? As Lin Ming looked at the caped giant demon, he was slightly startled. He had already heard of Maha's name all the way back in Sun Flood City. "You are Lin Ming." Maha looked at Lin Ming. His pitch-black eyes seemed as if they could see through Lin Ming. "Why are you looking for me?" He. Maha's laugh was like gravel. "There are some things that I wish to talk to you about. Come with me." "No need. If you need to say something, then say it here. I'm busy with my practice." Lin Ming's voice was calm, but it carried a faintly keen aura. Humph. After being directly rejected by Lin Ming, Maha was a bit annoyed. "Your practice can wait. The High Lord has spoken. He gives you 1 day to leave Skysplit Tower. You've already been at Skysplit Tower for over a year and a half. You've already gained a great harvest here. You've accumulated a great deal of infernal energy, made gains in practice, and also become extremely wealthy. People should know just how far they can reach and be content with what they have lest they overreach." Maha used a true essence sound transmission to speak. This sort of implicit threat went against Skysplit Tower's rules. Naturally, he couldn't speak publicly. "You want me to leave? I've just obtained the qualifications to enter the titled Azura King's cage. And you want me to leave? Is there anything more ridiculous in this world?" Lin Ming angrily laughed. If he left here, then he'd really be letting others bully him to the extreme. Chapter 584, Opening the Cage. Chapter 584, Opening the Cage. Ridiculous? Ha ha ha. Maha laughed. Letting you practice for so long in Skysplit Tower is already letting you take advantage of us. Now, we are even letting you leave with your life intact, but you still have such much nonsense to babble on about. Do you still not understand anything? Here, strength is everything. You'd better be smart enough to know what to do, or else if you want to do things the hard way. Hee. Maha's words ended here with a sneer. The meaning behind this threat was very obvious. Of course, he didn't dare to speak this out publicly, and instead used a true essence sound transmission. So, you're saying that someone's going to come and deal with me? I wondered who you're going to send. The heavenly demon 7 stars? A high lord? Lin Ming aggressively responded, simply unafraid of Maha. If Lin Ming was really assassinated then, that would truly be a troublesome matter. Lin Ming was simply too strong. Killing him would make a giant mess of things. If a High Lord personally acted then, that would be blatantly violating Skysplit Tower's rules. If that time came, then the rumor of all the strong people who go to Skysplit Tower will be killed would spread like wildfire. If this happened, then who else would still dare come to Skysplit Tower? Maha grimaced. It seems that you're going to resist until the end. Fine, I will take one step back. If you leave Skysplit Tower, then I'll give you a tale of low-grade Demon Godbone. This is my final offer. Demon Godbone? Lin Ming's mind stirred. Humph, you probably don't know how valuable something like that is. I can tell you without exaggeration that a Demon Godbone is enough to cause a Demon King, level martial artist, to go crazy. Using it to just temper the body is a waste. If one integrates it into their life source and nourishes the fires of their life, then it can even be of great help to someone trying to break through to be a demon emperor. The Demon Godbone was naturally promised by the High Lords. Maha hadn't wanted to give this to Lin Ming, but after seeing Lin Ming so stubborn and defiant, he could only reluctantly put out this condition. Integrate it into one's life source to nourish the fire of life. It can help a Demon King powerhouse break through the Demon Emperor bottleneck. It can be used to temper the body, but that is a waste. I see. Lin Ming learned a great deal from Maha's words. It was obvious that Maha didn't know Lin Ming had already obtained a Demon Godbone. According to Lin Ming's knowledge from the own Demon Godbone, he had a tael worth of low-grade Demon Godbone was only the size of a cherry seed. As for the one Lin Ming had, it was the size of a pigeon egg. This was the Demon Godbone that was granted to Xing Tian. A mere Xing Tian, with his status as the king of the second floor, could obtain a Demon Godbone the size of a pigeon egg. But his own titled Azure level King's Cage qualifications, which hadn't been seen in 300 years, could only qualify for a cherry seed-sized Demon Godbone. This was just too cheap. I'm sorry, but I am not interested. You. Maha was now burning with anger. Lin Ming, let me give you some advice. People shouldn't be too greedy, because the greedy always die. In Skysplit Tower, haven't you obtained blood demon crystals, practice resources, pills, treasures, jade slips, and all sorts of other things? Now you are even allowed to leave in peace without spitting out everything you've taken. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He no longer used a true essence sound transmission and said clearly and loudly, Skysplit Tower is a land that anyone can enter. You said that I obtained a massive amount of blood demon crystals, practice resources, pills, treasure, jade slips, and what else? Well, that is not wrong. However, this is not granted to me by Skysplit Tower, but it is what I have earned through my life and death battles. What does any of this have to do with you? This Skysplit Tower was not constructed by you giant demons, nor the imps, nor the fae. It has stood tall here for 100,000 years, several tens of thousands of years ago. This land was once the common resource of all the martial artists of the Holy Demon Continent. But some people relied on their powerful strength and united all the different powers, making all of the budding talents their minions. They called themselves High Lords even as they amassed wealth and stole away control of Skysplit Tower's great resources. They created all sorts of rules making it so that other martial artists have to slaughter each other to reach them, all in order to obtain the tiniest chances. And why is it that they are allowed to do that? Lin Ming's questions were shouted out, stunning all of the martial artists around him. Lin Ming's words naturally made sense. It was just that these people had long accepted the High Lord's rules. It wasn't that they wanted to accept them, but that they had no choice but to. These people present were not the High Lord's subordinates, nor had they signed soul contracts. As they heard Lin Ming say all this, their hearts were in uproar. Maha's complexion turned ugly. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Don't regret your words in the future. When I decide something, I never regret it. Remember your words. Maha coldly snorted and stomped off. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming truly did have the authority to enter the king's cage. No one could stop him. Skysplit Tower's High Lords were truly afraid of this. The current Lin Ming wasn't already impossible to control. If he entered the king's cage, then he would undoubtedly grow. The growth of a new human divine sea supreme elder was not something that any of the other races wished to see. After Maha left, the surrounding martial artists were still confused. The conversation that Lin Ming had with Maha was mostly carried out in true essence sound transmissions. Since just a portion of that conversation was heard, none of them were sure what happened. Lin Ming, without saying anything, lifted his foot and entered the door of light leading to the king's cage. In full view of everyone, Lin Ming's figure disappeared. The door of light shook, ripples spreading out over the surface just like a fish leaping into a pool of water. Then, this quickly calmed down, vanishing without a trace. Today was the Dustnet month, Sunlight Day. This date was recorded down by Deacon Bai. It would be used to calculate just how much time Lin Ming spent in the king's cage. After Lin Ming disappeared, the surrounding martial artists naturally dispersed. Like this, the entire practice area was restored to its former calm. Lin Ming felt his body shake, as if he had jumped into a pool of water. A sense of icy cold hit him, and then he saw that he had arrived in a vast white space. Show! A distorted black ray of light appeared, spinning around Lin Ming. These black lights began to appear one after another, becoming more and more intense until they ultimately formed a completely enclosed cage around Lin Ming, sealing him within. Lin Ming's mind went cold. This was the king's cage. At this moment, a voice passed into Lin Ming's mind. To be more exact, this wasn't a voice, but rather a form of direct communication that passed straight into the depths of his soul. Without words, without language, it allowed him to directly understand the meaning of it all. I'm supposed to break out of this cage. So this is what the king's cage practice is like. Since it's like this, why do they say those people that stay in the king's cage longer will experience more growth? And why would someone weak not even last 10 days before they are kicked out of this smelting trial space? Lin Ming had some doubts. Logically speaking, the less time it took to break out of the king's cage, the stronger that person should be. But the information he obtained was the opposite of that. The weak could not stay in here long, but the strong could stay as long as 2 months or more. There must be some trick to this place. I'll practice here and then figure it out as I go. Lin Ming closed his eyes. A moment later, he took out the purple comet spear. Above the spear shaft, Azure True Essence erupted. Break for me! Lin Ming gave a loud shout and stabbed out his spear at the cage's black barrier. There was just a slight ka-chup sound as the black barrier suddenly trembled, but only a shallow mark was left. It was far from breaking apart. That's solid. Lin Ming's heart went cold. Besides opening the heretical god force, or using the concepts of thunder and fire, that strike had contained his full strength. That strike should have been able to shatter an Earth Step treasure armor. But when it hit the king's cage, It only left behind a shallow mark. This should be normal too. Lin Ming wasn't surprised. If he could break through with just a single spear thrust, then there wasn't much meaning in this. The heretical god force opened. Lin Ming also simultaneously used the concept of thunder. Chasing thunder, man and spear became one. Lin Ming turned into a purple light that smashed into the barrier. Kacha! With an explosion, thick arcs of electricity danced along the cage's walls like wriggling pythons. The king's cage shook violently for a moment as several thin cracks appeared. It's broken. If it broke so easily, this king's cage can't be that simple. Chasing thunder. Boom. The black barrier that already had cracks in it could no longer withstand Lin Ming's continued attacks. Like a pane of glass, it suddenly shattered into countless small pieces. The king's cage broke. The black barrier loudly collapsed, all of it disintegrating into powder before vanishing into the void. Lin Ming once again returned to that vast white space. This empty white space was endless. It gave off an extremely depressing sense. Show, show, show. A series of sounds happened. Black arcs of light fell down on Lin Ming, wrapping around him and enveloping him once again. It quickly condensed into another black barrier, except this time it was much thicker. Lin Ming instantly understood. That king's cage from a moment ago had only been an appetizer. The king's cage smelting trial was divided into multiple levels. The weak could only make it through a few layers, so they naturally stayed here for a shorter period of time. But a powerhouse could rush past many more, thus they stayed here a longer time. But aren't there martial artists that don't break the cage and just spend months in here? Can't they stay here for a longer period of time using that method too? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask this question. It seems like the king's cage is more complex than I imagined it to be. It absolutely can't be so simple. Thinking much more on this was pointless. He would slowly find out the further he got. What Lin Ming needed to do now was to break open this second prison cage. Ho dash! The heretical god force opened once again. He refused. On Skysplit Tower's 4th floor, High Lord Shingon was looking at Maha as he calmly asked him a question. That ungrateful boy wants to do things the hard way, Maha bitterly said. He had taken the matter of Lin Ming publicly refusing him to heart. Shingon, I already said that the boy wouldn't be obedient. What can we do? We've even offered a demon god bone, and yet he still refused. How can we possibly wait for that boy to become as strong as he wants before he leaves Skysplit Tower on his own volition? We might as well use this time when we are still stronger than him and carry out my plan. In a corner of the hall, High Lord Heian was sitting in a chain, his fingers lightly rapping against his old wooden staff. High Lord Shingon hesitated and slowly said, I don't believe the promises of a human. Heian, you want to lock Lin Ming in the king's cage until he dies, but how can we do that? We do not have the ability to alter Skysplit Tower's special practice areas. Rest assured, I have my methods. High Lord Heian cunningly smiled, his dark eyes as deep as the abyss. Chapter 585, Heavenly Demon Force Field. Chapter 585, Heavenly Demon Force Field. Penetrating Rainbow. Lin Ming gave a loud shot, opening the heretical god force to the limit. On the purple comet spear, the concepts of thunder and fire began to unceasingly blend together. Man and spear became one, turning into a comet that smashed into the black barrier. Bang! The black barrier viciously trembled. Under the impact of this unrivaled force, the black barrier completely shattered. Lin Ming ran out of the king's cage once more. Third, Lin Ming had continuously broken through 3 cages. To him, this wasn't too difficult. At this time, A fluid conscious thought entered into Lin Ming's mind once again, passing a wordless message to him. After breaking through the first 3 cages, that completes the basic test for a title de jure, and I can choose to leave after. Lin Ming saw that not too far away, a light appeared out of thin air. After a while, it actually formed into a transmission array. According to what he had just learned, he could leave the king's cage as long as he stepped into the transmission array. Should I leave the king's cage or continue practicing? Of course, I'll continue. Lin Ming estimated that only 4 hours or so had passed since he entered. He certainly wouldn't leave so soon. Show. Beams of light fell down like rain, but this time they were no longer black. Instead, they were 7-colored like a bright spring rainbow. Lin Ming could feel that there was a very big difference between the light from now and before. But how, he actually couldn't say. Interesting. As the rainbow light formed into a new king's cage around Lin Ming, his true essence constantly revolved within him. The heretical god force began to brilliantly burn. At night, within the special practice area of Sky Split Tower, dozens of golden seals were floating in the air. A caped old imp was standing there, drawing with a red-painted brush as he constantly drew new seals in space. The seals connected to each other, as if they were isolating an entire space. Behind this old imp was High Lord Heian. He was expressionlessly watching the old imp's actions, silent, until the black-caped imp finished drawing up the first section of seals. High Lord Heian then asked, "Master Go, how long will the great spatial lock array you're laying down need to be completed?" "Around 2 days," the old imp said. Suo Go was the greatest array master within the blood slaughter steps. He was simultaneously skilled in current array formations, as well as having deeply studied ancient array formations. When Suo Go was young, he had suffered a grievous injury, causing the demon crystal within him to break. Although he had been able to maintain his life through liberal use of high-quality pills, his injury was too heavy, causing permanent damage that couldn't be restored. This caused his cultivation to be forever stranded within the Demon King realm, since it was hopeless for him to attempt further cultivating. Suo Gu used the remainder of his time to thoroughly research and analyze array formations. Through coincidence, he found his own lucky chance, obtaining a small portion of a legacy concerning ancient arrays. After studying them through meditation, his understanding of ancient arrays reached a very high level. Good. Then for these 2 days, I'll temporarily close this area away from the public, so you can feel at ease while you lay down the array. There must not be any mistakes. Of course, Suo Gu said as he returned to drawing the array. The dimension of the king's cage led to a transmission array in Sky Split Tower. After finishing with the smelting trial, a martial artist would need to pass through this transmission array in order to leave. This was an array formation that belonged to Sky Split Tower itself. Suo Gu naturally didn't have the ability to alter it, but what he could do was use a roundabout way and block the surrounding space around the transmission array, trapping Lin Ming within the king's cage. "Master Suo Gu, how long can this great spatial lock array be maintained for?" High Lord Heian asked. "Probably around 4 months. 4 months is enough." High Lord Heian's lips curved up in a sinister smile. If Lin Ming was trapped in the king's cage for 4 months, then he didn't believe he would be able to return alive. Once the king's cage surpassed the limit that a martial artist could bear, it would turn into a life-threatening situation. Otherwise, martial artists wouldn't be given escape talismans. Even so, there had been many martial artists that had perished within the king's cage. For a title de jure to die within the king's cage, that would certainly be entertaining news. Although this would arouse the suspicions of many people, High Lord Heian couldn't manage so many matters. High Lord Heian thought about it again and said, "Master O, could you return sometime within 4 months and reinforce the array formation again?" I can, Suoga said. 4 months added with another 4 months, altogether 8 months. Even if you are a true dragon, you will still die trapped within the king's cage. Time passed a day at a time. With Lin Ming being immersed in his practice, the notion of time had become blurred to him. Break! Lin Ming's spear thrust into the rainbow wall of light. The wall of light fiercely trembled, but after several breaths of shaking, it stopped without the slightest hint of damage on it. That one strike just now had contained all of Lin Ming's strength, but it hadn't even been able to cause a dent. Still, Lin Ming wasn't impatient. He began to quietly prepare his next attack. After such a long time in here, Lin Ming had finally discovered the rules of the king's cage. Breaking the king's cage didn't depend on a single strike to reach the standard that could break the cage. Rather, it looked at the total accumulated strike damage to measure whether it achieved the standard. It was like the cage itself had an invisible life value. Every attack against this barrier would consume a part of this value. When all of this value was depleted, then the cage would naturally break. At the critical point, right before the peak, even a random punch would shatter the cage. In other words, as long as one had enough time, they could continuously break through these cages. Currently, Lin Ming had already been stuck inside these rainbow-colored walls of light for 2 or 3 days. However, as time passed, he began to discover that something suspicious was happening. This rainbow-colored cage began to be filled with an invisible energy field. At the beginning, this faint energy field only disturbed Lin Ming's inner true essence a little. Afterwards, with time, the energy field began to grow increasingly strong until it reached the point that it affected Lin Ming's entire body, forming a heavy pressure upon him. From his flesh to his organs, meridians, dantian, everything was enveloped in this heavy pressure. His heartbeat became heavier, and the blood in his veins seemed to flow like molasses. Even his true essence circulation was no longer smoothly traveling through his meridians. Even a breath took more effort than normal. After some time, even Lin Ming's soul came under its effect. Lin Ming was startled. He felt that this invisible energy field had already penetrated deep into his spiritual sea, where it began to intensely collide with the black vortex of the samsara martial intent. What is this? Lin Ming had never experienced such a strange energy field like this. At this moment, a voice appeared in Lin Ming's mind. This is the heavenly demon, martial intent. What? Heavenly demon, martial intent? Lin Ming was shocked. After one became a 12-winged heavenly demon, they could obtain the heavenly demon martial intent. Once this special martial intent activated, it could form a domain around the possessor. This was the so-called force field. Every time someone stepped into this domain, they would come under the influence of this force field, only able to use 50 to 60% of their full strength. The weaker one was, the greater the effects of the heavenly demon martial intent would be on them. I see. So that's how it is. The heavenly demon martial intent creates pressure on a person's body and soul. Thus, this would influence a martial artist's strength. If a martial artist was particularly weak, then they wouldn't be able to withstand entering this energy field and would vomit blood or even die. If someone was enveloped by this energy field and had to constantly attack with all of their effort, then the load on their muscles, meridians, and organs could be imagined. No wonder some martial artists can only last for several days. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. In this case, if a martial artist had to squeeze out all of their potential to the limit, their harvest would be great if they could withstand it. But if they couldn't, then it wasn't a surprise if they died. After withstanding this pressure, Lin Ming attacked the rainbow-colored cage again and again. Because the flow of his true essence was hindered, every attack consumed much more energy than before. With the constant increasing of the energy field's pressure, he felt his body becoming notably heavy, and from his head to his toes, every place felt uncomfortable. Bang, 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 bang. On the rainbow-colored barrier, the light of thunder and fire coalescing together blazed brilliantly. But in this nonstop attack, Lin Ming discovered that under this great pressure, the benefits he received were much greater than what he imagined they would be. If a martial artist's meridians were a canal and the dantian was the source of water, then the muscles, skeletons, and organs were the farmland that needed to be irrigated. After reaching the Xiantian realm, whether a martial artist was cultivating or attacking, the acupoints throughout their body would be constantly absorbing heaven and earth origin energy, gathering it into the dantian before releasing it into the meridians where it spread throughout the body. This sort of passive method of transportation had a considerable limitation, and that was no matter what happened, it was difficult for the heaven and earth origin energy to penetrate deep into every part of the body. Normally, whether it was combat or practice, even if the body's energy was consumed to the limit and one was incomparably exhausted, there would always be some acupoints and meridians that weren't used. If the body didn't thoroughly experience this, then it would affect one's foundation, interfering with the growth of their strength. But this heavenly demon martial intent energy field was different. This force field was a wondrous state. Not only was it formless and invisible, but it could easily penetrate into every tiny cell within the body. Not even hair would be left out. Heartbeat, blood flow, muscles, skeleton, marrow, meridians, every part of the body, no matter how small, had to overcome the suppression of this energy field. They would need to autonomously absorb true essence and also use that true essence. This process was an exceedingly good experience. In this energy field, even if one stood stock still, it would still be a form of practice, much less now when one had to make all sorts of high-intensity attacks under extreme conditions. The benefits to the body were massive. Not only would the essence gathering system be tempered, but the body transformation system was the same. As for someone like Lin Ming, who had a dual cultivation of energy and body, this was simply a paradisiacal environment. After realizing this, Lin Ming became thrilled. His attacks became increasingly swift and fierce. As spear lights kept thrusting towards a single point, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force as he combusted the blood of the ancient phoenix. With his entire body having to withstand this massive pressure as well as the crazy amount of true essence absorption, this sudden and intense change caused some of the blood vessels near the surface of his skin to directly burst open. No stopping here. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the entire rainbow-colored cage shattered like glass. Lin Ming gasped, dragging in deep breaths. Some of the muscles on his arms were torn open and dripping with blood. He had consumed 70 to 80% of his true essence, and his body was terribly tired. However, the advantages he obtained were great. He discovered that unconsciously, his late Xiantian realm cultivation was becoming more stabilized. He had begun to take steps towards the extreme Xiantian realm. Chapter 586, Chaos Prison. Chapter 586, Chaos Prison. From the late Xiantian to extreme Xiantian, this increase in cultivation wouldn't cause Lin Ming's relative strength to rise by much. But from extreme Xiantian to revolving core, that was a massive leap. Within the Sky Spill continent, a Xiantian martial artist could be haughty and arrogant within a small mortal country. But a revolving core master could actually dominate their own area, creating their own sect. After swallowing down some recovery pills, Lin Ming didn't even have time to heal before a new cage came shrouding down on him, closing him in once more. But the heavenly demon force field hadn't weakened in the slightest. It still enveloped Lin Ming, making it difficult for him to even regenerate his wounds. Once this heavenly demon force field comes down, it won't weaken even if I break apart the cage. As long as I stay in the king's cage, Every day I do means I will have to withstand the pressure of the heavenly demon force field for another day. This covered every tiny unit in his body, and even his soul came under heavy pressure. This feeling left one gasping for breath. And what was most frightening was that the heavenly demon force field slowly strengthened over time. This was why even a top talent like Feng Shen could only stay within the king's cage for 28 days. He was too exhausted. If this was normal practice, then after someone exhausted all of their true essence, they could just sit in meditation for several hours and then take a long sleep to recover all their physical strength. But in the king's cage, they had to resist the pressure of the heavenly demon force field even when they were sleeping, constantly consuming true essence. If a martial artist with a poor recovery rate came, and his rate of true essence consumption was higher than what he could recover in meditation, how could he persist in the king's cage? However, consumption of energy was not a problem to Lin Ming. In terms of endurance and resilience, he was superior to even those old first-stage life destruction monsters. Of course, his strength was far weaker than theirs. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming didn't know how much time passed, but no matter how prodigious his resilience was, after facing such heavy pressure constantly in this environment, he still felt his mind and body sliding into collapse. Of his entire body, there was no point that wasn't distressed. Even his spiritual sea was bearing this tremendous pressure. This caused Lin Ming to be especially startled. His soul defensive strength was in no way inferior to a life-destruction powerhouse's, but if even he felt such a weight on his soul, then other people's situations could be inferred. This is truly worthy of a titled Azura smelting trial. If the 8 Fall War Emperor could last for 2 whole months here, then he was certainly a proud son of heaven amongst his generation. Sky Split Tower, Special Practice Area. A light flashed, and a white-robed youth left the practice area, silently looking at the king's cage. This young man was the first-ranked master of Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor, Feng Shen. At this time, the door of light leading to the king's cage was calmly flowing like an ocean weave in a gentle breeze. However, under this seemingly calm appearance, Feng Shen was well aware as to how great the pressure within the king's cage would rise to be. Today was already the 40th day. When Feng Shen entered the king's cage, he had only been able to stay within for 28 days. The duration that one could persist inside had nothing to do with one's individual cultivation. Rather, it looked at a martial artist's talent, tenacity, perseverance, will, cultivation, and other factors that affected it. Thinking back to his experience in the king's cage, Feng Shen still had a lingering fear. As he nearly finished the 28th day, the pressure suddenly rose by another level. It was horrible to the point of tearing his meridians and crushing his soul. As a last resort, Feng Shen had to use the escape talisman to leave. 40 days that already approaches the level of the netherworld Azura. This is a talent that challenges the heavens themselves. Him and I were both born in the same era. I don't know whether that is luck or misfortune. Feng Shen shook his head, turned his eyes, and walked away. 5 days passed in a flash. 45 days. This was a time equal to the netherworld Azura. The news quickly spread through the 3rd floor like wildfire. This implication of this was that Lin Ming's talent already surpassed the netherworld Azura's. This was truly a legendary achievement. Towards Lin Ming, the martial artists of the 3rd floor felt admiration, envy, jealousy, veneration, love. Every single viewpoint could be found. Lately, a great number of martial artists either wittingly or unwittingly passed by the special practice area every day, wanting to see if that was the time that Lin Ming would come out. The number of days continued to increase. 46 days, 47 days, 48 days, 50 days. As long as he could stay within for another 10 days, then that was the record of the 8 Fall War Emperor. If so, then that was truly a heaven-piercing achievement. To this extent, the number of people jealous of Lin Ming actually grew smaller and smaller. when Lin Ming's lofty star far surpassed them. Their jealous hearts paled. This was because they were simply not on the same level, so there was no point in competing with him. Instead, these individuals would rather witness the birth of a miracle in front of them. Humph, what a group of idiots. Do they really think that Lin Ming has lasted until now? In a luxurious restaurant in the vicinity of the practice area, Yan Qi was drinking wine, sneering at the crowd gathered outside the special practice area. In front of him were Maha and Kai Yang. These three people had pledged their allegiance to Skysplit Tower 1 year ago. Because they signed a soul contract, they were loyal to Skysplit Tower. Naturally, High Lord Heian had no need to hide the truth from them. They were already aware that Lin Ming would never emerge from the king's cage. 50 days. Lin Ming most likely died inside. Although he was a truly prodigious character, he was still not on the same level as the Eightfall War Emperor. Even if he could compare with the Eightfall War Emperor, it wouldn't matter anyway. High Lord Heian has already decided to seal the king's cage for 8 months. Even if Lin Ming was the reincarnation of a demon god, there's nothing he could do about it. Maha sneered from the side while throwing some dried fruits into his mouth. Hee hee, I really want to see these people's expressions after another 3 or 4 months. I will be ecstatic. They all think that Lin Ming can create some sort of miracle, but none of them will know that Lin Ming has already died. A titled Azura level talent has actually died in Skysplit Tower. How ironic is that? Kai Yang repulsively grinned as he stroked his wrinkled chin. In his heart, he was thinking it was unfortunate that there was a demon god bone in Lin Ming's spatial ring. Kai Yang had also seen this demon god bone before. It was the size of pigeon's egg. For it to be left within the king's cage without knowing whether or not it would ever come out was simply a great waste. Let's go! The High Lord has made an exception and opened up the divine image hall for us. We will each have 10 days to meditate inside and learn as much as we can. Let's go back and prepare so that we're in our best condition for it. We can't miss this opportunity. Let's go. In the king's cage, the heavenly demon force field's pressure rose another level. These past days, Lin Ming had discovered another rule, and that was that the heavenly demon force field's pressure would rise another level every 10 days. During this grueling process, Lin Ming's body was constantly adapting towards this higher pressure. His body, meridians, all of these were being tempered and unceasingly strengthening. As the heavenly demon force field grew stronger, so did Lin Ming. This is... When a new cage came falling down, Lin Ming was startled. This time, the cage was completely different from the usual barriers of light. Phoo! Everything in front of him turned pitch black, chaotic. He couldn't see anything at all. A thick darkness manifested into reality, fusing together with the heavenly demon force field. An overwhelming force enveloped everything, making Lin Ming feel as if he were suffocating. This chaotic darkness contained a great resistance. Even moving was extremely difficult. Lin Ming felt as if he had sunk deep into a quagmire. He couldn't see anything. Even when he released his perception, it was blocked by this chaotic darkness. His perception could only extend a single inch outwards from his body. To a martial artist, this was no different than blinding them. Lin Ming's chest ached. He tried to breathe, but the amount of air he inhaled was pathetic. Could the Eightfall War Emperor have been defeated at this pass? Lin Ming carefully thought back. When he had first entered the king's cage, it had been around 10 days before he encountered the bitter taste of the heavenly demon force field. This could also explain why the worst of all martial artists could only last 10 days in the king's cage before they were defeated. This was probably because they couldn't withstand the beginning of the heavenly demon force field. Then Lin Ming began to count. The heavenly demon force field had strengthened around 5 times by now. If he wasn't wrong, then 50 days had passed. In addition to the 10 days at the start, This was his 60th day. This was the same time that the 8-Fall War Emperor had forced out. What kind of amazing character was the 8-Fall? He had crossed 8 stages of life destruction while grasping the concepts of space and time, then becoming a great emperor that was peerless within his level. As a human, he overcame all odds and earned the title of 12-winged heavenly demon within Skysplit Tower. But he had been defeated at this stage. This proved just how difficult this part of the trial was. Senior 8-Fall was defeated here. Then, let me see just how far I can go. Lin Ming roared out, and the heretical god seed erupted. His skeletons began to issue popping sounds as the faint cry of a dragon emerged from within his body. The purple comet spear lay horizontal. On the spear point, the power of thunder and fire wove together. Penetrating rainbow. A spear thrust out. A radiant spear cut through the stick-black chaos. A ripple-shaped thrust penetrating dozens of feet far away. However, this strike ended here. The spear light was eventually swallowed by the black chaos. The 3-foot-wide hole and the spiral ripples that extended dozens of feet out slowly vanished. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He took an immediate step forwards and crashed into that spiral-shaped tunnel he had formed. In a single step, he jumped 100 feet forwards, but then he was suddenly engulfed once more by that black chaos. The resistance suddenly increased. Every step Lin Ming took was beset with hardship. Without a doubt, this sticky black chaos was the king's cage of this round. In the last cage, as long as one had enough striking power, they could break through it sooner or later. But now this current cage, no matter how fierce one's attack was, it would eventually fade away into this regenerating darkness that had manifested into existence. He could only rely on his own 2 feet to leave. Lin Ming took out several dozen high-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring. In a single breath, he sucked dry all of their heaven and earth origin energy as well as their blood vitality. 8 inner hidden gates, gate of healing, open. Bang. Between Lin Ming's clavicles, a white light began to shine. Lin Ming had only touched upon the threshold of the gate of healing. He hadn't actually opened it yet. If he forcefully used the gate of healing strength, then it would instantly place a great burden on his body. After touching the gate of healing, a powerful resiliency and strength came gushing out. Lin Ming aimed at the direction he started moving in and thrust out his spear. The spear light pierced through the black chaos. Lin Ming moved forwards 1 step at a time. Lin Ming didn't know how large this black chaos was, or whether this was the correct method to leave this chaos prison, but he had no choice. All he could do was move forwards. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.